Happy Friday. It's B Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP once again today. Crazy day yesterday of sports. You had
Toby
great round one.
Alberhauser.
Yeah, Alberhauser, however JP says it.
spells it.
Well, first of all, it's not surprising at all that JP can't figure out how to spell someone's name or say someone's name.
Hey, Landfill, did you hear? I told you yesterday JP spelled Toby name ALBERHOUSER. How the hell you get that out of Altizer?
I'm not sure how he got it, but I'm not sure how a lot of stuff that JP ends up.
Oh, boy. That is interesting, boy.
Good to be in once again here on a Friday. Plenty to talk about today. Coming up at 11 o'clock, Tony East. He covers the Indiana Pacers. He's going to join us. We'll get his thoughts on the NBA Finals. I want to know from the people in Indiana if this team is a little bit surprising. So we'll ask him about that coming up at 11 at noon. Channing Crowder from the Pivot Podcast.
Of course they're going to say no, they're not surprised. They expected this to be happening.
I don't know, man. I think this is a little bit of a surprising run. At noon, Channing Crowder going to join us. We'll get set for the Commanders and Dolphins coming up in Madrid, Spain. You going to that game, B. Mitch? You going to be out there in Spain? Yeah, I'm excited about that.
Hell yes.
I'm going to see if I can make it out to that one as well. So we'll talk with Channing Crowder about that coming up at 1 o'clock as a Friday staple. Ask B. Mitch anything. But we got to start last night. How much of the Stanley Cup did you watch last night?
Just a little bit, but you know what? Hey, I expected to see the Oilers come back and try to do it. I thought that the Panthers would be too much.
I mean, up 3-0 after one period.
You got the best player in hockey, and if you got to either stop him, or if you try to stop him too much, you allow all the other people to get going, and that happened. But one thing about hockey. A 3-1 lead is not safe. A 2-0 lead is not safe because they're coming. At that point, when you're up 3-1, 2-0, they score one goal. All the pressure goes to you. You know, now it's 3-2. A 2-2, you go, oh, hell. A 2-1, it'll be, oh, hell, what's going to happen right now? And then you start getting on your heels, and they go more aggressive, and they get you.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy last night to see. So Florida's up 3-0 after one period. And then after two periods, Edmonton had tied it up at 3 apiece. And then you had Edmonton score with about 7 minutes to go. And then with 20 seconds left, Florida ties it up. And then Edmonton ends up winning about 9-10 minutes into overtime. I mean,
the way it goes, I think when we look at these games, it's going to either be a blowout by Florida or a close win by Edmonton.
I mean, you've kind of nailed it because so far this series, you had a 4-3 overtime win for Edmonton in Game 1. Game 2 was a double overtime win for the Panthers. And then Game 3 was the blowout that you're talking about, 6-1 Panthers. Mm-hmm. And then Game 4 to tie it up again, Oilers win again in overtime. I mean, this has been an incredible series. 3 games going to overtime, 1 game going to double overtime. And honestly, I think
3 games, 1 double overtime, and 2 overtimes. That right there, 4 games with 2 overtimes, 1 double overtime. Hell, that's a whole 2 series,
right?
Of hockey.
Yeah, it's been good, and I think the NBA Finals, even though it's maybe not the teams that people are super familiar with, I think that series has been good.
They're in the NBA and they got damn good players, so get used to it because the big cities are not going to always be winning anymore.
Yeah, and I think that the NBA finds itself in an interesting spot with their series because I think you look at the basketball is good. The teams are good. But I don't think that they've marketed these stars that are in this series enough. They're kind of forced to with this. Even though SGA was the MVP, it still doesn't feel like he got the recognition that he deserved. Tyrese Halliburton was voted most overrated. Now he's showing what he can do.
We don't market the players per se, but they say the NBA is ran by the stars. But when you start getting to the finals and all that, we market cities. And you got to get past that. Like, you're seeing exceptional basketball in this final.
100%.
We've seen some lackluster games when we see some of the bigger cities in it, but you're seeing exceptional basketball. These guys play both ends of the court. They're not just playing offense and not carrying on defense. Both teams are trying both ends. And if you want to get more people back, because people are leaving the game of basketball because they don't give a damn throughout the season. They just play offense. Nobody plays defense. A team could come out one night and score 150 The next night they score 70 and lose by 50. It makes no damn sense. And until they start playing like these two teams are doing, they're gonna keep losing fans.
Yeah, I like the way that this series has been played, where you're getting up and down the floor, you're playing with some pace, but you're not just heaving threes every time down the floor either. I think
they get the right shot. Like, they will make that extra pass, and because somebody will be open, but hell, he's right under the basket.
Yeah, exactly.
They get it to him. They don't feel they have to score, just shoot threes.
One thing that I've hated that has been kind of a talking point around, I mean, I know you're a big analytics guy, B Mitch. I know you love the analytics of every sport, right? But I think one thing that's been crazy to see with how basketball's evolved is that essentially people are saying that the mid-range jumper is a very, very bad shot, just in terms of the percentage that you're going to make it and all this stuff. You can't watch this NBA Finals series and watch SGA and tell me that mid-range jumpers are bad.
Let me tell you, scoring is the key to the game, all right? And whether you score 2 or you score 3, if you score is what matters, right? I don't understand why we feel you have to only score 3. Well, if you keep taking threes, now let's be real. There are some guys who are exceptional shooting, and those guys shoot 40%.
Mm-hmm.
How about the guys that still shoot 7, 8 3-pointers and they shoot 20-some%? But the guy that take those twos, he's shooting 80%. Which one you want? You want a guy to take 9 threes and hit 20%, or a guy to take 10 twos and hit 80%?
Yeah, and I think
just,
I think overall, seeing just the way that the game has evolved has been frustrating. But I think this has been a good series, like you were saying, to kind of get back to the way that basketball once was, where it's ball movement, it's working together as a team, it's getting the open shot. If that open shot's a 3, that's fine. There's no problem with that.
Yeah.
But it's not just forcing a 3 to force one. It's not forcing the action just because you're the star player. It's working together as a team, and each team has a star. SGA is the bigger star in the series, but Tyrese Halliburton came out very aggressive in game 4 or game 3, excuse me. We'll see how he looks tonight in game 4. But I think this has been a fun series to watch because you have more than just the stars showing up, and those are always the fun stories to follow in championships, whether it's, you got stories like Timmy Smith for the Redskins back in the day, right? Like guys that you weren't expecting to come through in big time moments. I think those are what are cool to see. And so seeing guys like Benedict Mathurin show up the other night for the Indiana Pacers, seeing guys show up like Alex Caruso for the Thunder, I think that's cool to go along with the stars playing at a star level.
Yeah, but when a guy is picked 6 overall, he's supposed to be able to play. And Mathurin, we probably never heard his name, but hell, he was chosen because they felt he had exceptional ability. I still ask this question. There are so many analytics telling you to shoot so many more threes. The people that leads the league normally average like 31, 32 points a game. Why is it the dude that wasn't shooting a lot of threes still was averaging 35, 36, Michael Jordan, when he was taking a lot of twos? And they were like, well, he can't shoot threes. Well, he shot and showed you he can shoot threes, but he kept taking the shots that were more efficient than the ones that were forced up. And we have a lot of people today that shoot threes that aren't damn good at it. Because Steph can hit from anywhere doesn't mean everybody that's on the basketball court should shoot from anywhere.
You want to know my analytical frustration with basketball, B Mitch?
Mm-hmm.
How many times you watching an NBA game and you get to the end of a quarter, there's like 33 seconds left, team just made a bucket, so they're inbounding from their own baseline, and someone runs down and heaves a 3 with 30 seconds on the clock so they can get the quote-unquote 2 for 1.
Yeah.
What the heck is that?
They can go down and get a layup and go down again and stop them and then stop and try. But
you end up with 2 bad possessions over 1 good one.
Yeah, but that's why the guys that sit behind the computer with their little glasses on, and a little pencil behind their ear, want to tell the guys who actually know about the game how to play it, because the numbers say it. Numbers don't score no damn points.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I'm excited to watch game 4 tonight, and Stanley Cup's been good too, like you were saying, tied up at 2 apiece now after Edmonton won last night in overtime. Been good. It's been fun to watch those finals. There's been a lot going on.
Stanley Cup final you've ever seen so far?
Honestly, B Mitch, I don't follow hockey all that closely, unless the Capitals.
Man, you got to follow hockey, man.
I'm not a hockey guy.
But I'm just saying. I mean, from what you've seen, have you been super excited?
Oh yeah,
entertained?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
it's probably the best you've ever seen.
It probably is then. Yeah, I mean, it's something that, last night I was watching all types of stuff, and then you figure out where this game is going, and 3-0, you kind of turn it off, but then all of a sudden it's 3-3, and it's kind of going back and forth, and it's fun to watch. It's always fun to watch. I know.
See, that's the part I
JP's
love.
Guy is McDavid.
That's the great part I love about hockey. Like, if it was a basketball game for the most part, football game for the most part, if they're out like a 3-score game, you can basically shut it off. Not in hockey. And in hockey, you got the number 1 seed against the 8 seed. You can't say the number 1 seed is automatically going to win.
Yeah.
Because it's not about the actual first line. You better make sure all 4 of those lines are great. You know what I mean? And that's the thing about it. That's why the games now with Edmonton and also the Panthers, all those lines have talent. They have somebody on those lines that you go, well, he could be on the first line. He could be on the second line. But they don't quit. They keep going. And I'll tell people, I played football all my life. I could basically, after the game, look at the score, look at the box score and stuff, and I can tell you exactly what happened in the game. I'm entertained when I'm watching hockey. I didn't grow up watching hockey. I didn't grow up knowing nothing about hockey. But when you see how fast they're moving on that lamb little blade, I am super entertained by that. I'm entertained by football, but I can relatively tell you what's going to happen. Hockey, it's different, brother.
Yeah, it's just so unpredictable. It's one of those games that's crazy because how do you even there's so many different factors. Like the ice is torn up as the period goes on, and the puck can bounce weird, and all these different things. Like the conditions you're going to get on a football field generally. The conditions you're going to get on the basketball court. It's just crazy all the different things that factor in when you're playing hockey. Do you catch it square? Is it a great pass? Is it bouncing?
Is it some bad ice?
Yeah, it's the crazy stuff about it. Just can go all over the different places. So it's been a fun one to watch. B Mitch, you into this at all? It's Friday the 13th today.
Am I worrying about Friday the 13th? No. Friday the 13th, I have some great plans. Probably go play some golf.
That sounds about right. That sounds about right.
The only bad thing about Friday the 13th, we're at work. We could be playing golf somewhere.
That's true. That's true. And all these roads closed, right?
Hey, man.
I ain't worried about the political stuff with it, whatever. I'm just saying there's so many stinking roads closed trying to get in here.
Did we not do Bleep You yesterday?
We didn't do Bleep You yesterday. It was a short show.
We need a special Bleep You for these roads closing. And that's what we need. What the hell?
Making the commute hard.
Into D.C., back into Virginia, back to D.C. to get to work. Some of the streets are not going to be bothered?
I know.
Why are you shutting them? The hell?
How much of the golf did you watch yesterday?
I didn't watch any. I watched a little bit there on the thing that when we were sitting there. That was it.
It was fun to watch, and it kind of played out like I expected, B Mitch, where early on you had Spawn go out and shoot that 66, and his front nine is where he made all that
left
hay.
It all right there.
Well, did you see that he made, I think it was something like 18 or of 19 putts inside 20 feet?
Yeah, and that worked for him. He didn't have a bogey yesterday. That was the most intelligent.
Incredible.
But the thing of it is, this is what I like. When we watch golf in those first day or so, we see a bunch of names that you don't see all the time. And the thing about golf is consistency. All right, you play golf. You go out and you play around for the most part. Can you put 18 good holes together?
I can barely put 2, so
all
no.
Right? Imagine he put 18 together. He has to come back today and try to do it again.
Mm-hmm.
And then tomorrow and try to do it again. Does he have that wherewithal? Because you look at guys like Scotty has proven. Even Rory's proven it. Justin Thomas has proven it. You can go through it. Koepka, proven it. Even as crazy as he is, DeChambeau, Jeff's best friend, he has proven he can put them together. Can Spawn put it together under these conditions consistently? Or was yesterday, that was his shot?
Well, and it kind of played out how I expected, where the early morning of the first day, when it's a little bit softer, there's still some dew on the ground, you can land it up close and it stays there.
Mm-hmm.
You're able to score a little bit. Not anymore. Right now, B Mitch, there's only 8 dudes under par. You've got Spawn at 4 under. Victor Hovland's had a heck of a day so far today. He's 4 under through 8 holes. He's now at 3 under. Thurston Lawrence.
Who has Hovland?
I think I I don't know. I'm not sure around here.
We have a four-team snake draft.
I'll have to look at that. Thurston Lawrence is also tied. He hasn't played yet. He shot a 67 yesterday. Sam Burns is also 4 under on the course today. Siwoo Kim at 2 under, and then 3 guys at 1 under. Brooks Koepka, Ben Griffin, and Thomas Dietrich. That's it.
I watched Brooks Koepka hit a shot yesterday. The ball hit the green, had a little spin, and looked like it had stopped. And the camera went away and it came back, and that ball was rolling.
It's still rolling.
It had stopped, and then I guess it
took
just
off again.
It started rolling, and it rolled away about 15, 20 feet. So I don't know what the snip they said the other day was 16. I don't know if it's still 16, is it faster or what, but 16 I don't want to see.
So
I'm scared of 16.
I'm trying to find the exact who it was. So earlier today, there was a guy on, I believe, hole number 2, and he hit an approach shot and didn't get all the way to where he wanted on the back of the green, and the ball continued to roll for 40 seconds away from the hole. 40 seconds.
See, there's certain little courses around here, some little secrets. I'll tell you one of them. What's that? You're going up. Oh Lord, I forgot the whole name of the course now. But it's up 270. Little Bennett. Those greens don't get above the hole.
Yeah, you have no chance.
Bruh, you could tap it. I mean, gently. And if it's above the hole, it's not stopping until it's off the green.
That's incredible. That's incredible. Yeah, I think watching these guys out here on this course, it looks so difficult. And you've got a couple of guys still taking advantage somehow. And then you got Scotty, who struggled. And I'm trying to find where he's at right now. He did not play well yesterday.
Yes, if Scotty's not in the fairway, he don't like that rough.
Well, and he doesn't have he's a really good golfer, but he doesn't have the firepower of some of these other guys that can get through that kind of a rough.
Yeah.
Like Bryson shot a 3 over yesterday. Scotty has not been great. Rory's at 4 over after he shot an opening round 4 over. Like, it's crazy to see some of these other guys that are able to have success, and then some of the top golfers that you would have thought would be in this thing are not having success. Like John Rahm shot 1 under yesterday. He's 3 over today. Cut line currently a 4 over. You got to think that's going to jump up to 5, 6,
get
7.
To the cut. You make the cut and see what happens. Scotty Scheffler right now is +4. He's +1 today. He's tied for 54.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I saw one yesterday, B Mitch.
I think the top 60 something go.
He was coming down the stretch and he just completely missed his spot and rolled off the green. Number 1 player in the world.
They say the spot where golf will ruin some people. I saw a little headline on when the email came in. Oakmont has the capabilities
100%
of ruining people.
I'm laughing. I was watching a bunch of stuff on Oakmont last night. It opened as a par 80, B Mitch. A par 80. It probably should still be par 80. Be 100% honest.
Hey,
that's the only chance I'd have of even coming close to par if it's still 80. Might need to make it up to 90 if I'm
Will Chandler?
Yeah.
Will Chandler shot.
Rolled 40 seconds away. Just kept rolling and rolling.
Will Chandler is now +21.
Oh, man.
He was 13 over yesterday. He's 8 over so far today.
Well, credit to him for keep plugging away because that's tough. That's tough.
No, he was +8 yesterday. He's +13 today. He's on the 11th hole.
Next, I want to talk about Jaden Daniels. Do you believe that he's going to win an MVP at some point in his career? 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. Do you believe Jaden is going to win an MVP at some point in his NFL career? We'll talk about it next here on B Mitch and Finley.
This update brought to you by Prince George's Community College. U.S. Open Leaderboard is brought to you by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. Visit Golfdom in Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there. JJ Spawn tees off at 12:52 p.m. He's your first-round leader into the second round at 4 under par, one shot ahead of Victor Hovland, who's making a move, as well as Tristan Lawrence, both at 3 under par. Nationals are back home to take on the Miami Marlins today, start of a 3-game set over the weekend. 6:15 is the first game with Mitchell Parker to the hill. You can hear the live play-by-play right here on the Fan. Tough one yesterday, down 4-0 to the Mets. They scored 3 in the ninth. Edmonton with a surprising 5-4 win in overtime over Florida. At Prince George's Community College, your military or federal work experience can count for college credit through our prior learning assessment network. Save time, save money, finish your mission, because at PGCC, your future is our mission. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Welcome back. It is B Mitch and Finley on a Friday. Toby Altizer in for JP today. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. We're talking about the one and only Jaden Daniels. You think at some point in his career he's going to win an MVP? I saw some discussion talking about this with, I believe, Sam Monson, who used to be a PFF. I think he's with the 33rd team now, saying maybe he could win one before the end of his rookie contract. So in the next 4 years, I think that's very possible. I think when you look at it from Chris Sims recently put out a top 5 quarterback list, and he had Jaden in his top 5. I didn't necessarily agree with the order, but I think when you look through the NFL, I really don't know that there's any debate that he's at least top 6 or 7, and I think you probably put him at 5. But he had Lamar at 1, Allen at 2, Burrow at 3, Mahomes at 4, and then Jaden at 5. I could quabble a little bit with the top 4, but regardless, I think Jaden's a legit top 5 quarterback. And so when you look at could he end up winning an MVP, absolutely.
Yeah, I would say that there's nothing that say he can't, he won't. We watch how he works, and if he continue working like he's done, like he's shown he is, and he does, and if they keep putting the right people around him, I don't see why he can't. Like last year, when you look at what he was doing in his rookie season, and the quarterbacks that really take this thing serious and put the work in, they normally begin to grow. And if he were to continue being able to run like he does, he's a better passer than two of those guys in that damn
100%.
He's a better passer than than Allen or Lamar.
Oh, you think he's a better passer than Josh Allen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I think Josh Allen is massive running the ball. I think Josh Allen has a super strong arm. But as far as passer, no, I think Jaden is better.
All right, I
now,
like that.
Pat and Joe, those guys, and Pat. Let's be real. Pat has an uncanny ability to break your back with his legs. You know, Pat is a passer, but you mess around and gets caught up in the man-to-man, he will come run the ball on you in a heartbeat. Joe Burrow takes too many hits for me, but Joe might be the best pure passer of all of them.
I think he's just the best pure pocket passer.
But he takes too many damn hits.
I mean, all these guys are different, and I think what's unique about Jaden is you can probably take traits about all 4 of those guys that are ahead of him, and he's got a little bit of all of them, right? Yeah. I mean, you look at Lamar, the comps are obvious, right, with him and Jaden. The speed. Josh Allen, he's got a little bit of that. Maybe not as much like Josh, but he can play pocket passer like Joe Burrow. He's got a little bit of that creativity like Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen has. So he's got a little bit of everything.
But he has the smarts like Pat.
Yes. Yeah. He's got the great work ethic. He's got everything you want intangible-wise for a quarterback. I think another part about this, B. Mitch, too, is Landfill posted a picture on our 1067 The Fan account on Twitter, and this dude is cool. He's wearing Kobe's at practice, and he was the 4th leader in merchandise sales, according to NFLPA. The only people ahead of him last year were Saquon, Mahomes, Jalen Hurts. So I think when you get to that point, like at some point, say we get 3, 4, 5 years down the line, if Jayden hasn't won one, but he's still playing at this level, it's going to become a narrative, right? And that plays into it some, where that narrative of, hey, we got to get this guy an MVP award. I mean, regardless of how you feel about how last year went, there was definitely narrative that played into Josh Allen winning over Lamar Jackson. Probably similar to the year before. Like, there's always seemingly narrative that plays into these awards.
Yeah, the narrative plays into it because if you look at the numbers.
Well, and I think I think that Jayden, at some point, because of how popular he is, I think he could get to that point where people are going to say, this guy's got to win an MVP at the level that he plays at. At some point, he's going to have one. Yeah.
I mean, but you have to be a quarterback to win the MVP. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
And when you load up a stat sheet like he does, the dude don't turn the ball over a lot. He scores touchdowns, running and passing. And he has the it factor. You know, that also tells a story. When little kids start loving you, the voters start loving you.
100%.
And the league truly loves you because they know if you got another kid, he could be around for another 18, 20, 30, 40 years. You know what I'm saying? That's how it goes.
I mean, when you're looking at this, B Mitch, last year he threw for just under 3,600 yards, 3,568 yards, 25 touchdowns, only threw 9 interceptions. He ran for 891 yards. So you figure what? That's about 4,400 total yards, somewhere around there, just about 4,500 total yards. I mean, he's only going to get better.
Yeah.
And he already had 31
if
touchdowns.
You want to project, when you look at what he did last year, you say, yes, that guy will win one in his career. Nothing he did will say no. You know, a lot of people would feel, oh, he was in Washington. Well, Washington, the way they play now and the things that are happening has changed. So, yes, he could win one.
And one thing that I think about this, too, is when you look back at how Robert's rookie year went in 2012, it was special. It was fun to watch. But it was a very unique offense that you felt at some point maybe could get figured out. And it was, right? Like, I mean, you saw Colin Kaepernick take the Niners to the Super Bowl with a similar type of offense, read option, something that was new. But then you saw it kind of get solved defensively. I don't think there's anything to solve with Jayden. He's playing quarterback.
I think when you look at Jayden last year, you never asked the question, can he read a defense?
Exactly.
You never asked the question, can he sit in the pocket and go through his reads? Those questions were constantly asked by Robert. Can he be a pocket passer? He had extreme athleticism, but he always went to his athleticism. And I think that right there is where the things that when you look at Jayden, you don't, many people want to just compare those two. Only thing that they both black, they both can run and pass, and that's it.
Yeah.
Everything else, Jayden is way different than what Robert was.
100%. And I think
he's not trying to prove how tough he is.
What I think is funny too, last year, remember week 3, Cam Taylor-Britt said they're running a college offense. And everybody got offended by it. And frankly, it didn't matter to me because they're running a lot of college concepts. But guess what? That doesn't matter because they're successful at the NFL level.
A lot of college concepts? Pat Mahomes.
Exactly.
How many times he won MVP? How many times they won Super Bowls? You know what the college concept is? Everybody's in a spread, and you're in a shotgun. That NFL, traditional NFL was man in the backfield, under center. Everybody in the pros now do what the hell college does.
And I think the thing is, like, this isn't an indictment on anyone on the team. It's an indictment more so on coaches around the league that can't adapt their offenses to incorporate these principles so guys can step in and be successful right away like you saw Jayden last year.
If your quarterback is multifaceted, can do different things, why won't you utilize it?
100%.
If you have an offense that have receivers that can do multiple things, why not utilize it? See, people look at what Joe Gibbs did back in the day because they were run first. But if you look at Joe's concept, Joe will put the big package in. He'll put in a nickel package. he'll put 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers, and a single back and run all of the same damn plays. But the defense was affected by the fact that, it's a different personnel grouping. They got to be in something else. He would run the same stuff he ran out of a single back, 2 slots, 2 wide outs that he would run when he had 2 tight ends, 2 wide outs, and a single back too, or drop one of the tight ends out, bring in the H back, run the same plays. Didn't make a difference.
I think a lot of the best coaches run simple stuff, make it look complex.
Yeah. When I hear coaches tell me how many plays they have, how big their playbook is, I laugh. But if I hear a coach tell me that, we try to throw different looks, basically run the same things, that's how you get people. The look make them think it's something else. So they try to prepare for it, and bam, you hit them right where they wouldn't expect it.
Well, and that's where I think coaching is perfect because, like you're talking about, it's simple stuff. So when you have something that's simple, this as a player, if you understand the concept fully, there's no thinking, so you get to play at 100% speed. Like you are going full speed versus if the other team has to think that split second, you go in full speed versus them having to process for that split second. That's the difference between a catch and not.
You got them. Listen, man. The people that would say when the question is asked, will he win? Will he win one? Do you think he can win one in his career? Anybody that's saying no is just a straight damn hater.
So
because
true.
After watching him his first year, you have to believe, yes, he plays like that, he's going to win one.
Well, and I think he's already in the conversation with guys that have won them, right? I think he's in the conversation. I'm not saying he's better than Mahomes. I'm not saying he's better than Burrow or guys like that, but he's in the conversation.
Yeah, it's like he's in that neighborhood.
Yeah, exactly right. Some of the comments on Twitter saying, in his career, yes. This year, probably not, but he has a puncher's chance if everything breaks right.
But the question was, in his career.
Yeah. And I think
why are we answering to this year? If the question is in his career, to try and go to the other stuff don't make a difference.
800-636-1067. I see you guys on hold. We'll get to you on the other side of this break. Is Jayden Daniels going to win an MVP at some point in his career? We'll get to your phone calls next. Welcome back. Friday on B Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today. There might be a fight today with Jeff at some point today, B Mitch.
Stab him.
There might have to be some sort of fight.
Stab him. I wouldn't care.
I mean, he's sitting in my seat over here. He's shoving me in my. He's doing some. He's doing a little too much today.
Stab him.
We're gonna have a problem, Jeff, if we continue this. You know what, though, Jeff? I'll let you enjoy because your boy Tyrese Halliburton is up in the series. It's not going to be the case after tonight. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander going to have his way tonight, and they're going to win the next 3, and they're going to win this series in 6.
Unfortunately, Toby, I agree with you. They're going to win tonight. I don't know who's going to win the series, but I know it's going to be back and forth.
800-636-1067. Will Jaden Daniels win an MVP at some point in his career? B. Mitch says you're a hater if you don't think you will. So let's get out to the phone lines. Let's get out to Elijah in D.C. Elijah, what's going on?
Yo, what's going on, y'all?
What's up, man?
B. Mitch, you're right. You're absolutely a hater if you don't think he has the chops to get MVP, and I think he can get it multiple times. But for one, yes, he represents kind of like going to a slot machine. And if you pull the slot machine, get jackpot, that's what he represents to me. Like, out of all the quarterbacks, just his skill set, what he can do, he can get you with his legs. And as he grows and as the roster grows along with him, I think he'll be able to get it in multiple ways,
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to be more difficult having that blend between running and passing and trying to understand how to defend him. He's going to get his. You're not going to be able to stop him. I think it's more about trying to limit his game. And I think certain cats, he's super clutch.
He showed that last year. That clutch gene, he got that.
Yeah.
Even the other quarterbacks, you see them get to certain spots. I'm not name calling, but you know what I'm saying. It's like I was really looking at that last year. Let me see how he just how he deals with these moments, and it's almost like he cuts on a gear, man. It's like it's kind of scary that he can rise and put his team on his back as a rookie. Know how to get his guys lined up. He's showing up early. That's those types of things, and those are the moments that people can't see. Those are the moments that are the separating factors between the elite guys and the rest of the guys. Because somebody else could have his same skill set and be like, "Man, I don't need to do this." So for him to have that unique skill set and the mindset along with it is something I think special, and I think we're going to see that blossom over time
100%.
as he grows. As the roster grows, he's going to have his rookie jump. I think we don't talk about that. This, jump for rookie, Yeah, he was a little long in the tooth when he came to the league. He's a little older, but he's still going to have a rookie jump that I don't think we don't just account for because he had such a great season. So,
hey, Elijah, appreciate the phone call, man.
Of course, man. Checking with y'all soon.
All right.
So something that's interesting that he mentioned there, I want to get your thoughts on this, B. Mitch. So I'm working on a theory, and I think you've seen it proved a little bit. I'm not sure if it works with other positions, but it definitely is starting to be a trend with quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
When you get guys that have that 1-year breakout, right? Think about the 2 LSU guys that have seen this and then come to the pros and been really, really good. Jaden,
Yep.
Joe Burrow,
Yep.
Right? Versus a guy that it gets to a point where everyone knows he's going to be the number 1 pick, or they're talking about this guy really early. Trevor Lawrence.
A lot more pressure get on that guy.
Well, I think what we do sometimes is we see this guy and think that they're just going to continue to ascend and ascend and ascend, and maybe they peak early, right? Maybe they reach their peak a little bit earlier and they don't have as further to go up versus a guy that blossoms late in his college career is now ascending. And I think you saw that with Jaden, where Jaden was better last year as the season went on and even better in the playoffs than he was in week 1. And I think you saw that with Joe Burrow as time went on. He obviously got hurt in his rookie season, but as time went on, he got better and better. And I think with those guys, you see them ascending versus a guy like Trevor Lawrence. By the time he was a sophomore at Clemson, we're talking about this guy as a franchise savior for someone in the NFL.
Every day.
And he's been a disappointment in the NFL because maybe he hasn't taken that next step that everyone thought that he could. I think that's just something that's interesting that you have to watch.
Yeah, you got to pay attention to it. But some guys, like Trevor Lawrence was like that after his freshman year. Jaden had to work at it to get there. And it's just something about that the person that has to put in that extra work. Just like when you see at the end of a season, a team that's been locked in for the last 7, 8 games. The other team had to fight to get into the playoffs. Then they get into the playoffs and they beat the teams that were already secured a spot. You know, the Giants 2 times they get in the playoffs.
Yeah.
They were they come in late. They make the last spot, the wild card, they go to the Super Bowl. Everybody else was happy. They were chilling. They were fighting. They were working. And that's what Jayden had to do his whole time. And he still does that. So
Let's get out to Vince and Akakeek. Vince, what's going on?
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
what of it?
So yes, I agree with B Mitch. If you don't think Jayden can win an MVP in his career, you more than a hater. You might need to get your mentals checked. Yeah, as long as Jayden doesn't get hurt, I think he's more than an MVP. I think he's going to take over the league. Jayden is elite at both things. Like, you got some guys who throw the ball very well and they're mobile and they can run. And then you got guys who can run at an elite level and they throw the ball okay and they need to fix it. I like Michael Vick. Michael Vick was an elite runner and then he got under Andy Reid and he became an elite passer. Jayden is an elite passer and an elite runner. I know the NFL is a different beast. It's grown men everywhere. The dude drafted, the undrafted dude could become the next savior of the league. So It's a different beast. But I think what Jayden did in college, where he had the 4,000 and the 1,000 rushing, I don't think that's an anomaly for him to do in the NFL because he is an elite passer and an elite runner. It's not like one is a little shakier than the other and he's compensating for one. He can do, if Jayden decided, I don't want to throw the ball, I want to run for 1,000 yards, he could do that. Mm-hmm. And if he decides, I don't want to run, I want to throw for 5,000 yards, he could do that. So I think him touching both, having like a Marshall Faulk type of year from the quarterback position is definitely something that we will see, which will only add to his MVP trophies later. My last thing on the MVP, yes, you have to be a quarterback to win an MVP. B Mitch, as a former player, I think that's BS because I think if you talk to a bunch of former players and current players, if you really put them in the room, the MVP of the league last year was Saquon Barkley.
Oh, hell yeah.
Sure.
Politics are politics.
And a lot of them felt it was Lamar, too, although he was a quarterback. But
yeah,
the dude threw 41 touchdowns or something like that and had 3 or 4 interceptions.
Yeah, and I think what we were talking about, though, with Jayden was, with Robert, he was a runner that could pass.
Yeah.
Versus Jayden's a passer who can run.
There you go.
Like, he can pass the football. If you told him you can only stay in this circle in the pocket, he could still make that work.
See, what ultimately happens is, yes, they want to get the athletic quarterback, the guy that could throw the ball, he can move around and things like that. But ultimately, they want the guy who could think the game. And that's the guy who could sit in the pocket and just dice you up. He's shown he could do that. And then when you watch him when he take off running, the dude is having fun.
Oh.
You watch him.
So easy.
He doesn't seem like he's in an NFL game. It seems like he's in the backyard playing with his friends.
Yeah.
When he'll run up on the guy and get up the front. I'm going to step out of bounds right here. He learned to not take hits real quick, too.
Yeah. Well, he learned. He learned in week 1, and then he learned to try to protect himself after that Panthers game as well. And the level he got to was absolutely spectacular. Coming up next, Tony East going to join us, talk about the NBA Finals, covers the Pacers. How surprising has this Pacers run been for people in Indiana? We'll talk about it next here on The Fan.
This update brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. It's time for the U.S. Open leaderboard presented to you by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. Visit Golfdom in Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there. J.J. Spawn has the lead at 4 under par at the U.S. Open from Oakmont, Pennsylvania. He'll tee off at 12:52 p.m. He had a 66 in round 1. Thriston Lawrence is at 3 under par in second place. In third place, Victor Hovland and Siwoo Kim at 2 under. Commanders wide receiver Noah Brown underwent an MRI yesterday. The Commanders training camp will begin with rookies reporting July 18th. Nationals fall to the Mets 4-3 back home tonight against the Miami Marlins, a weekend series. Mitchell Parker to the hill, 6:15 your pregame live play-by-play right here on The Fan. Edmonton over Florida 5-4 in overtime to win the Stanley Cup Game 4. That series even at 2. Leon Draisaitl with the game winner. This Father's Day at Meadows Farms, get free delivery June 12th through 18 on orders over $500. And when you buy a $100 gift card, get $10 free. Bring the kids out on June 14th to make a craft for Dad at any of our 16 locations. Meadows Farms, plant a little happiness. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
To Scotty's Red Bull Friday, Vodka Red Bull Friday, here on The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP today. B Mitch and Finley is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com to find a contractor near you and available tax credits and rebates. RUUD. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. And a Vodka Red Bull Friday is powered by Scotty's handcrafted vodka. Scotty's vodka is Maryland-made, amazingly smooth, and loved throughout the DMV. It's time to get out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and welcome in our guest, the host of Locked On Pacers, also has his work featured in Forbes, and that is Tony East. You can follow him at Tony R. East on Twitter. Tony, what's going on, man? How you doing today?
Hanging in there. Lots going on in Indy with Caitlin Clark and the Pacers and the finals and everything. It's nuts right now.
Is it any surprise to the Pacers being at 2-1 right now to you all, or you expected this?
I mean, honestly, this is like how every series they've played this year has gone, right? Like, am I surprised that they're beating the Thunder 2-1? Like, yeah, on paper, that's a surprise. But every series they've played this year, they have one win that's just completely insane and crazy, and no one knows how they got it. And that was game 1 where they were trash for 40 minutes and then won the game. And then they have another game where they respond to a huge challenge and adjust and figure it out. And Rick Carlisle is fire with the pen, and they get it done. And that was game 3 where he draws up a bunch of great stuff, and their bench is way better than it was in game 2. And lo and behold, they're up 2-1. So, you know, everybody thought the Thunder were a lot better, and on paper they were. But this is like exactly how the Pacers have blueprinted their way through the playoffs so far, and I think they can keep doing it.
What was the confidence level of Pacers fans going into this series? Because like you said, I think everybody that isn't in Indiana was basically counting them out, saying, oh, well, at some point this magical run's going to end, because I think they've counted them out just about every series they've been in this playoffs. And yet they find a way, and now they're up 2-1 in the series. But what was the confidence level of the fans going into this one?
Yeah, I would say like tepidly confident, which is kind of weird to say because, you know, they're a 50-win team playing a 68-win team. But, you know, since January 1st, the Pacers have the second best record in the NBA. And since the in-season tournament, they're like 3rd or 4th, which is only relevant because that's when they got healthy. Like, they started the season really banged up, and Tyrese Halliburton was just bad to start the season. And so once he got going and once they had all their bodies, they've been like a top 5 team since then. And I think everybody in Indy kind of realizes that they have that kind of top level in them. So that, you know, all the Thunder and 4 or 5 picks, I think locally everybody kind of laughed at, like, that's just not going to happen. They're not that level of team. But I think there was an acknowledgement that OKC is still the best that there is in this league right now, right? So everybody was more confident than the consensus in terms of how well they could do. And that's certainly played out this way, right? The Pacers like ran through a 64-win Cavs team. Why can't they do something similar to the Pacers was kind of the thinking. And so far that's kind of held the form. Although I do think we have not seen the last of the peak of this OKC team.
But you've seen all types of plays. Look at Pascal Siakam; he's been unbelievable. Has the experience of going on a championship run. Halliburton with the timely last-second shots and things. Mathurin last week, the way he played. I mean, last game, the way he played. But could Rick Carlisle be the secret weapon? Because coaching matters. We saw that Thibodeau got fired in New York, and I watched him with his arm crossed and not doing the damn thing on the sideline. But Carlisle knows how to call timely timeouts. He can draw up offensive plays. And the other coach over at Oklahoma City, he's new to this.
Yeah, 100%. I thought it was funny because Mark Daigneault, I think he got hired in 2021 by the Thunder. So he's actually like the fourth longest tenured head coach in the NBA after Tibbs got fired. And somebody asked him that at media day for the finals. They said, "Do you feel like a veteran head coach?" And he goes, "No, I'm going against Rick Carlisle," right? Like that's a huge gap in acumen and experience when it comes to the NBA finals, right? Like, and this is a little bit reminiscent of a series that everybody knows about that happened in 2011 where Carlisle's guiding this Mavs team that, you know, they beat Kobe and they beat the Spurs and they had to beat the Heatles in the finals. Like he had to coach his butt off and find unique ways to get that team over the mountain. And look at that. That's kind of what's happening here. Like he's done this before. He knows how to build a system around a team and a roster. And that's exactly what's happening here. And I think that he's really shown the last two playoffs, because last year is the Pacers' first year and they made the conference finals, that he still got it, man. Like he knows how to coach in this setting, and he's made it clear several times between being a player and an assistant. This is his sixth finals, right? Like he's seen this before. He knows the setting. I think for a lot of these younger Pacers players, they can really lean on that.
Talking with Tony East, host of Locked on Pacers, also writes about the Pacers for Forbes. You can follow him on Twitter at Tony R. East. Here on B Mitch and Finley, Toby Altizer in for JP today. When you look at Tyrese Halliburton and what he's done in this playoffs, it's been incredibly impressive to see how clutch he's been. But the story of the first couple of games of this one was his starts and his first halves weren't great. Then game 3 came out much more aggressively. Do you think we see that the rest of the series? Do we see that tonight? A more aggressive Halliburton early on?
Yeah, it's hard to say with him, right? Like, he's just not he's like probably the best player in the league who doesn't have like I'm going to beat you off the dribble every time kind of bag. You know, like he is the system of the Pacers. They play fast and move the ball because that's what he's good at. And so they do a lot of stuff that gets him the ball in favorable situations and lets him kind of be this table setter and shooter and all that stuff that you saw in game 3. And so the only reason that you just never know is like when the other team mixes up some goofy or crazy unique coverage that really thwarts what he does at his best, it really slows the whole Pacers team, right? You saw that in game 2 of this very series where it wasn't like that new. The Thunder were just playing perfect with their paint protection principles and trapping him the second he crossed half court. And like he never got going and the Pacers never got going. And that's happened kind of often in the playoffs. And that's why I always say that he is the best guy that can be shut down like that. Like Lou Dortz put him in the blender a few times. The Cavs ran a 3-2 zone in the playoffs, and that really slowed down the Pacers a few times in the second round, for example. Like it just kind of happens that way. So, you know, people always talk about, and I do think there's something to it. Halliburton said it himself. The word aggressive, like you guys just used with him, like just get in the paint and shoot, you know, like, and that is helpful. Like he's good at that stuff. His floater in the series has been money, right? Like that's a shot that he can get to, but it's not, he doesn't even view it that way. Like every time he has a game like he had in game 2, where he's kind of quiet from a shot attempts perspective and isn't really rolling in the way that people expect of a star, he always just feels like he didn't get into the paint enough at all where he can be like the passer. He's a pass first guy, and he never said, I think he only had 6 assists in that game. So I think for him and the Pacers, the key is not even necessarily having him be 22 points, taking 17 shots, Tyrese Halliburton. I think it's getting him into the paint where he can crack the defense and then have, if somebody else, if it's him or somebody else, it doesn't matter to the Pacers, have a nice night. And look at that. They had a good system game plan for game 3. He was great and the whole team was great. I think they're going to need to rely on their whole system and ecosystem more so than him. But if he's great, they're usually great. So it's a little bit of both ways.
Many people were saying that, you know what, the NBA didn't want to have these 2 small market teams. But I've watched 2 teams that plays both ends of the court, and I've been entertained. You know what I mean? I don't care to watch basketball just because you're from a big city if you're not going to play defense. You know, and defense is kind of ignored in the NBA for the most part. How have you been entertained?
I've been cracking up with being at all these games, laughing like, hey, we're going to Indy, the bigger city, for the finals this year. Like, all right, let's go. there's actually a CVS and a restaurant open till 9 in Indy. Let's go. Yeah. But yeah, it has been a really fun basketball final, certainly. And I think the other part of it that's been fun for what you're saying is like these two teams don't really play the way you think of when you think of playoff teams, right? They play 10 guys and like play fast, right? So it's a lot of action, right? There's just a lot going on all the time, and everybody playing 100% effort and playing to exhaustion because one, it's the finals, but two, because they play fewer minutes than the typical playoff team. And I think that that's becoming like a growing trend in the NBA, is relying on your depth a little bit more to be at peak capacity more often, even with your star players. And so what you're seeing is, even without, the big names of the big markets, really good ball for 48 minutes, right?
Yep.
Like last game, everybody was entertained by TJ McConnell and Ben Mathurin. Like, you don't think of those guys when you think of the NBA finals, but they were making plays and looking like studs on national TV on ABC, and they deserved it. They were playing great, right? Like in game 2, Alex Caruso scored more points than any Pacers player. What's going on? Like, it's what this finals has kind of become. And, obviously the star players have been good at times. Pascal Siakam, Shea, like they're good players. They're still enjoyable for people to watch. But I think that's what's made this finals compelling more so than the markets, is these smaller market teams that play a unique way are playing a way that's fun for people to watch, and they play 2 close games.
Talking with Tony East, host of Locked On Pacers here on 106.7 The Fan, B Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today. When you look at Shea Gilgeous-Alexander in this finals, it feels like the key for the Pacers, obviously on the defensive side, is he's going to get his. Rick Carlisle kind of talked about that going into the series. He's going to score 25, 30 points, but making it so that he isn't an efficient 38 points like he was in game 2. He's got to take 20, 25 shots to get to that 30-point mark. How do they continue to do that? Or is that just something that game by game, you just got to hope that you can find a way to slow him down?
Yeah, if I was being cute and snarky, I would just say Andrew Nembhard and call it an answer, but I'll give you much more than that. Like, I mean, that kid can guard, right? Like, that's his thing. That's why the Pacers love him. He takes 5 shots and plays 35 minutes because he can guard. And him and Shea go way back, right? I think they've been friends since they were like 8 or 9, growing up in Canada together. And Nembhard, he was an all defense level dude. This year, he just didn't play enough games to qualify for the awards or however that works. It's so I cover the league, and I think that stuff's confusing. But he's a great defender, and so the Pacers know, like, you can't stop Shea. He won the MVP award. He's going to score whatever number he's scored in every game. I think he has over 100 points in these 3 games or something like that. But they want to make it hard, right, so that he's tired by the end of the game. I think that was a big part of game 3 is the Thunder were gassed at the end of that game, like hands on the hips, every dead ball kind of stuff going on for them. And, that you have to make guys work to have that be reality. So I think that's part of it. And 2, like, they're targeting him a lot. I think in game 3, we saw Shea was the primary defender on 23 Pacers drives. And you just wear him out by doing that, right? So they're kind of defending him by playing offense, right? And targeting him and going at him in that way. And I think over the course of a game, that has gassed him enough that even though he has still been excellent as a scorer, he hasn't been as effective as a passer, right? His point guarding skills just haven't really been there, and his defense has been worse. So I think it's some of what Rick Carlisle's saying, where they want to make him work for it. They know he's going to get 30 if the plane lands in the next city, right? But they also think that they can make that an advantage for them in other ways, whether that's shutting down other Thunder players with defense elsewhere, or whether that's helping themselves on offense by targeting the guy. And so far, all that strategy has really come to a head and worked.
But both of these teams know how to bounce back. I think they said something like the Pacers have won the last 11 games after they lost. And also Oklahoma City, they normally beat the team by 20 points or more after they lose a game. Do you think that both of these teams could play at this level the whole time? Because it looks like 7 games may be in the future.
I think 7 games might be in the future as well. It's been interesting because, well, of what you're saying, right? Both of these teams have not lost consecutive games in 3 months. The Pacers haven't done it since March 5th. I can't remember the last time the Thunder did. The Thunder have never done it at home, like the whole season, right? And they just boat race everybody. So it's 2 coaches that are really good at identifying kind of the problems that are being presented to them and fixing it. And that's why it's going to be so hard for a team to just get a firm grip on this series. I mean, it's already at least going 6, right? And OKC is clearly really good, so 7 seems like the most likely outcome to me. I don't know who would win it at that point. You just never know in the finals, right? Like how the moment or how the mentality is going to shrink or grow some of these players. But yeah, that part of the Pacers run has been fascinating. Like every time they lose, the next game they are totally prepared for the thing that just made them lose, right? They have their game plan ready for it. The other team is lost, and like I think it's so easy in the NBA to talk about adjustments when a team loses, right? Like, oh, we lost, we got to do this better and that better. When you win, it's a lot harder to be proactive, but I think that's something both of these coaches are really good at, is changing stuff even after wins. So I think that tonight will be the one that's like the most pivotal when it comes to seeing if there's a game 7 or not, but I find it's going to be hard for either of these teams to win twice in a row. I think that's why it's so big the Pacers won game 1.
Final one for me, Tony, talking about Tony East from Locked On Pacers here on 106.7 The Fan. One of my favorite memories was I was in Milwaukee when they went on their run in 2021 and covering that NBA Finals, just the environment around the city, the environment in the building. And that was even when there were still COVID limitations in terms of the crowd. What has the crowd been like in Indiana? What has the vibes been like in Indianapolis with this sort of a run? Obviously, it's a basketball city. It's a basketball state. What's the vibes been like for this whole run?
Yeah, really high, obviously. I mean, as you know, especially for a market like Milwaukee or Indiana, who you don't think, who haven't had this level of basketball success for a while or very often, right? Like, fans are so amped about the opportunity to potentially see history, right? And then the last game 3, I don't know if you guys made it to the end of that one because it ended pretty late, but the Obi Toppin putback dunk to put him up 7 with about 4 minutes to go, that was the loudest I've ever heard. That arena, the downtown is buzzing. There's stuff going on everywhere for the Pacers right now, and they have this little concourse outside that's just like a basketball court that people can play on 24/7. Like, they've been projecting the games out there. It's been really cool to see the rallying cry around this team. And like since last year, like in the last 16 months or so, I mean, they drafted Caitlin Clark, made the conference finals, hosted NBA All-Star. Started another season. Fever made the playoffs. Pacers made the finals. Like, it's just been a crazy, crazy year for like the whole Pacers sports and entertainment conglomerate because they own the Fever as well. There's just always something crazy going on. So there's just so much basketball craze right now that people are so into this. And it'd be cool if they could actually get it because they've never won a championship before, and you just never know when these opportunities are going to be there. Like with the Bucks, like it's so fleeting, right? It could be over before you know it. So I think everybody's really, like you win 2. I don't know how you felt at the time because the Bucks went down 0-2, but like when you win 1, it's like, okay, you won 1. When you win 2, the thoughts start to creep in like, oh, wow, like this could really happen, right? So I think that's also going to up the craze for game 4 and beyond in the city.
How hard has it been for you to go to work, man, lately? I mean, you covered Caitlin Clark, and now you're covering the damn NBA Finals team.
Yeah, it's been crazy. And like, it's funny. I keep joking about people like this. Like, the Fever used to suck, and the Pacers weren't good the last couple of years. So, like, I would have an off season between seasons, like 4 weeks after the Pacers were out. Okay, great. I can tell. Here come the Fever. Okay, 4 weeks before the Pacers start. Now they're both good. I'm like, when do I go on vacation, man? Like, can one of you guys have a bad year? I'm pro tanking again because I want to have a vacation. So it's been fun for everybody, including me. And the show must go on.
Something just right about Indiana kind of being the center of the basketball universe right about now.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Appreciate the time, Tony. Enjoy tonight's game.
Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Take care.
All right, brother.
That's Tony East. He joined us. He's the host of Locked On Pacers. He also writes for Forbes. That's something that's slept on a little bit, B Mitch, is there's a couple cities that I think, big cities that'll have great environments. Like I think Madison Square Garden's always a great environment in New York. But it's kind of tough to say that you're going to get better environments than what you're seeing in OKC for the first 2 games and then Indiana in game 3 and then game 4 tonight. It's been a blast to watch those two.
Totally. It's been great.
Continue talking about the NBA Finals next. You're listening to B Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props for the NBA Finals that's going to be going on tonight. Indiana and OKC. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to check a player's consistency during the playoffs? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see what's heating up. And after the tip-off, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update brought to you by Reynolds, Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. U.S. Open second round from Oakmont, Pennsylvania, presented by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. Visit Golfdom in Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there. J.J. Spawn has the lead at 4 under par. He's going to tee off at 12:52 p.m. He had opening round 66. Also at 2:20 p.m. will be Thriston Lawrence. He's at 3 under. On the course, Sam Burns making a move, 4 under on the day, 2 under for the tournament. Victor Hovland, 2 under today, and 1 under for the tournament. Nationals baseball back home tonight against the Miami Marlins, 6:15 pregame here on The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Curran on The Fan.
Appreciate Tony East for joining us last segment talking about the Pacers. NBA Finals Game 4 tonight. Pacers lead the series 2-1. B Mitch, you think OKC is going to come back and win tonight? You were talking about this. You've been all over
believe
this.
they will.
Whenever they lose, they come back with a vengeance the next game.
They do. But it's like, now you think about it, though. So that coach is younger. He's like, what, fourth year, something like that, for the for the Oklahoma City. Rick Carlisle has a lot of experience, and just that. But if he can get his team ready after a loss, he needs to figure out a way to, after they beat the hell out of a team, come back and beat them again. Because if you lose by 20 and you lose again by 10, 20, you might want to fold your tent then. But if you keep giving a team a chance to come back, after they led by double digits several times in that game, you get a little bit too much confidence on the other side. You got problems.
Yeah, and I think this is a good opportunity for Oklahoma City, where if you win this ball game tonight,
you're going back home.
You tie it up 2-2, and you're going back home.
But they lost the first game at home,
and that's the crazy part. Is Indiana
and Indiana played horrible the whole game.
Yeah, and still won.
They led for 0.35 seconds.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah, so I'm intrigued by tonight's game because I think, OKC kind of, there's no such thing as a must-win unless it's a elimination game. But, you don't want to go down 3-1.
It's a must-win. If they go down 3-1, it's a must-win after they lost at home already.
That's true. You still have to.
They normally destroy people at home, and they lost that game at home.
But you need to take one. You still have to take one in Indiana, and you'd either have to take one in here, game 4 or game 6. But you don't want to go down 3-1. And this Indiana team, at some point, you just have to respect them, right? Like, I feel like I've counted them out every single series they've been in the playoffs, and I still didn't feel, even going into game 3, I'm like, well, Thunder will roll. And sure enough, they come out, and they showed me something late in that game, B Mitch, in the fourth quarter, that there was a gear that they could get to, and the Thunder looked like a team that was a little bit overwhelmed in the environment they were playing in. And they dominated that fourth quarter.
I think a lot of that you got to look at in the game, too, and I think people don't look at this closely. This is not saying referees control games, but referees control games. If I let you get very handsy, I don't call fouls. Oklahoma City gets frustrated. Indiana keeps doing it.
Mm-hmm.
In a previous game, they were calling fouls for all that stuff. Indiana stopped getting handsy. Oklahoma City have a lot more free shots. So if you want to see a series go to 7, that's all you got to do. You don't have to call way more fouls on one side than the other. You just do things you can enable one team to have more aggression and the other team is more lax. You know what I mean? And I saw some plays where I'm like, that's a foul. They didn't call it. Then I say, oh, okay, I understand. That's the easy. NBA is so easy to sway a game. You know what I mean? It's easy. So pay attention to the referee tonight and see what happens.
Well, so Landfill, I know you're big into the nicknames of certain refs. I don't know if you know this or not. Do you know the nickname of Scott Foster, who's refereeing tonight's game? His nickname is White Brian's got it. What do we got?
Is it?
What's Scott Foster's nickname?
It's the extender.
It's the extender because he extends series.
Hey, listen, bro.
They called him the extender tonight. They don't want to go in 3-1.
I hate saying stuff about the refs for the most part because, people start saying, oh, you're trying to make excuses. I don't care about either one of these teams. I like good basketball. But you can watch how they sway games, bro.
Well, listen to this.
How the hell the man get a name called the extender if it don't have any bearing?
Hey, they call in the extender when they need the series to go another game. They help out the other team. So tonight, Scott Foster, Josh Tiven, and Sean Wright are the officials.
Uh-huh.
The Indiana Pacers record with these three different officials. Scott Foster, when he officiates, 6-13. 2-5 when Tiven, and 3-6 when Sean Wright is there. Versus the Thunder are 14-9, 5-5, and 4-3. Like, you want to say there's not a fix in.
It's kind of like Hockley, huh?
I don't know,
In
man.
NFL.
I don't know. They might help him out a little bit tonight.
Man, it's just observations. It's not necessarily we are saying that the referees do things, but I will tell you one thing. If they play 7 games, the NBA gets a lot more out of it than if they had played 4.
Well, and look, I mean, it's crazy because I think it's good basketball. I think that OKC will win tonight. I think you'll see them come back and win tonight.
Course. The extender's refereeing.
Well, the extender's refereeing. But even without that, like, they definitely play a role in that for sure. And this kind of goes back to what we talked about a month ago when the Wizards get the 6th pick, where that felt a little bit crazy and a little bit
slimy.
fishy. Yeah, a little bit not exactly up to code,
I guess. The team that just lost a superstar player all of a sudden gets a superstar player.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all right.
Well, and the funny part is there was someone in the chat that day that brought up, you want to know when the Wizards got the number 1 pick and got John Wall? You want to know what happened right before that?
What?
The whole Gilbert Arenas gun thing.
Uh-huh.
So there are so many coincidences, quote unquote coincidences, that happen with this thing. But tonight's game, I think, is going to be a really good one. I'm intrigued to watch and see how OKC makes some adjustments. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, though, is the best player in this series, and he needs to play like that. He needs to play efficiently, and then I think they can win this one. But who do you think ultimately wins this series?
I picked OKC early, and I'm going to stick with it.
Yeah, I think I'm still going to stick with OKC, but this was something that, to your point earlier, when I was in Milwaukee, I got frustrated with Matt LaFleur a little bit with the Green Bay Packers because one thing that we saw was like he couldn't make the adjustment ahead of time. Like he couldn't see ahead of what the other team was going to do.
Mm-hmm.
And so when he got there, he was fine, but he would generally lose. And then the next time he got there, he'd be fine. Right. So, get me to a divisional round. I might lose, but next year I'll be fine. Daigneault has to get ahead of things, right? Carlisle has made the perfect adjustments to win these things. Daigneault has to get ahead one of these times.
You just have to find, like when you see a team on a run, throw a monkey wrench in it.
Yeah, I mean, to your point.
He did it the other night.
90 seconds into the third quarter. Rick Carlisle said, that's enough.
Yeah. But like some guys, they see their guys, like they see another team on a run, and it's a good thing that you trust your players to make adjustments. Because this is professional sports is that one entity where a lot of the players may just know the game a lot better than the coaches. Because you're out there, you're a professional at this thing.
Mm-hmm.
You do this. And you may see things that are going on that the coach hadn't picked up yet. You're going through it so you understand it. And a lot of coaches, they allow their guys to make the adjustments. Well, the exceptional ones say, well, you're a professional player. I'm a professional coach. And I see something I don't like, so I'm going to stop this crap right now. And they shut it down.
Zach Selby of Commanders.com just put out a piece, 3 standouts from Commanders minicamp. We'll get into the names that he mentioned next here on The Fan. B Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP today on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, powered by Scotty's Handcrafted Vodka. Scotty's is Maryland-made and amazingly smooth and loved throughout the DMV. So, Commanders minicamp wrapped up yesterday, 3 days out for them before they get back for training camp next month. 3 guys, Zach Selby for Commanders.com wrote 3 standouts from Commanders minicamp. I think a couple of these are interesting and might have to play a bigger role if Noah Brown is going to miss some time. We'll start with the first one that he has is Luke McCaffrey. He says there was never a question about McCaffrey's work ethic or determination last season, but it was clear that he needed more time to develop into a more polished NFL receiver. Now the third-round picks, hard work is starting to pay off. I'm intrigued if he can play a role this season because they're going to need him, I would think. I mean, you don't draft a guy in the 3rd round and then not expect him to give you something in the first couple years of his career. Mm-hmm. I think, he's a converted quarterback, so I think he has an understanding at the receiver position that maybe some of the other guys don't just from that knowledge of playing quarterback. But I'm interested to see if he's going to have a bigger role this year because I think you kind of need him to.
Well, I think last year I watched him working him doing some running back stuff, his slot stuff, return. There's a lot of things they want him to do, and they have a lot of players on that team that could do those type of things. And I watched him last year, and he returned some punts good, kickoffs good. He was open sometimes, but it wasn't in the read process. But I really believe that he's going to take a step forward. He's from an athletic family. His dad was damn good. His brother, we all know what Christian has done. But I think Luke takes that step this year. Sometimes it takes that year for a guy to get that year on his belt before he can really come in here and stop thinking so much. When you say the thinking aspect, people normally think it's something different. But when you are just reacting on a football field, far better.
Yeah, and I'm curious for you, B. Mitch, when you go from year 1 to year 2, how much faster do you feel? How much less do you have to think on the fly?
The next year, it's like night and day because you're thinking it, so you play slow. The next year you come into it, you just react. That's why so many guys you heard them saying, now this year I'm just learning the plays. Now I'm just reacting and playing. I don't have to think about stuff anymore. Thinking to kill you.
We got a distinguished guest on the phone line here, B. Mitch.
Who is that?
JP Finley.
Oh,
JP,
man.
what's up, dude?
I just saw him on TV, man. I just saw him on TV. I saw somebody got a hole in one.
It wasn't me, dog. It was not me.
What's up, brother, man?
We're fighting, boys. We're fighting. We just had a big 2-shot swing. We're 1 off the lead in our flight, even on the day. So we're grinding.
How are you playing? Are you hitting the ball well?
Yeah, I mean, B knows I'm getting off the tee pretty well. I'm actually. Oh, my partner just duffed it into a trap. Getting off the tee well. Irons are a little so-so, but the wedges and the putters actually been pretty good.
Wedges and the putters are good?
Wow. It's opposite day. I should go buy a lottery ticket.
Take my advice from yesterday week.
Yes. I'm trying to just take it as it comes, having a good time.
I say, bruh, slow down and focus.
I'm trying. I'm doing my best.
JP,
that's not exactly my style.
Yeah, I know. JP's known for slowing down and focusing. That's his one thing that he does well, right? Yeah. Where are you playing at?
Congressional.
Oh, nice.
Member.
Nice. I like it.
Boy.
I like it. You're not at an Oakmont. I thought you were going to qualify for the U.S. Open this year, JP.
I just missed the cut, folks.
How much you watched of that?
I watched a lot early yesterday, but I didn't get to watch much in the afternoon, and I haven't seen any today. What's going
on? We just had a hole-in-one. Victor
Wow.
Hovland was rolling, and then he got a double. Currently, Spawn still at the top. He hasn't teed off for his first, but, I mean, it looks like carnage.
I don't think he's going to be there at the end of the day.
Only 9 dudes under par at this point in the tournament. It's crazy to see. Scotty's struggling again. Brooks is 3 over on the day. It looks like carnage out there.
A good friend of ours put the over-under people under par for the whole tournament at minus 4.5.
That sounds about right at that track, man. I think I got to run here, boys. I am away.
All right, bro.
Well,
go
best
ahead,
of luck, man.
Handle your business.
Appreciate it, fellas.
Slow down and focus.
Yeah, that's me.
All right, see you, JP.
Yeah, ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, no, that's not going to happen. JP slowing down and focusing. I don't know that's anything that he's good at. That's not his skill set.
Not at all.
That's not his skill set. But what is his usual skill set on the golf course, B Mitch?
He can hit the driver. I mean, he's straight with his driver. Like I'm always baffled. I'm like, dude, how is your driver the best club in your bag? That's normally never the case. And he'll hit a 245, 250-yard drive. He's 120 something out and will shank the wedge. I mean, it'll go straight right. I'm like, how the hell did you just do that?
How'd you hit a driver dead straight and then shank the wedge?
Dude, but if you ever play with JP, I call him the Tyrannosaurus Rex. So he sets up and he does this little thing with his neck and his arm before he goes into his swing.
That's funny.
It's weird, dog.
Well, hopefully he keeps playing well. Hopefully he keeps
the dinosaur.
So we're talking about Zach Selby's piece, 3 standouts from the Commanders minicamp. Number 1 for him was Luke McCaffrey.
Right, Luke.
Another second-year player, and he was good in his first year. So I'm intrigued to see how much of a step he takes this year, maybe back in a more familiar role. Second guy he has here is Mike Sanders.
I was thinking that.
I mean, last year, him playing outside, and I love what Nikki had to say yesterday, saying that she thinks that Amos is going to be ready to go week 1.
Uh-huh.
So you'll have Amos and Lattimore on the outside, and then you have Sanders still in the slot. Like I think Sanders still was good outside. I think he can be great inside.
I think the thing about Sanders still, which helps him, like a lot of teams are going to try to get a certain guy inside at all times. They'll try to find a weakness. The thing I love about Mikey is he can bounce inside out, whatever. It doesn't make a difference. What if it's a game where there's a guy who maybe just a little bigger and he's getting the best of him? He jumps outside on somebody else, boom, you can switch him off. And then you could confuse the hell of an offensive coordinator. But Mikey is that guy where last year I had veteran players telling me that he's already like a leader. He was setting up meetings for people, make sure he'll have all the guys shakes and stuff, whatever they needed. He was putting this stuff together. And then now he's in his second year. Hell, he's gonna be even more like that. You know, you would see when they went to Miami to practice against the Dolphins, and then they went to Mikey is holding court. He's the youngest dude out there, but everybody paying attention to him. So I really believe he's gonna take a major step. And the reason that they probably saying he's gonna stand out, he was already playing fast last year. How much faster is he playing this year? He doesn't have to think at all.
Yeah.
He probably knows this damn defense inside out.
Yeah, and
already.
he was a very smart football player.
Yeah.
I think it was a lot of just getting up to speed at the NFL level, and I think you saw that as the season went on. And now if you put him back in a more familiar spot, even if he has to play outside, like you said, he can play inside and outside.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see what he was up to this offseason at all?
No. Well, messing with everybody.
Well,
you know,
of course. That is his
calling
thing.
and telling people he just called to tell them good night. He made landfill, and Jeff tried that with me. You know.
that video was hilarious.
That dude, he's a character.
Jaden Daniels going, "What is wrong with you, dog?" That video is hilarious. If you haven't seen it, you could probably find it on Twitter somewhere. But there was also, I saw that he was at a Wizards game, credentialed as a photographer.
Really?
Yeah, this dude was going around taking like professional pictures this offseason and some videos.
I think he plays piano.
I'm sure he does. He seems like a very talented
piano
kid.
that he plays, and supposed to be real good at it too.
He just seems like he's one of those guys that's just good at everything, right?
Yeah.
Really good, easy dude to root for, really easy dude to get along with. But yeah, it's cool to see him
Good
do
teammate.
all these. Yeah, great teammate.
He keeps everything going.
The other one here is someone that I don't even know that a lot of Commanders fans even fully know.
JP, update on JP. So he got up and down for par after the phone call.
There you go. We
believe
helped him
that?
out.
Yeah, we helped him out.
Slow down and focus or whatever it was.
That was his last thing. Slow and focus.
I don't believe him, by the way.
All.
He probably shanked a wedge about then. So. The last name on this list that stood out for Zach Selby, Chris Moore. Because you look at the bottom of the receiver depth chart, he says the battle for the spots at the bottom of the receiver depth chart looks like it'll be one to watch once again. It's still too early to make any assumption, but Moore is making his case about why he should stick around. He's a 10-year vet, B Mitch. He's someone that's a good route runner, and he's not anyone that has wowed throughout his NFL career, but he's kind of steady Eddie. And frankly, if this Noah Brown injury ends up being significant, you're going to have to find some people to start filling some of those holes. A guy like a Chris Moore standing out in minicamp, that definitely helps.
Oh yeah, listen, man. The thing about the unfortunate thing about sports is you get opportunities at other people's expense, and you have to be ready to go. You know, you can't be sitting up here saying, "Oh man, you know, that's my boy." No. That's your opportunity. You have to go with it. I got my opportunity the exact same way. And if he is opening eyes now, don't stop.
Yeah.
Because the coaches are going to listen. These coaches don't wait until close to training camp to start deciding who's going to get cut. They start deciding on that stuff last week. And if a guy is making noise now and making hay, and if he continues doing that, you end up on the roster.
Yeah, so that's going to be a name to watch out
and we know
for.
they like veteran players.
Yeah, 100%. You get a guy that you kind of know what you can expect, and so that's the name that you got to watch out for. Chris Moore, the other two that he mentioned, Mike Samerstill and Luke McCaffrey, three guys that stood out during minicamp. We're going to take a break. When we come back, Channing Crowder from the Pivot Podcast, also former Dolphin, going to join us as we preview the Commanders and the Dolphins, which will be the game in Spain. We'll break it all down next here on The Fan.
NBA news, the Denver Nuggets guard Russell Westbrook is going to decline his $3.4 million player option for the 25-26 season and become a free agent June 30th. The NBA Thunder and Pacers play tonight at 8:30. It's Game 4, with Indiana leading the series 2-1. The U.S. Open leaderboard second round brought to you by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. You can visit Golfdom in Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there. J.J. Spahn is going to tee off at 12:52 p.m. He was the leader from yesterday at 4 under par. Tristan Lawrence is also at 3 under. He'll tee off at 2:20 p.m. On the course, 4 under on the day. Sam Burns has moved up to 2 under for the tournament. Siwoo Kim is at 2 under. Victor Hovland is at 1 under par. Bryson DeChambeau is at 3 over par. He'll tee off at 1:14 p.m. Rory McIlroy is 4 over par. He'll tee off at 1:25. Scotty Scheffler is 5 over par, 2 over on the day. The New England Patriots will unveil a statue of quarterback Tom Brady outside of Gillette Stadium before their August 8th preseason game against the Commanders. Nationals against the Marlins today at 6:15 on the Fan with Mitchell Parker to the hill. Edmonton beat Florida 5-4 in overtime on a Leon Draisaitl goal. That series is even at 2 in the Stanley Cup. Coastal Carolina versus Arizona at 1. Oregon State versus Louisville at 6 in the Men's College World Series. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP today on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Time to get out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Welcome our guest from the Pivot Podcast, Channing Crowder. Channing, what's going on, man?
What up, Toby? What up, B?
What up, brother, man? What's happening with you?
Man, I know I ain't on the phone with the Ring of Honor Super Bowl winning All Pro. I know you ain't called me.
Hey, we all call you, brother. We all call you. What's happening with you, man?
Appreciate y'all having me. Good, man. Down here in Miami hanging out.
What's happening with the Dolphins, bro?
Man, they trying to – the whole thing down here right now, the talk of it is like the culture. Change the culture.
Uh-huh.
And what that really means, y'all know. Like, they got to get up with the times. That cute run, track meet, as we were calling it all them years, we're going to do this track meet. Man, you get with them Eagles, them Bills, them Ravens, them Lions, the Commanders are starting to run this way, bro. You got to tighten up. So the culture change down here got to be getting bigger, nastier, and stronger in the trenches. That's why we drafted 1,000 pounds a man in the first 3 picks this season.
So, like they did talk about that, getting all these fast players and just throw it around. But when you do that, you forget that the other side of the ball, you got to stop people too.
Yeah, 100%, man. And they brought in Calais Campbell. That's why they drafted they drafted big boy out of Michigan, Grant, in the first round.
Uh-huh.
And the 5th round, a big old fella out of Maryland, 320, 330, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
And that's what they know. Like Calais Campbell, bro, at 37 years old last year, Calais Campbell could have been the team MVP because of what he did next to Zach Sealer. But now he went back to Arizona. And even the O-line, like it was a graceful zone scheme and all this stuff. Bro, we haven't been confident in the 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2 since 08 and the Wildcat when I was playing. To be honest. Bro, we get in 3rd and 1, and you usually with a team, you'd be like 3rd and 1, okay, what we going to do on first down? Bro, we on the edge of our seats on 3rd and 1 because we just weren't built like that since McDaniel's been here, but even in the past with Gates and different guys. So I just, as you see the teams that are having success, we had to try to catch up with them physically and just, Toby, you got to have some nasty humor.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have everybody that wants to go to Pilates. You got to have some dudes that drink beer and chicken wings after every practice. And, just go out there and ball. We needed some of them dudes. We needed just some a little more nasty, a little more physicality on this team.
Let me ask you this question, though. You mentioned McDaniel. Like a lot of times people talk about changing culture, and it's like trying to change how the players do things. Does that coach need to change his concepts a little bit?
He actually is.
All right.
So he's been, I'm down here. I got a radio show down here, and we talk to all the reporters. Like he was, giggling a lot and playing and telling jokes in the press conferences, and like, oh, the locker room will kind of govern itself, and we're working together, we're friends. And now he's kind of putting the hoof down. He's getting a little more nasty, a little more snappy, a little more, Dan Campbell-ish. The coaches I'm gonna name.
Uh-huh.
A little more edge to him, a little more Sirianni. The teams that are having success, he's getting a little more of that. My question will be, if I paint a horse white and black, is it still a horse or is it now a zebra?
Still a horse.
It's still a horse. So that's my question right now. And I honestly, as a human being, I really like Mike McDaniel. Interviewed him, talked to him a number of times. But can you change a culture in a 4-week, 3-week mini camp?
Yeah.
Now we used to be in there forever. 3-week mini camps, and now a month and a half of camp. Could you change the whole culture of a team and a whole approach to you? And the reports came out that guys were coming late. There was no accountability in the locker room. Where I tell it, it's not everybody thinks, everybody thinks in the locker room like you got to run up and beat up somebody to get them to do what you want. You got to have enough respect that you can walk up to a young player and say, bro, we don't come late on the Dolphins. We don't come to meetings late, period. And that's it. We don't have to fight in the bathroom. You just have to respect that guy enough. So that leadership, to go back to the other question, that leadership of who is if McDaniels is changing his approach, what players are going to step up as those vocal leaders, as those OGs, as we like to call them, that are going to have the accountability in the locker room for what the coach is preaching.
Talking with Channing Crowder here on B Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today. What's going on with the two big stars of the team, Tyreek Hill and Jalen Ramsey?
Ramsey gone. He gone. Ramsey, they make it sound good when they say mutually agreed to part ways. I don't know. I know J Ram. I ain't talked to him about it. But he's gone. He wants to go to whatever contender is what it is. And Tyreek he's a new age athlete, man. They get emotional, really. You know what I'm saying? Like, they get emotional. He got upset in the last game. He didn't want to go back in the game and all that. Now he's trying to, he's been in the media saying he wants to prove to his teammates he can get back to that 2,000-yard receiver and, everything that he wants to do. I think Tyreek and Tua, I've seen Tyreek and Tua go for 2,000. I've seen Tua throw to Tyreek and make him the number one player in the league, voted on by the players. So I think Reek can do very well down here. I think we're adding that physicality, adding a running game, diversifying this offense from a track meet to some butt kickers. Clean up my language. I think that can help Reek get some one-on-ones and the little bang eights and all the stuff they want to do. But Tyreek gets emotional in it. I think it amped up this year because of the arrest and then, his numbers going down and then the final game of the season, like, it amped up. But Tyreek, since he's been here, he always throws a little something in the. When he came in here, he said Tua's better than Patrick Mahomes. Like, Reek likes to mess with the media and kind of egg on people. So that's kind of what he does. But I think he's gonna come, and if they can add on to that crazy wide open, 2.4 seconds out of the pocket stuff, if they can adjust back and go back and forth between, whooping some, embarrassing a grown man in front of his parents in the crowd and also having a track meet, I think that'll help the team out a lot. But yeah, J Ram's gone. I'm worried about the secondary. Cam Smith, Kader Kohu, probably guys you never heard about. There's names out there now with J Ram gone. They got to step up. I do believe they should bring in a veteran corner to hold down one side and let them other boys fight for the other side in that slot. But yeah, those two guys, they weren't happy, but I think Tyreek will be happy. I think Tyreek will fall in line. But yeah, I think J Ram. I think I don't know, but he might want to get a timeshare somewhere because he ain't gonna be in Miami this year. I don't believe.
Hey, you had a chance to come up here last year. You and Ryan checked out the Commanders and Jaden Daniels. What are your thoughts on Jaden? And then we get to see you all in Madrid sometime in November.
Oh man, you know what? I don't know if I brought up the Commanders when I was naming off teams because Dan Campbell is he changed the lines around with that tough, like that, you know, that old school fighting, like what did bite the kneecap off when they stand back up, bite him in the thigh, all that stuff. So, bro, Dan Quinn, he's not as vocal like that about it. But I played for Dan Quinn in Miami back in the day. He was the D-line coach. I was a linebacker. I was in meetings with Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn has that same football approach.
Yeah.
Dan Quinn is not no soft dude, man. Dan Quinn will fight in the alley. I don't know if people don't understand that. And that's the thing, that when you talk to him and see him, he ain't wear glasses back in the day. Now he puts his little bifocals on. He get a little older. But I think that culture, going back to something we talked about, Dan Quinn brought a culture in. All the guys he brought in, his coaching staff, I know a bunch of them, and they have that same thing. Like, yes, you're not allowed to say the word violence anymore in the NFL, and I understand. I respect CTE, the concussions, but there's a certain level of physicality, is what we have to call it now, that a team has to have to be successful. Yep. And it's the teams I brought up earlier: Eagles, Bills, Commanders, Ravens, Lions. Like, look at any team that's had success, and they have a level of physicality. Dan Campbell brought him in, and I know Jayden. I know his mom. I know his dad. We've had him on the show twice. Jayden is the real deal, bro. Jayden can play ball. Yeah. Y'all got y'all a little diamond in the rough. Or I don't know if he's in the rough. Hell, he went top 3?
Yeah. Number 2 overall.
I don't know if there's a top 2 rough, but
well, they find out top 2 rough right now in Oakmont.
Yeah.
Oh boy, ain't nobody shooting no good. Man, 1 under. But no, Jayden is special. And in Madrid, I played in the first international game against the Giants when I was on the Dolphins. And bro, you're over there so early, it's another game, y'all. I'm not gonna lie. You're over there so many days. It's just another football game. You get adjusted to the time change, adjusted to all that stuff. But it's the surface, because these are a lot of soccer stadiums. And soccer grass is different than football grass. Because I remember it was slick as hell, because them little tiny 114-pound soccer players, they want to slide around and jump over people and kick the ball and all. Man, you got a big boy out there about 360. He's sinking in the mud because it's just different. So I think my personal experience is that the international games, the only difference is if they get their surface right.
Yes, I mean, that's the thing I was going to ask you is you go play overseas, and so you're saying you go over early, because some people are doing it a little bit differently where they don't go as long, or I don't exactly know how they're changing some stuff up, but you seem to think it's just go over there, play another game, and it's not anything out of the normal.
No, it really was. I mean, I think, Toby, I want to say we went over there on a Monday night and they played a Sunday. Like, hell, I could fly to the moon and play if I got 6 days to get ready. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Yeah. Like you said, I know the Jags are doing a lot. The Jags are going over there a lot because, Con is thinking, they were talking about having a dual season or whatever. But, if you go over there early enough, man, even the West Coast trips, if you go on that West Coast trip, that's why you see teams not going out on Friday instead of Saturday. Because if you can get a good night rest and then wake up, then go back to sleep, man, you a grown-ass man. Come get tighten up and play football. How many days you really need to get ready to play football, man? Boy, go get your check.
But you notice, like, over there, you normally play on a soccer field.
Yeah.
They're flat. And the football fields are crowned. And it takes some adjustment with that, too.
But that might be that drainage thing, but I just remember, and it wasn't sunny, it was like an overcast day. I just remember it being real, like, mucky and muddish more than catching. Like, we went out and warmed up, and I remember a number of people went in and put on screw-ins and got longer cleats, because we were out there, we out there with normal Miami cleats, and we out there slipping on brakes, so we went in and changed it. So, yeah, the lore of it and all the excitement of it is there too. Cause you're in another country and people yelling, their little voices are different when they yell, go Dolphins and all that. I don't know. I don't even know how to say go in Spanish, but I wish I did. But you're not in the United States.
Yeah.
But I would say the biggest thing I remember is the surface, just the surface of playing. And you say it's not crowned, so that water ain't draining. It's not draining the same way.
There you go.
Because the soccer players, and I know I joked earlier, there is no 350-pound soccer players.
Not at all.
No.
They little bitty fellas. So they ain't tearing up that ground like a Key trailer was. Kevo's truck. Truck was 6'4", 282 or something.
Woo.
Like, truck is about to dig into this ground and go a foot deep.
Yep.
Yeah, no kidding.
That's how it was at Wembley when we went.
Talking with Channing Crowder here on B Mitch and Finley. What's the feeling around Tua down there?
Hey, man, listen, it's a cliche of Tua, and you have to say, it's almost like when you're about to say something bad about a player, you got to say, oh, he's a great human, great father, great person. But he got his ass ran over. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to always preface it. Tua's thing is, bro, if Tua's healthy, that's the preface.
Yes.
Every time, because we all seen him. He's been knocked to sleep with the little curly hands on his chest, like the bad concussion twice on national TV. So if Tua's healthy, he is a top 10 quarterback. If Tua's healthy, look at his numbers, look at his release, look at his just any number you want to look at, yards per reception, yards per catch, yards per throw. Oh, he is a top 10 numbers quarterback. He is a extremely good. He's a Pro Bowler, Pro Bowl quarterback. But we sit there every time. If a blade of grass hits him in his leg, the whole Dolphin fan base takes a breath and pauses for a second. Because if he goes out, because like last year, but we went from 25 point something, 26 points a game with Tua. Tua went down. We got Skylar Thompson and Huntley and Tim Boyle, and we had all these. But we went to 11 points a game.
Wow.
I could score 11 points a game. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. If Tua's there, we have a very good chance. If Tua gets hurt, and now we have Zach Wilson, which I don't believe in him a lot. Quinn Ewers in the 7th round. We'll see what he is in the league. But if Tua's healthy, bro, I'm telling y'all, Tua is going to be one of the top quarterbacks in the league. If Tua gets hurt, I'm going into that game scared.
That's the thing that when you put that if in front of that, if he's healthy, that means the person gets hurt a lot. And that if would scare the hell out of me. Because how many more concussions before they just say, no, we can't do it no more?
That's the thing. And it's on Tua, and he come out and said, like, even after the last one, the real, was that 2 years ago, the real bad one, when the Buffalo Bills game, I think it was, with the little hands, and he's shaking on the ground, and his toes are curled up over top of each other.
Yep.
And he's like, no, I love football. I'm play football. You know, I'm you know what they got to say. I'm going to all the top brain doctors in the world, and they're, checking me out and all, which they should. But it's really on Tua. That's what everybody was saying. Will the NFL shut him down? Will this person shut him down? Man, I know some dudes used to get knocked out daily.
Mm-hmm.
If when I heard that those little black lights, when you get hit and those little black bumblebees, the little gnats that you see, and you got to blink your eyes twice and it kind of goes away, or you go hit somebody, and you can't, it's like you looking out of a straw and then the world opens up to you.
Yep.
They said those were all concussions.
Yeah.
So people ask me how many concussions I had, fellas. I say about thousands. I don't know. The little tunnel vision, if tunnel vision was a concussion, I got tunnel vision twice in practice. So that's the thing. That's the thing that you have to deal with, and it's all on Tua moving forward. But he is gung ho. He loves this game. I know a bunch of players. They love him. He's all into it. And again, if he stays healthy, that's the top phrase for Tua Tagovailoa.
Is it playoffs or bust, kind of where if they don't make the playoffs, McDaniels may be done, and maybe they have to reevaluate Tua and all these things? Is that kind of where it is, assuming health, like we're talking about with Tua? Is it kind of where it is?
You know what? I believe it's win a playoff game. It's not just playoffs. We went to I think Adam Gase took us to the playoffs. But we haven't won a playoff game in 20 years or something crazy like that.
Damn.
So you got to win a playoff game right now, and that's where I think McDaniels is. And it's funny because Chris Greer's there. McDaniels just re-signed a contract. Tua just got the big, $250 million.
Mm-hmm.
Are they attached? This is something that I even talk about and ask people. Are those guys attached? Because he's buying the groceries, he's making the meal, and Tua is the groceries. So are those three guys attached? Could they get rid of McDaniels, bring somebody else in for Tua? Could Chris Greer get fired without McDaniels getting fired? But I think I would say, to answer your question, and just it's simply, if they don't go to the playoffs, a lot of people are getting fired. They have to win a playoff game for everybody to have job security.
Channing, appreciate the time, man. We'll see you in
brother,
Madrid.
Oh, look, I'm going over there. Zach Thomas is doing a whole thing with a travel company and like a Dolphin fan base, like a Dolphin fan group. So I'm going to Madrid with Zach Thomas. Me and my wife, his wife. Yeah, so ZT will be over there.
I'll see you over there, dog.
That'll be fun.
Yeah, man, we'll be over there. Zach's still crazy as hell, man.
Most linebackers are crazy.
Bro, I was with Zach this weekend. I said, damn, you ain't calmed down yet? What's wrong with you? I appreciate y'all, fellas.
I appreciate it, Channing.
Take care, man.
That's Channing Crowder of the Pivot Podcast. Always great to chat with him. Always the life of the party. We'll continue talking about the Commanders, and DQ gave some guys that impressed him at minicamp. We'll talk about it next here on The Fan.
This update brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. The U.S. Open leaderboard second round is presented by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. Visit Golfdom in Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there. The big story today is Sam Burns. He is 6 under on the day, 4 under for the tournament, tied for the lead with J.J. Spawn, who is going to tee off within the hour. Nuggets guard Russell Westbrook has declined his player option and will become a free agent June 30th. Tonight, the NBA Finals is Game 4, Oklahoma City at Indiana, 8:30. This Father's Day at Meadows Farms, get free delivery June 12th through the 18th on orders over $500. And when you buy a $100 gift card, get $10 free. Bring the kids out on June 14th to make a craft for dad at any of our 16 locations. Meadows Farms, plant a little happiness. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
To Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday here on The Fan. It's powered by Scotty's handcrafted vodka. Scotty's Vodka's Maryland made, amazingly smooth. Love throughout the DMV. And B Mitch and Finley is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com to find a contractor near you and available tax credits or rebates. RUUD. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. Dan Quinn talked at minicamp, a couple of guys that stood out to him. Debo was one of them. I want to hear from Dan Quinn and what he had to say about Debo and some other guys as well. Here's DQ out of minicamp.
A number of them, honestly. Debo, I think, has been very impressive to me for maybe a different reason than I thought. He was such a difficult person to tackle that you spend so much time, how are you going to tackle this person? And somewhere along the way, I've forgotten until out here, like how fast he is. And so sometimes when you're playing against a receiver, you say, man, you better either get him at the line or you better be on top of him. With him, so many times there was so many, run after catch plays that we had a tackling plan and how would you go about it? And then I can remember one time, like he just ran by somebody down the field on a deep ball. And I was like, yeah, I forgot about that. So it didn't surprise me, but it was like, maybe I missed talking about it to that space because it was easily reminded like he's one of the fastest players on the team.
And I think that's interesting hearing him talk about that with Debo, where sometimes you do forget that this guy can still scoot a little bit. I know some video was going around on Twitter and Commanders fans were, or maybe not even Commanders fans, more so people around the NFL were kind
haters
of clowning.
were.
Yeah, saying, oh, he looks slow, he looks out of shape,
Because
all this different stuff.
It was an install period where they were just jogging
it was
through
a
the
jog
routes.
through. Yeah.
And but that shows you how absolutely stupid some people really are.
Yeah, 100%. And maybe they're just trying to troll, but regardless.
Well, they got me a chance to call them stupid.
George Kittle even came to Debo's defense saying, look, man, he's not slow. This dude works and he's in shape and he's going to be fine. But, I think when you look at the way that they're going to use him this year, we talked about this yesterday. I think he's going to open up so much for this offense by his ability to get those screens on the outside, those bubbles, those simple smoke screens, and he's going to be able to take them the distance just because of that physicality. And I think sometimes people forget, he's a wide receiver by trade, but his body type isn't a wide receiver. I think that's sometimes what throws people off with, Dan Quinn's talking about the physicality, and so he forgets about the speed. And then some people focus on the speed, forget about the physicality, or they look at him and think that he's fat or whatever the issue may be.
Man, listen. People got a lot of complaints about stuff. I've heard Nikki yesterday with us say how fast he was. I heard Dan Quinn say how fast he is. I watched him myself when he was running out there. Talk to other players and they talk about how fast he is. But somebody took a a video of a man jogging in an install period, and everybody's trying to say the man is slow and fat. That's how stupid. That's what I hate about the social media world, And sometimes the people that put the videos out, you got to put some context with it, and you can alleviate some of the stupidity.
Sure.
And that's media people.
Sure. You also know who looks slow in a jog through? Everybody. It's a jog through for a reason. Yeah. There were some other names that he threw out there as well. It wasn't necessarily in this clip, but there were some other names that he threw out in an earlier presser, and he was talking about some of the younger guys. We talked about this a little bit yesterday with Nikki. But Ben Sinnott was a name that he mentioned that kind of stood out. Jordan McGee is someone that stood out. I want to start with Sinnott, though. He's got a big chance to take a step forward this year as the second tight end. I don't know that anyone expected Zach Ertz to have the season that he had last year, where you brought in a wily vet who felt like he was on the last leg of his career, might be the last year of his career, and he came in and he was so reliable, so good. He was out there for all the games. He was very impressive. So having Ben Sinnott not have as impressive a rookie season as maybe you'd expect was just fine. But you need this guy to kind of step into a role. Nikki said that he looks bigger this year, which I think just from seeing him last year in training camp, I think he could have afforded to add a little bit of muscle, put on a little bit of bulk. And so doing that this offseason, I think is going to help him. But
they went through a NFL weight program.
Yeah.
Everybody looked bigger when they got back this year.
Yeah, of course. Well,
nobody looked smaller unless
it
was a big man that they told they got to lose a little bit.
And sometimes people forget, like, that process of going from college to the combine to the draft to your first season, there's so much going on that it's not as if there's tons of time to do some of the stuff that maybe you'd like to. There's so much going on. Not to say that you can't get better.
Yeah.
But if he needed to bulk up, that's not something you do before you run a 40, right?
Well, I came into this thing at it was 198 pounds. I played my first year at 202. The next year, I was 209.
So you have that time then to put some of that work in.
I was 216.
Yeah.
The 40 time did not go anywhere. It was still there or got a little better because I became stronger. And instead of gaining the 4 pounds early, then the next 7 pounds, and then the next 7 pounds again, it wasn't fat. It was put on the right way.
Yeah.
And you can pick speed up too because you get stronger, you get old. Like when you get older and you get into when you're coming in like 21, 22, you start hitting 23, 24, 25, you can really, really improve your speed.
Yeah, you start getting some of that grown man strength, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so
and it helped out.
I think with Sinnott, that's going to be huge for him this season to kind of take a step forward because he didn't do a whole lot last year. I think he was one of those unsung guys that could play his role as a blocker at times, but I think you could see him really take a step forward this year. And if that's the case, then you could have another weapon on the offensive side. Because I think for me, when you look at the offense with the tight end position and Zach Ertz, I think what Zach Ertz does well is he's that savvy veteran that's kind of always open in that 5 to 10 yard range in the middle of the field.
Uh-huh.
I think with Sinnott, you saw it in the preseason last year. He maybe isn't as savvy a route runner, but he's someone that can be dynamic after the catch.
Dynamic after the catch. He can block. He played great special teams. I think what a lot of guys have to understand, this game is not necessarily always being the fastest or whatever, being the savviest. If you can run straight 10 yards and you hook and the linebacker's inside, you're not getting the ball thrown to you. But if you pivot and slide outside, the quarterback throws the ball on the outside shoulder away from that linebacker. Just little things like that. But when a guy knows I'm running a 10, 12-yard hook route, he normally goes full speed down the field, hooks inside. They don't even know what a linebacker is just yet. But as you get older, like we watched last year with Zach Ertz.
Mm-hmm.
The touchdown that they threw to him that was down, he ran, he got up on top of him, and Jaden threw it down for him to go get it. But when he went to turn, he put that linebacker when he turned around on that outside shoulder. Ball's thrown to the inside. He was covered, but he threw him open. the other, like a younger tight end will go there. The linebacker's that tight, and they'll just give up because they know the ball not gonna come. Yeah, they don't expect it to come.
They're gonna do what's drawn up, but you got to learn some of those little intricacies. And so I think having a Zach Ertz around with Sinnott is definitely going to help him. And I think you see him take a big step this year. The other guy that was mentioned was Jordan McGee, and I'm interested to see how much more he can be involved in the defense this year because
they're giving him a chance.
I think they like these fast linebackers. Look at some of the guys that they brought in. Now, Bobby Wagner is the wily vet. You wouldn't necessarily classify him as like a speedy linebacker, even when he was at his best. He was a traditional Mike linebacker versus an undersized guy. I don't know that McGee is super undersized, but he's kind of fits that mold of the modern linebacker that can scoot a little bit more than in the past, right? He's someone that maybe is like that hybrid linebacker safety type. I think they had big plans for him last year before he got injured. And I think this year coming in with more knowledge, having been around the facility, even though he didn't play as much, I think they have big plans for him again this year.
When you see a coaching staff kind of like wait around for a guy to be healthy and come back, it tells you what they already think about him. So he's shown them already his capabilities. And you think about the linebacker. Okay, London Fletcher. London, what, 5'10", 5'11", 5'10 and a half? And wasn't the biggest guy, but all he did was make plays. And you watch guys now, like the Bobby Wagner size as well, they just know where to be quickly. I mentioned the story the other day talking about Matt Millen. Matt was the slowest linebacker I've seen in my life. Dude made every damn play.
Yeah.
Because he was so damn intelligent, so savvy, so smart that he was moving before you even snapped the ball because he knew where you were going. And I think that's what the thing, like the guys like McGee and all them have is being around Bobby Wagner is going to help those guys out a lot too.
No question about
it. He's a coach on the football field.
No question about it. He knows the little ins and outs that can help you get that extra step like you're talking about. And I think the other thing, when you look at the last couple of draft classes that they've had, and specifically last year, because they traded away a lot of picks, that was maybe one gripe that I had with some of the ways that they went about it, is they didn't have a ton of picks in this year's draft. I feel like they nailed this year's draft. But last year's draft, they had some extra picks. And when you look at it now, Jaden obviously home run. Johnny Newton, you still need to see some more in year 2, but you feel good about
he's shown some great capabilities already.
And you feel good about him as your defensive tackle, right, in the interior in the future. Mike Sanders still, we've talked plenty about him.
I love Mikey.
Ben Sinnott, if he can take a step forward, by the way, I think this is part of the issue that we've run into with some of the modern way that football's talked about. Remember, tight end used to be a position that took 2 to 3 years to integrate into the NFL. He's taken in the second round, I get it, but sometimes it takes a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Right. And so give him a little bit of time. We'll see if he can get into it. Brandon Coleman, 3rd round pick, ends up starting all your games at left tackle. Impressive. Now he's going to be a stud left guard for you. Great. Luke McCaffrey in the 3rd round. See if he can get on the field. We talked about him a little bit earlier. Jordan McGee, a 5th rounder. Dominique Hampton, Javonte Jean-Baptiste. All these guys made the roster.
Yeah.
How often does that happen when you make that many picks and you get all those guys on the roster? So I think that's part of why when you look at this year and next year with the draft classes, they feel really good about what they did last year. And I think hopefully this year you'll see some of these guys that maybe we didn't see enough Luke McCaffrey for some people's liking, or Jordan McGee was obviously injured, or Sinnott. I think you might see some of that this year and you'll be a little happy.
Like we were looking for who they were going to add. Hell, they got people from the draft last year that should be able to step up and, give you something this year.
There's a crazy situation going on with a 1st round pick in Cincinnati, Shamar Stewart. We'll talk about it next here on The Fan.
Hey, it's B Mitch here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Ruud. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control over your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? Adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best. They've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly. And here's the best part. Ruud systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. Ruud's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. Its comfort and performance, perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Visit Ruud.com/federal incentives to learn more. That's Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right.
B Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP today. B Mitch, I want to get your thoughts on this because there's a crazy situation out in Cincinnati. And their first-round pick, Shamar Stewart, has not participated in their offseason program at all. He was at mandatory minicamp, then left early. He hasn't participated in anything. He hasn't been signed to a contract yet. And the reason being is there's a crazy clause in there that the Cincinnati Bengals have never thrown in any of their contracts for first-round picks. That essentially, I believe it was Jonathan Jones or someone of CBS had laid out, saw it on TikTok last night, basically saying that if there was ever a time that he got suspended or anything like that, that all of his guarantees for the rest of the contract would void.
No, I wouldn't sign that.
Well, and that's why he has not signed yet.
And he shouldn't sign it.
So what the heck is Cincinnati doing?
Well, what they're trying to do, if they felt there was something about him, why did you draft him?
Exactly right.
Okay? Now you draft him. That contract right there, that way will never get signed.
And it shouldn't.
Yeah.
By the way.
No. Because guarantees are guarantees. And you draft them at that position because they get that money at that position. But the ultimate thing is they're trying to protect themselves because let's be real now, they're cash strapped after they sign their both two receivers this offseason.
But that doesn't mean you get to treat your guys that you draft wrong.
That they're trying, but you know what? I'm glad his agent is not accepting it and saying, you know what? We're not doing it.
But here's how stupid to me the Cincinnati Bengals are for this. Because initially, the way that it always works is people side with the team. And then you see what comes out. And I think just about everybody is now on the side of the player, as they should be. But Cincinnati's stupid to me because what was the number one thing that we talked about when Shamar Stewart was coming out of the draft? Because there's a potential Washington would have drafted him. He's raw. He needs work. How the heck is he supposed to get work when you won't sign him to a contract?
Hey, you're trying to make the contract all beneficial to the team.
That's not how it works.
That's not happening, dog. You got to go into. First of all, the last thing you want to do is start your first round draft pick the first year he's around you as if you're against him, and that's what they seem to be doing to me.
I just don't understand why.
They've been cheap for years, though. But
for sure they have. I mean, there's a reason they frustrate all of their star players.
Yeah,
you even now have a rookie. I mean, what's to make you think that? Imagine Shamar Stewart now turns into the best defensive end in the league. You think there's any chance he's re-signing with Cincinnati?
Well, the way they got this old screwed up.
No chance.
Sad crap.
I just don't get why in the world Cincinnati would do this, where you've got a guy who's super talented, but you need to work with him. You need to work on his technique and all this stuff.
Ever get suspended or something? No. If I get suspended for murdering somebody, I understand. I'm probably not going to get my money in. But don't just say if I ever get suspended for something.
Yeah. Because you can
be defending yourself and get suspended.
You could have something on the field you get suspended for.
Nah, man. Nah, that's BS.
And that's where I think Cincinnati, I don't get what they're doing. I mean, Trey Hendrickson.
They're doing what they've always done. They've always been stupid.
Trey Hendrickson, what are they doing with him? I still have no idea who's he's playing for this season.
When you see a team and they have multiple issues with multiple players, it just shows you who's the problem.
So
the common denominator, the team.
Shamar Stewart said, quote, "In my case, I'm 100% right." He basically was saying that Hendrickson, 99% right, but he's at least a little bit wrong because he's technically under contract. He's saying, in my case, I'm 100% right. I'm not asking for nothing that's never been done before, but in the team's case, y'all just want to win an argument instead of winning more games, in my opinion. I mean, that's tough coming from a kid that's never played, but you can't blame him either.
Hey, some kids are smart these days. They know what the hell they're talking about.
Also, did you hear this the other day that Rooster was talking about this? I wish we could have had him on here, but Rooster was talking about Y''ALL, which we all know is
y'all.
You know how he was saying it?
What'd he say?
Y'all.
Y'all. Really?
Landfill, did you hear this the other day where Rooster came in and was like, how do you say Y''ALL?
Y'all.
Y'all. And he's like, oh, I thought it was y'all.
What an idiot.
He said he was reading quotes from Shamar Stewart, and he kept reading it on air.
Said I wouldn't invite him to eat crabs.
How do you not know y'all when you read it?
Well, that's from New York somewhere. I ain't from New York.
Right, Jeff? I mean, how the heck do you mess up y'all?
Do Rooster know it's 2 words? Like, do he at least know that much?
He wants to still say you all, I guess. Y'all is you all.
Yeah, it's y'all.
And I guess he's still trying to do you all.
I don't get what he was doing. But
sound like he's glitching while he's talking. Y'all. Yo, hello, you all. What?
Y'all.
Yeah, I don't understand how in the world you can't read y'all. But regardless, I think all of y'all are on Shamar Stewart's side on this one. This is ridiculous. Cincinnati has to figure this out. I mean, and you end up in a bad spot where I think technically if you just sat out, he could re-enter the draft next year. I don't think he wants to do that.
I don't think he can.
I don't think he wants to do that. But regardless, whatever it is, this is just a bad look.
They drafted him. I mean, you need to do this thing in good. What's the word?
Good faith.
Good faith. Yeah, they need to be trying to do a contract. And that's not good faith to me.
They definitely aren't. Because you're playing hardball
with
the
kid. If he had a history of always being in trouble, I understand. But if he doesn't, that's not nothing you're gonna put in there.
So I'm looking here. CBS is saying he apparently is coming in with money. Maybe it's from NIL, so he can afford to play this out a little bit.
Yeah, but the thing of it is, that's also another reason why they try to screw with people like that. Listen, man, nobody messes with you when you when they feel you don't necessarily need them, then they got to try to prove a point to you.
So here's what it says according to CBS Sports. He could either re-enter the NFL draft. If he doesn't sign a contract and doesn't play at all, he could re-enter the draft in 2026. I don't believe the Bengals get any compensation back for him. Or he could ask for a trade.
Well, if that's the case where he can re-enter the draft and he got some money, can he go back to college?
I don't think he can go back to college, no.
Why not?
I think once you declare your eligibility for the NFL draft and you stay in the NFL draft, I think you lose all your college eligibility.
Yeah, but I thought all this used to be based on if you took money and stuff. You can take money these days, so he could probably go back.
I have no idea. I don't think he can go back to college.
I wish he could. I'd go back and give me some more NIL money.
Regardless, this is a terrible look for the Cincinnati Bengals. They got to get this thing figured out.
Cincinnati Bengals. What you expect?
It's true. It is the Cincinnati Bengals.
The only thing
they
did good was draft Joe Burrow. they getting him beat.
They got lucky. They got lucky with him because he could have asked to leave too. 800-636-1067. We'll open the phone lines next. It is a Friday staple. It's Ask B Mitch Anything. Hop in, 800-636-1067. You're listening to B Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
This update brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. The U.S. Open Leaderboard second round presented by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. Visit Golfdom in Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there. JJ Spawn, the first round leader at 4 under par, teeing off. Sam Burns is at 3 under on the tournament. Thriston Lawrence at 3 under, followed by Victor Hovland at 2 under, and Siwoo Kim at 2 under par. Bryson DeChambeau 3 over par, and Scotty Scheffler 4 over par. Nationals lost to the Mets 4-3 yesterday. Comeback fell short with 3 in the 9th inning. The Nats home tonight against the Marlins at 6:15 on the Fan, with Mitchell Parker getting the call. Denver Nuggets guard Russell Westbrook has declined his player option worth $3.4 million and will become a free agent June 30th. Tonight's NBA Finals have the Indiana Pacers hosting the Oklahoma City Thunder. The Thunder heavy favorites at 6 points tonight. That's well off what they've been enjoying the entire NBA tournament because Indiana's playing well. Pacers lead the series 2-1, and they'll tip at 8:30. This Father's Day at Meadows Farms, get free delivery June 12th to the 18th on orders over $500. And when you buy a $100 gift card, get $10 free. Bring the kids out on June 14th to make a craft for Dad at any of our 16 locations. Meadows Farms, plant a little happiness. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
It's 1 o'clock on a Friday on B Mitch and Finley. You know what that means. It's time for Ask B Mitch Anything.
Oh, boy.
B Mitch and Finley is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com to find a contractor near you and available tax credits and rebates. RUUD. And remember, if it ain't rude,
it ain't right.
Also, it's a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, empowered by Scotty's Handcrafted Vodka. Scotty's Vodka is Maryland-made, amazingly smooth, and loved throughout the DMV. Real quick, first question I got for B Mitch on Ask B Mitch Anything. B Mitch, can I catch a football?
No. Hell no.
In the break, I've been drilled in the eye.
He got his glasses knocked off because one went through his hands, and then the other one hit him right in the hand, both of them, and it was bouncing off the floor real quickly.
Yeah, I've never been one to catch the football real well. I can throw it okay. I can't catch the football real well.
But you have to catch it to throw it if you're a quarterback.
That's true. I think I could catch a shotgun snap, potentially.
All right.
Potentially. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. Let's start with Tyler in Virginia. Tyler, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, man?
I'm sitting here with a Vikings fan, and I just want to hear you guys' thoughts on J.J. McCarthy coming up this year.
You say what?
J.J.
What are your thoughts on J.J.?
I mean,
the Vikings.
We'll see. I mean, I like him. I think he was a very good quarterback in college. He was playing well before he got hurt last year, but they seem to really, really like him. So they must feel he got something with him. So we'll see how it goes, though. Because coming off that injury,
right.
He got to have the confidence to just let it all hang out.
Appreciate it, Tyler.
All right, man. You guys.
Thank you, brother.
Let's get out to Commandante Tequila. Commandante, what's going on?
Not so much. How you guys doing?
Why you moving? You don't keep calling us every day. you miss us?
Everyday drinker. Sometimes caller once in a while.
All right. What's going on?
Hey, B Mitch, I got a question. I'm going to tee off at 1 o'clock. And do you go pinky high or you go index high when you tee off?
Tee off? Pinky high or index high? What are you
I think he's talking about tee height.
On the tee height?
Yeah. How far do you tee the ball up?
Oh, I tee mine about, I would say, right around 2 inches.
Okay.
I don't like those
the long
those
tees.
3 inch, almost 4 inch. Nah, I'm gonna go right under that.
Tiger liked the short tees. I was always told about a half a ball above the driver face.
Mine is probably a quarter of an inch.
I usually want a little bit lower than that.
Yeah.
That's what I was told. Appreciate it, Commandante.
All right, bro.
Let's get out to
Commander Tequila playing golf.
Apparently. I'd be interested to see how he does.
You could just use the little tequila bottle. Be good.
There you go. Let's get out to Ryan in Warrenton. Ryan,
What's up,
ask
Ryan?
B Mitch anything.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
We good, man. How you feeling?
Toby, good to hear you as always, brother. I'm your number one fan.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. Hey, B Mitch. So when I first got into hospitality and restaurant management, the premier event of the place I worked at was the Bobby Mitchell Hall of Fame Golf Classic.
Yeah.
Did you ever get a chance to play in it?
Yeah, I did.
Or come out and
At Lansdowne?
Yes, sir.
Yes. I played out there. He had what's my man, Mellock Lemon, all those guys were in there, man. What's my dude from who had all the damn championship rings from the Celtics. Bill Russell was there, but it was a guy that was with Bill them. Oh Lord, I forgot his name right now. Oh, hate that.
Big O was my favorite. Oscar Robertson, him and his wife.
That was a hell of a golf tournament. They paid that was $10,000 a team right there, and that was way back in the day.
Yes, sir. That was an event I circled on my calendar every year. I would turn into a little girl, basically, of walking in and Gail Sayers to Oscar Robertson and everybody else in between. And yeah, I was just curious if you were ever out there for that. That's awesome.
Appreciate it, Ryan.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you, bro.
800
That was a good
636
one, man. Bobby put on a great show, bro. That was a great tournament back in the day.
800 636 1067. You want to hop in and ask B Mitch anything? Let's keep it going. Let's get out to Larry in DC. Larry, what's going on?
What up, Larry?
Hey, B Mitch, man, I ain't get to talk to y'all in a long time. I done started rocking Red Bull Friday a little bit early, Friday 13th. So. But two quick questions. Do you think we paid Terry McLaurin Ayuk money, or is he closer to Metcalf? And my second question is, do you think we got enough at the running back position this year? I don't think we filled it, in my opinion, but you played the position at a high level, so I love to hear what you got to say about it.
I think that yes, he's going to get right around DK Metcalf right there. And in the running back position, I believe that they do have enough. I think Brian Robinson's completely healthy now. Austin showed what he's capable of. The little dude, Krosky Merritt, I really, really like him. Rodriguez came back this year. I believe you're going to use Debo at running the ball sometimes in different ways. So I think they're going to be okay.
Okay, cool. Man, thank y'all, man. Have a blessed weekend, and God bless y'all, man. Appreciate
all right,
y'all.
man.
Appreciate
Catch
it, Larry.
that Uber now. Catch the Uber.
Yeah, I think when you look at Ayuk, he's getting 4 for 120 was his extension. So $30 million a year. DK just signed 4 for 132, so 33 a year. So you're saying somewhere around that 33 range.
In between.
Okay, so maybe 31, 32, somewhere in there. Let's get out to Carlos in Savannah Park. Los, what's going on?
What's up, guys? Happy Friday.
Wow, good, man. What's up?
Good. Hey, listen, so my buddy Ivan Morris, shout out to him, he just had a baby, gave me some golf clubs. Never been golfing, but I would love to golf, man. I live right next to the Naval Academy, and you know, when I go to the commissary, I see the Naval Academy golf course. I'm like, one day I'll golf. I look like a kid swinging a golf club. And I just want to ask, you know, the future master player golf tournament, B Mitch, how can I improve, or where do I start to improve my golf swing?
Take lessons.
Take lessons?
Yeah.
Well, how much you charge, B Mitch? What's up?
I don't have the patience, so I'm gonna tell you, you go to somebody to take the lessons from somebody at any golf course. Yeah. Where you live? You live in D.C. or Maryland?
No, I live in Savannah Park, Maryland, like near Annapolis.
Okay. Well, I'm sure you can go to like any. You up that way? Well, a lot of golf courses are up there. Go to a golf course, even a private or public. They got somebody like a coach or a teacher. They'll teach you, but they're gonna charge you. It's not super expensive. But I tell people to take lessons because you don't want to start playing golf and get all those bad things and you can't get it out when later on in life you got to go take lessons. Take lessons first, and then now when you start playing, you can remember all that stuff.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, B Mitch. Really appreciate it.
I appreciate it, Lowe's. My big thing is you got to be patient with the game. It takes forever.
It does, but
to learn, and you never master it.
I get people asking me, I'm like, bro, I don't have patience like that. Because the thing about golf, people are going to tell you what doesn't feel right and what they think they need to do. If you were that good, you wouldn't have come to me.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
100%. Let's get out to Deb in Maryland. Deb, what's going on?
Hey, how are you guys doing?
We're good. How you doing, Deb?
Good. So my question for B Mitch, if you weren't a professional football player, what other professional sport would you like to play in?
Oh, man. Baseball, golf. And since I see hockey lets you fight, I would have loved to play hockey.
You would have been good at hockey.
I would have loved playing hockey. But you got to learn how to ice skate, so that would be a problem.
I can go forward.
You can do it.
I can go forward. That's about it.
Hey, I can rollerblade.
Oh, yeah, it's a lot different. I can ice skate because I grew up in Michigan, but yeah, it's a lot different than rollerblading.
Yeah, I grew up in Louisiana, so it wasn't.
There wasn't ice skating down there, B Mitch. Deb, appreciate the phone call. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in and ask B Mitch anything? Let's get out to Rusty in Delaware. Rusty, what's going on?
What's up, Russ?
Hey, fellas, how you doing today? Thanks for taking the call.
Good, man.
So obviously, Brian, the question stems from last night, the Legends night. Big tip of the hat to all you guys for what you did last night. That was a lot of fun.
Appreciate it.
However, on the ride home, my son Jackson, he said, Dad, who ran a faster 40? Prime Brian Mitchell or prime Devin Hester?
Devin might have been faster. My best 40 was 4.36, so I'm sure he probably got a little better than that.
Well, I can't wait to tell him that. We were talking last night, and he was like, what was his 40 time? And that's a real big thing with kids.
I would run through anybody standing there, though.
So Devin Hester's 40 time at the Combine was a 4.41.
All right.
Okay.
So,
but that's Combine.
Maybe we have a new answer there.
That's slow. Combine, that turf used to be slow as hell.
So maybe he still had you a little bit?
Yeah, probably so.
Here's one for you. Another great returner. Dante Hall.
What did he run?
4.29.
Well, we didn't try. I ain't got close to that one. But you know what? I didn't have to run those two people. I thought I'd run the people that were chasing me.
That's true. That's true.
That's right. I'll let him know. Thanks, B.
All right, bro.
Appreciate
Take care,
it, Rusty. 800-636-1067. Got one here on Twitter from CDub1906. He said, B Mitch, which flavor charcoal goes best with grilling steaks? Hickory, mesquite, or any other flavor?
Oh, man. I actually, I like the hickory, but I like mesquite with other stuff. But then again, I go and I get some of the Pro Blend, and they have a mixture of things. So I like that more.
Are you using like a Traeger? What are you using?
I use Traeger. I use wood chips. I use wood, depending on which grill I use.
Okay. You got multiple? I like that.
Hell yeah.
I like that. 800-636-1067. Ask B Mitch anything. Let's get out to Jaime in Manassas. Jaime, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
We good,
hey,
man. How you doing?
Mitch?
All right.
Hey, I have a question for you, B Mitch, and it's going to take it to when you were a teenager in the playground. I want to ask you, you know how the major sports, when they have the all-star games, they really suck, right? They don't know what to do to bring the ratings, to bring the fans and the interest on the fans. But I'm thinking about basketball. You remember the '84 team when a private scrimmage and Michael Jordan show up and he say, "I'm the alpha dog here," and took on Magic Johnson and Larry Bird, and he said, "I'm the guy." I remember also this past Olympic team. When Anthony Edwards says that he was the best player on that team. So I wonder if they can do like a under 30, over 30 all-star game and see who is the best. The young bucks that are trying to earn their place in the NBA and take over, or the older guys that want to show them who is in charge.
So what's the question?
So he's asking, do you think they could make a all-star game where they go young guys versus older guard?
They should. They should.
Under 30, over 30.
Yeah. I think they should. And who would win? I'm not going to say some of those dudes that still playing over 30 that couldn't do it.
I mean, you still got some of the best players in the world
Yes,
up there,
indeed.
right? You got Steph, you got LeBron, KD. They might still be three of the best players in the league.
Some of them young dudes, man.
No doubt
just
about
for
it.
bragging rights, for bragging rights.
That'll be good because you know what? I guarantee they'll go hard.
There's no question about that. Hi, man. Appreciate the phone call,
Thank
man.
you.
Let's get out to Joe in Virginia. Joe, what's going on?
How's it going, guys? Appreciate
man.
you guys taking the call. I got a question for both of you.
Yeah.
Who you guys got in a fight, gorilla or grizzly bear? Fight to the death.
Oh
man,
that's a tough
that grizzly bear's a bad man, dog.
That's what I'm saying. I've been seeing a lot of the stuff with the gorilla and the 100 people, and this is a question that
grizzly bear's a bad.
I'm thinking grizzly because I think that grizzly has the killer instinct that a gorilla does not.
Yeah,
I think so too. I mean, between the claws and the teeth, the stamina. I mean, those things are fast. Big guys too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to run into either one of those.
But when they say 100 men against a gorilla, I'm just saying the first few that run up in there, you're gonna make the other few run away.
Ain't that the truth?
For sure.
What do you got, Jeff?
I think the grizzly bear.
I don't
claws,
agree. I don't agree.
Wait, Jeff, you got the gorilla?
I got the gorilla. Bro, that gorilla is going to swing from tree to tree and tire that bear out.
That bear not running behind him.
Bro,
that bear gonna say, "Hey, you want to fight me? Get back over here."
And then,
I ain't running behind you.
Exactly.
You know the only thing a gorilla got to do to beat that grizzly bear?
What?
Just lay down. It's gonna run away, and then the gorilla can sneak in and attack it.
No,
you know it.
This is a grizzly bear. This is not a regular bear.
Is it? If it's brown, lay down.
A grizzly bear will hunt you. You, dog.
Yeah.
It will track you. I'm telling you, that's the different ball game.
And I for sure will take a polar bear.
And when the gorilla when a grizzly bear stand up, he about 8-9 feet.
Yeah, I'm going to take the grizzly, and if it's a polar bear, I'm for sure taking the bear. Joe, appreciate it, man.
All right, man.
Let's get out to Herschel in Waldorf. Herschel, what's going on?
What's up, Herschel?
Hey, not much, man. B Mitch, I got one question for you. I need a growth stock. What are you investing in right now?
You need a what stock?
Growth stock.
A growth stock. What are you investing in? Growth stock.
I gotta call Jerry. Jerry got me in all kind of stuff right now, bro. I'm in a million things, not just one. And I trust Jerry. I just let him handle it.
Jerry?
Yep, my buddy.
I'm not into stocks. Are you into
JDM?
Are you big into stocks?
Yeah, that's where you make money at, dog.
Maybe I need to get into that. I could go.
You
for
need money to be
money.
growing that you don't see.
Definitely.
Because when you see it, you spend it.
Especially right now with the market about to turn down, this is when you get in.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll get into that. Maybe that's a way I can make some money.
I'm gonna find out from Jared the best one.
I'll be listening for your response.
All right, bro. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Herschel. Let's get out to Gary in District Heights. Gary, what's going on?
Gary? Hello. Listen, B Mitch, this is for you, brother. Listen, man, you have always been a great running back. You've been an excellent punt returner, kickoff returner. But one thing about those other so-called great returners is the fact that they surely had speed. But B Mitch, you had heart. Man, listen, today if you were doing this, you would have more touchdowns than anybody because these kick returners, these kickoff returners, all they do is shuffle their feet, always trying to find a hole. B Mitch used to run so hard, I always called you crazy, brother. I'm telling you, people have gotten out of your way. I've seen dudes act like they were going to tackle you, but do you know something? They would actually slip and fall like they missed the tackle.
They made business decisions.
They didn't want to deal with you, brother.
They made a business decision.
That's right.
Appreciate it, man.
That's what it was.
Appreciate it, Gary.
Great, brother.
I thank you for that,
love
man.
The Skenes, man.
Appreciate you, bro.
All right.
Thanks.
Have a great day, you gentlemen.
All right.
Bye.
800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. We'll get some more questions for B Mitch. It is Ask B Mitch Anything here on B Mitch and Finley right here on 106.7 The Fan.
U.S. Open leaderboard is brought to you by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. Visit Golfdom in Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there. Francis Victor Perez carded only the second recorded ace in U.S. Open at Oakmont Country Club today on the par 3 6th hole. J.J. Spawn has the lead at 4 under par, one shot ahead of Sam Burns. He had quite the day. Burns a 5 under 65 in the second round to move within one of the lead. Thriston Lawrence at 3 under, followed by Victor Hovland and Siwoo Kim, both at 2 under par. Nationals against the Marlins tonight at 6:15 on the Fan with Mitchell Parker getting the call. Nuggets guard Russell Westbrook has declined his player option and will become a free agent June 30th. NBA Finals tonight, 8:30, Oklahoma City at Indiana. The Pacers lead the series 2-1. Edmonton defeated Florida 5-4 in OT. Stanley Cup even at 2 games apiece. Leon Draisaitl with a playoff record 4th overtime tally. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Welcome back. B Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today. Final half hour of the show. You want to hop in, 800-636-1067, continuing Ask B Mitch Anything. Got a question for B Mitch here in just a second, but first let's get out to Nate in D.C. Nate, what's going on?
What up, guys?
What's up, man?
I'm A-OK. Thank you for asking. I just wanted to, first of all, thank you for all your tireless dedication to our franchise and our team.
Appreciate it, brother.
You play all over the field. You were definitely one of the most versatile players I've ever seen. And with that said, leads to my question. Who is the toughest matchup you've ever played against, in your opinion? And if you want to add on, who is the toughest player in today's crop that you think might have been a nasty matchup?
Toughest matchup for me was actually in practice. Monty Coleman was the toughest matchup I ever had. As far as a linebacker, trying to, beat him one-on-one, it was impossible. Guys out there today, oh, boy. I would have, well, he just retired. Aaron Donald, I think playing against Aaron and playing against, what's big boy from Kansas City?
Chris Jones.
Jones.
I would have to know where they at all times. Just say it like that.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, I want to know where those dudes are. Yeah.
Appreciate it, Nate.
Appreciate it, man.
Problem. Thank y'all.
Oh, yeah.
800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. First, anybody in the aquarium got a question for B Mitch? Looks like that's a no.
How about the guy that I tried to tell him, let's make a bet. If he wins, I give him $18,000. If I win, he got to pay me $18, and he refused to take the bet.
Well, I think Jeff understands his limits and that he's not going to come within maybe 30 shots.
I mean, I'm going to give him some strokes. I'm going to give him I'll give him at least
Hold on.
30 strokes.
Hold on. Y'all get mad at me when y'all say I'm overconfident and I think I can do things. But then when I humbly bow out and be like, yo, yeah, why would I want to give away $18 for free?
So that's what you just said you can't win?
Not right now, but in the future.
I give you 30 strokes.
I don't think in the future either, Jeff.
I give you 30 strokes.
Yo, you stay out of this, Toby.
800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. Real quick, I got a question for you, B Mitch.
What's that?
You guys in the aquarium can answer too. If you could take any skill from any professional athlete right now, a singular skill, any sport, what would you take?
Any skill from any professional athlete.
You could take someone's putting ability, driving ability. You could take, I think my answer would be, give me Steph Curry's shooting ability. I'll just show up at random parks
since
around.
I don't play basketball and all that stuff anymore, give me in top form Rory driving skill.
There you go.
And I'm telling you, I do that, I'm winning every tournament I get into.
I think you can take a lot of $18
I'm gonna take
from
a lot
Jeff.
of money from people. I'm gonna be some mid-am champs, all kind of stuff. If I can hit the ball like Rory off the tee, because the rest of the stuff I can do.
Okay.
But the driver consistency sometimes messes with me. But you give me 330, 340, man, please.
Right down the middle.
Oh, my Lord. Man, I'm like, what you shoot today, B Mitch? 61, 62.
Throwing a 59 every now and then for good measure.
Oh, bro, I shoot 59. I quit. I don't need to play no more.
Let's get out to Kenny in Virginia. Kenny, what's going on?
What's up, Kenny?
Hey, how's it going? I have a question for B Mitch.
What's happening?
Who do you like in the U.S. Open today, and what kind of score are you predicting? And I guess my final question is, could you break 90 on that course?
Depending on where I'm playing from, because if I based on that rough, I might not be hitting driver. I'm hitting hybrids and irons off the tee.
There you go.
But
who do you like?
I'm like I picked people like Koepka and Justin Thomas, but they don't seem to be doing what. I don't know what the score is going to be. I mean, Spain got out there yesterday and hit -4. I don't think no one's going to do nothing like that today. Because Hovland was on fire. Okay. He was at -3 at one point. Now he's -1.
I predicted -2 at the beginning of the tournament. I think it still might be there.
A lot of people think he's going to have at the most 4 to 5 people under par. Everybody else will be over.
Crazy.
I agree. I think that's a good prediction, B.
But like Scotty, if Scotty makes it to the weekend, then it's a problem for everybody else.
Yeah, because he can go low at any point.
Yes.
Appreciate it, Kenny. 800-636-1067. Ask B Mitch anything. Let's get out to Joe in Southwest. Joe, what's going on?
Joe?
Hey, guys.
How you doing?
A big fan of the show.
Thank you, man.
Good. Yeah, B Mitch, my question for you is, if a kid's coming from a really privileged background, I'm talking a lot of money in the family, can they still come out and be a beast on the football field? You see it in basketball. Sometimes you see it in baseball, but I'm just not sure if you can really have the dog in you if that's the case. So
I think
curious to hear your thoughts.
I think you can. Because Christian McCaffrey, his family got money.
Yeah,
I mean he's damn good.
We'll see with Archie Manning.
Gonna be Archie Manning, and that family had money, and and look at what his 2 sons did. I just think it's the way you come up. If you are pampered by your parents, and they don't. Normally, the people that are pampered, they don't make it to that level to be. It must be for someone to try to decide to get you. But if you're at the level where someone is trying to draft you, you've already proven that you can go out there and get it done.
Appreciate it, Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you can have – it's all about, like you're saying, like that inner drive. You got to have that inner drive. You may have a better situation, but you got to have that drive. And if you do, you can be successful from anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get out to Jeff in Fairfax. Jeff, ask B Mitch anything.
Good afternoon, fellas. Hope everything's going well.
Going well, man. How you doing?
Listen, I'm the only listener that is driving a Kia from Billy and Chantilly and has just picked up my Door Pro America shirts at the dry cleaners.
Oh man, there you go. There you go.
So here's my question. I was going to ask it last week, but B Mitch was absent. So here's the deal. Now that JP's absent, we won't hurt his feelings. B Mitch, if anybody here on Earth or beyond, who would be your number 1 pick to be a co-host on the radio?
Anyone?
Anyone. History or alive?
You know what? Give me Muhammad Ali.
Oh, that'd be a good one.
Wow.
That man, I've always admired him, bro. And I met him one time and just listening to him just talk to me for a few minutes. That was like I was in awe. You know what I mean? And to be able to sit down and pick his brain, and he could start going through some of his little talks he would do. I would love that.
Would you get it? Would you get a word in edgewise if he was your partner on the radio?
Hey, hell, I work with JP.
Good point. Hey, listen, I got to go, guys. Have a great day.
Right,
Appreciate it, Jeff.
Appreciate it.
That's a good question. I like that
cool.
one.
That was cool.
Let's get out to Sean in Falls Church. Sean, what's going on?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it.
All right, man. What's happening?
Yeah, I was going to say the last caller didn't really want to throw JP under the bus, but it seems like that's a popular choice, so I guess I'll follow suit. So first off, B Mitch, one, if you ever played Augusta, and two, regardless of score, how much are you beating JP Finley by?
I never played Augusta, and actually, JP, it's not super huge. Like he's not that bad of a golfer. He likes to give up at the end and then try to get his handicap to stay a certain point. But he can shoot high 90. He can shoot high 80s, low 90s.
Okay,
and he can play around. So I think he's like a 12 or 13 now.
Okay, so
he wants to be like he try to act like he's a 16, 17. And I don't
I was going to say, it sounds like his irons aren't doing so well today, so I don't know if that plays with Augusta. Just curious, that's all.
But if we played at Augusta, I'm going to destroy him. It may be 20 strokes or more. Yeah.
I love that. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it,
All
Sean.
right.
Let's get out to we got a privilege to have a Dallas Cowboys owner on the line. Jared.
Jared, what's up, man?
What's up?
I'm doing fine. I hope y'all are all doing well. Hey, listen, as far as JP Finley's concerned, I might as well jump on the pile. Anytime you have Ask Brian anything, I guarantee if you go back to all those segments and add up who spoke the most, it would be Finley's ass. He has to answer every damn question. But hey, listen, Brian, your first year without Gibbs, that was who? Richie Pettibone?
Yes.
Now, didn't he come out? I swear to God, I was watching the game on YouTube Monday night against us, and they came out and said that Brian Mitchell was going to be the featured back. These are what the damn announcers were saying.
Yep, and I was that game.
You ran over us that game. Then what the hell happened?
They got a call from a dude that was in the top seat, and he wanted to have Reggie Brooks be the running back.
Well, thank God for that, because hell, God knows how many yards you would have piled up. Hey, listen, y'all have a great weekend. I got to go.
I
appreciate it, Jared. He was pretty tame today.
Yeah, I had 2 touchdowns, 116 yards in that game.
And then you got benched or whatever?
And then the next week, I think I might have got like 2-3 carries.
Yeah, that's.
But you know what? As I look back on it and I look at my life today, probably was a good move. Because the dudes I know that play running back, they don't walk like they
That's
play.
true.
They walk like they played 14 years. Some of them played 3, some of them played 4. They walk like they played 14 years. I played 14, and I act like I played only a year. You know what I mean?
True.
So
It's
I'm
true.
good with it.
Real quick, let's get these phone calls. Let's get to Chris in Florida. Chris, what's up?
What up, Chris?
What's up, guys? Long time listener, man. Big fan.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
First of all, I just want to say, B Mitch, next time they bring up your accolades and Hall of Fame, tell them people you are not an Eagle. All right, first of all, that's first of all. Second of all, one more thing before I get to my question. I did a camp with the Redskins about 7 years ago, back when that bad turf was down on that second field.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so glad they dug that stuff up, man. It was horrible even walking on it, man.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, so my question is, B Mitch, what do you think about all the hate Debo's getting, man? I mean, I feel like he's just getting pissed off right now. I think he's gonna have a big year.
You know what?
We didn't expect much out of Zach Ertz last year, and look what happened. So, I got a lot of faith in Debo.
Man, the thing about it is, that people are haters, and social media is where the haters live.
Mainly Eagles fans.
It's probably people from 49ers. It's probably Eagle fan, Cowboy fan. That's all they have to do. So just what you do, I tell people, stop always responding to them. When they put something stupid, just act like you never saw it. Because if you respond, they're going to keep doing it.
Yep. That's right.
Because like we talked about the play the other day, he was in install period jogging.
Walkthrough.
Yeah, man, it's Ross on air, man. Come on now.
Yeah, so
Appreciate it, Chris.
They're stupid. So that's all it is.
Appreciate it, Chris. Real quick, got 30 seconds here. Mark, what's going on?
What up, Mark?
Hey, B Mitch, I'd like to say first, thank you for being the first athlete to ever sign anything for me back in the Redskins Cowboys game, basketball game that was.
Appreciate it.
And my question for you is, what's the prettiest T1 that you had to take a step back like, wow, this hole is gorgeous?
The prettiest what?
Golf, T1, playing golf.
Golf course. Oh, man.
Yeah.
I don't think it was just one. I played at Kingsbury in Scotland, and I've seen some nice holes at Pebble Beach, but Kingsbury is special, dude. And then again at Cascada in Vegas, when you're on one hole, that's all you see. Just cut through these mountains.
That's crazy.
And I'll just tell you, don't go in the rocks because they got a lot of them no shoulders over there that like to.
Yeah, we don't want that.
Yeah, you stay away
We
from
don't
them.
want- Mark, appreciate it, man. We got to go.
All right.
Appreciate it. We'll wrap everything up here on B Mitch and Finley next. B Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP. He'll be back on Monday. Father's Day coming up on Sunday. You got any big plans for that?
Nah. Well, I'm riding and playing tomorrow. And normally I just my daughter and them, they like to cook, and they like catfish and shrimp and kale salad and potato salad. That's normally my Father's Day meal. And trying to go play some golf for us too. And so
that's the important thing right there. Get some golf in.
Like my buddy, man, he called me to play, but I mean, I'm like, dude, no, you ain't. Why you got the tee time so damn late? 12 o'clock? 12 something? I mean, I want to go get to the golf course and get back.
Yeah.
So I can eat.
So a funny thing happened today in baseball.
Maybe some ducks over there. I might go play though.
I want to get your thoughts on this, B Mitch. So there's a guy, Milwaukee Brewers, Aaron Savali, starting pitcher. He got moved to the bullpen because they just called up their top prospect, and he pitched last night. He was a guy we were talking about earlier in the break. 6'8", throwing 100. His first pitch in the bigs. I think he threw 14 pitches over 100 miles an hour. So he's now part of the rotation. So they moved one of their starters into the pen, and he was frustrated, so he requested a trade. Today we find out that the Milwaukee Brewers have traded this reliever to the Chicago White Sox.
Oh, Lord.
I mean, that shows you the perils of requesting a trade, right?
Yeah. Okay, you want to trade? We're going to send you to the worst team. Bye.
Have you had anything like that where someone had something happen like that? That's crazy.
Well,
going from playing with the Milwaukee Brewers.
I always say you better know where you're going or what's going to happen before you start making a lot of noise.
Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Let's get to Heard It Here first.
Hello. Gather around.
Well, we get about 3 days in. I don't think we picked anything yesterday, did we?
We didn't, no.
No.
So who won the week?
I did because the Nationals are terrible. I picked the Mets every day.
Well, you lost. You wasn't here that day.
I lost the first day, won the other three.
What was the score? 3-0-0-0? 3-1?
I was 3-1. JP was 2-2. B Mitch was 2-2. I don't think Jeff won at all.
Well, that sounds about right.
So Jeff was like he is on the golf course.
What are we setting the line at today?
There's
B
no
Mitch
way I
versus
couldn't
Jeff.
have won at all, and I called the Pacers.
Jeff had one. He had the Pacers.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't play with me like that.
He is like he is on the golf course. He wins one hole against his imagination.
Progress is all that matter, brother.
He
Progress.
wins one hole against his imagination every day.
What are we setting the line at on the course today?
Yeah,
Yo,
Jeff.
relax, Toby. Like, do you hate me, Toby? Like, are we seriously friends? Why would
the
you bring
line? I would say 106.7 is too low. Oh, I'm looking at 152. About there. Over under 152. I think it might be over. Because if I count it, since he like to say what he shot, I'm gonna count every stroke.
All right, look.
A little bit of pressure.
Toby, say your number, and I'll tell you I agree at the first tee. I'll tell you if I agree or not with your number on the over or under.
I'm gonna go 135.
Man,
is that too low?
Over. Man, go to the bank with over.
I mean, what's the lowest you've shot, Jeff?
Over.
Hey, yo, Toby, you know how like some things you just supposed to have a conversation with somebody in person, like with no ears around. We'll talk about that off air, all right?
That's valid.
Hey,
That's valid.
Bill, what you think he shot?
I don't understand how this is the guy that talks all the trash.
Look, you gotta make your misery fun sometimes. If you know you're gonna lose the game on the golf course, sometimes it's just all about getting
Actually,
better.
it's not even a competition, Jeff.
It's all about
You're
getting
playing
better.
against yourself, dog.
That's all I compete with is myself. Am I better than last time when I went out? That's all.
Well, to be fair, the bar is pretty low, so you probably will be.
And the bar may be low for some of us.
Oh, boy.
Appreciate everyone who chimed in for Ask B Mitch Anything. Appreciate Tony East, who joined us a little bit earlier today from Locked On Pacers. Going to be a fun one tonight in Indiana, Game 4 of that series. Appreciate Channing Crowder for joining us.
Oh, yeah.
If you missed
Channing
any of
was
that,
good,
he's awesome. Channing
was
Crowder's
good.
awesome.
Yeah.
great former Dolphin and great member of the Pivot podcast. Appreciate everyone for listening, for the boys in the aquarium. And Brian Mitchell, happy Father's Day to you. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. Grant and Danny coming up next here on 106.7 The Fan.
This update brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. U.S. Open second round continues. It's brought to you by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. Visit Golfdom in Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there. Congratulations to France's Victor Perez. He carded only the second recorded ace in a U.S. Open at Oakmont Country Club on the par 3 sixth hole. The leaderboard has J.J. Spawn in the lead at 4 under par, one shot ahead of Sam Burns and Thriston Lawrence. At 2 under is Siwoo Kim. Victor Hovland, Adam Scott, and Ben Griffin a part of a group at 1 under par. NBA Finals tonight. It is Game 4. Pacers lead Series 2-1 over Oklahoma City. They'll tip at 8:30. Denver Nuggets guard Russell Westbrook has declined his player option, and he'll become a free agent June 30th. Coastal Carolina versus Arizona ready for first pitch. Oregon State against Louisville at 7 at the Men's College World Series. Nationals baseball tonight against the Marlins at 6:15 on the Fan. Mitchell Parker gets the start coming off a loss to the Mets 4-3. This Father's Day at Meadows Farms, get free delivery June 12th through the 18th on orders over $500. And when you buy a $100 gift card, get $10 free. Bring the kids out on June 14th to make a craft for Dad at any of our 16 locations. Meadows Farms. Plant a little happiness. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Yeah, Friday. What's up? Welcome in. June 13th, 2025. Just after 2 o'clock, we're Grant and Danny live in our Half Street studios in the Navy Yard near Nats Park. Tonight, you got the Nationals in action against the Marlins with a Nelly concert to follow. You got the College World Series going on and NBA Finals Game 4. Tonight, the Oklahoma City Thunder in Indianapolis trying to even the series at 2 games apiece. Excellent Stanley Cup final game. Went to overtime last night. Splendid. The sport is good right now.
She's a sporting. Now, you're going to get those inevitable Tuesdays or whatever where there's nothing. And you're going, how did we? You guys were doing so well with all this chock full of events, and I had my choice. But there have been nights, I guess last night the Stanley Cup was on, but there have been a couple nights it felt like this week where I'm going, could somebody do something? Could someone just schedule something so I have something to do, please?
I'm going to give you an analogy. You come up with one on your own.
All right.
I think in the sports calendar right now, we're on the log flume, and we are coming around the bend where we're at the top of the hill still in that semicircle where the hill's coming. We're about to go down it, but we're just wrapping around that little arc toward the big hill because soon Stanley Cup's over, NBA's over, everything stinks. It's just baseball, which I love. But you're just missing so many other things. But right now, we haven't gone down the hill yet. So we're on the long flume. It's shady. We're under the trees at King's Dominion. And we're like 15 feet still from the turn.
The crest.
Where we start to go over the hill.
Here's my analogy. I want you to picture a log flume. No, I'm kidding. To me, it's like one of those conveyor belt assembly line things. All right? Where if you've ever been and seen like a candy bar made, like you've been to the Mars factory or like a place where they make Snickers or whatever, there are a bunch of processes that are happening real quick. The sugar's being bent into this and it's superheated into that, and then it's coated in chocolates. Just going through. Then there's got to be this time where before it can be wrapped and sent off to be consumed by pudgies like me, it's got to go through a cooling. And there's a whole space in the conveyor belt where it's just getting blown off. Because you can't package the hot candy bar, right? It's got to like cool off and settle into its normal state and got to relax. We're almost to that relaxing period. Right now, they're putting nougat and caramel and sugar and the cocoa and crunchy chip wafers. You know those wafers that go inside a lot of candy bars?
Chip wafers.
They're putting them all in there right now. And the coating on the outside is chocolate. It's got to go through a cooling phase. We're almost to the cooling phase. But it's like a log flume.
There's a lot going on. NBA Finals, by the way, for tonight, Game 4, as I mentioned, the Thunder trying to get even with the Pacers. So far in this series, Tyrese Halliburton's averaging 17.7 points, shooting 51% from the floor, 7.7 assists. Nobody's giving the Pacers a chance still. I do find that interesting. Now, I'm one of the people.
Right.
So it's like I can't talk out about
You're like, how is this happening? And then you do it.
Exactly. I think the Thunder are going to roll. I think they're going to win this thing probably in 6. I guess it's possible now because they've already lost 2 games and it goes to 7. But I would give the Pacers very, very little chance. But if you look at the odds at this moment, they are still a long shot to win the NBA Finals.
Mm-hmm.
You get immense value. You're getting plus money, and it's not even close to even money, to bet on them to win in a Finals that they are up 2 games to 1. It's almost like tonight, if they win, if they're up 3-1 on the brink of winning the Finals, and maybe then it would even out to the point where people would go, all right, now it's even money.
I think they could do it.
It's crazy. You would think at some point before it's going to take them winning, and then people will go, maybe they can win.
It reminds me
celebrating the championship.
Reminds me of Toronto beating Golden State a few years ago, where everyone assumed Golden State will come back and do it. Right.
I don't even think that was this lopsided, though.
It wasn't. But I mean, I think that Golden State was the 72-win Golden State, if memory serves, or the record-setting group. But our guest today,
Kawhi's Raptors.
I think so.
Yeah, where he makes the shot that would like hung on the rim for 9
for an
seconds.
hour. Yeah. Our guest today, Daniel Murphy, right, has this unbelievable playoff run before he ends up joining the Nets. And it's all about fly balls. It's about fly balls. And everyone's going, okay, yeah, right. Let's see how sustainable this is. And then he does it for a month. And he does it for 2 months. And then he's an all-star. And now it's multiple seasons stacked before people finally go, okay, I guess this is a thing. Indiana has won 2 of the 3 games with the exact same formula. Relentless waves, wearing you down. They play better in the fourth quarter than you do. That's how they won last night. That's how they won game 1. I still think Oklahoma City is going to win the series. But my whole point all along is let's stop discounting Indiana. They are getting paid to play basketball too, and they're good. They're not as sexy or flashy or as exciting as the 68-win Thunder team. That group can play. I think the series is going deep.
We're going to get into the Commanders minicamp and some of the things that Dan Quinn's been talking about here in just a couple of minutes, which I'm excited about. Big stories abound on the Commanders all week long. That's what happens when the players get on the field. There's actual meat and potatoes and some real football to talk about, which is what we like. Real quick on the Nationals, who open a series tonight against the Marlins. I mentioned the big Nelly concert. I'm sure that'll get some people out to the yard that wouldn't normally be there, but 7-game homestand kicks off. 3 against Miami, 4 against Colorado. The Wolves are at the door here.
Mm-hmm.
The Nats have lost 5 in a row. The Nats are now 8 games under 500. They seem to answer every one of their really good stretches with a really bad stretch. And this is what happens when you're an inconsistent sub-500 team, to be clear. But they're not calling up Brady House for this homestand, which I don't really understand. But now it looks like July 1 for the homestand with the Tigers and the Red Sox is going to be when Brady House gets called up a couple weeks from now, if I had to guess. Unless they call him up after the weekend, with the Rockies in town or in the next few days. But that doesn't seem like the way things are trending from what I'm gathering. The fans are the angriest it feels like that they've been in some time. I think a lot of that, Danny, is just a lifetime achievement award. Like 5 years in a row of waiting. Then an entire offseason of being told, hey, this year we're going to be better and we're going to do things differently. And now it's about winning again because the rebuild is over. And while I followed their actions, I didn't listen to what they said. I knew that they weren't going to win because their actions were that of a team that wasn't ready to win because they didn't spend any money and they didn't bring in good enough players to supplement the young guys. But I think a lot of fans, understandably, and I'm not challenging anybody on this, I totally get how it happened. They heard the words from front office, management, players. We're ready to go over 500. We're ready to win. We're ready to compete for the playoffs. And they took it to heart. And so now being 8 under 500 like they've been around now the last few years, it's no longer good enough. But this, to me, is a really, really important 7 games so that they don't have to start making some real changes. I don't mean firing Davey because I don't think that's realistic or something they'd do. But Danny, if they were to go 2-5 on this stretch of games with the Marlins and the Rockies, just as an example, on the heels of being swept by the Mets, losing a series to the Cubs, losing a series to the Rangers, that's when teams make changes.
Yeah, that's when you're in Pittsburgh territory, and among the worst in the sport.
And that's when managers do get fired.
Yes.
Not saying they would do it. That's when hitting coaches lose their job. That's when third base coaches that constantly get people thrown out at home plate, just saying, are no longer your third base coach. Like, they got to win some games. The godsend for them is the Marlins and the Rockies are now waiting in the wings. But this is really, really important coming up here this next week.
Well put. I think everything you said is right on. I mean, you don't like to ascribe too much meaning to a June game. And we talked about this with the Chicago series and how it's kind of gone south since. But sometimes the game isn't just one of 162. Sometimes there's a little bit more weight to it. And you're 100% right. As you look at this group, they're now 8 games under. And we talked about this yesterday. They have gone on these little streaks where they won 11 of 15. And they've gotten within a game or two of 500. And you're going, okay, this is the building block. And I understand that's not sustainable to win, 11 out of every 15 games. That's better than Mariners' 116 win pace. But the point is, you're right there to be among the also in the hunt group, where it wouldn't be infeasible that you would go, we could add someone at the deadline to help this team have meaningful baseball in August and September. And then, of course, the bottom falls out. They can't score any runs. They got swept by the Mets. They lose a bunch of games. And now they're 8 under. And if you have the week that you're talking about, you're 11 or 12 under right there with the Marlins, with the Pirates, not with the Rockies. They're setting records here. But that's where you are. You're not close to competitive playoff type stuff. And the rhetoric didn't match that. I always say fans respond to what teams set, the expectations. If the expectations for the Wizards are, hey, we're rebuilding, we are taking the time doing this the right way, you could make jokes, which we do, but you're not sitting there furious that they lost another game to the Sixers. They're planning on it. That's what they're doing. When you tell me you're going to be good and you're not, that's when people get pissed off. I get that.
PSA very quickly. I don't want to scare anyone away from coming to games this weekend against the Marlins. If you are coming to the Nats game, give yourself some extra time. Having just driven to Nats Park today, I mean, for those of you that don't know, they're having a big parade on tomorrow afternoon in D.C. They're shutting down more roads than exist. I didn't even know some of these roads were roads that they're shutting down.
Right.
But getting to work today took about twice as long as it normally does. So if you're coming to the ballpark, you're going to face a little bit of traffic. I'm sure by that time for rush hour and for people coming into the stadium, they're going to do some things to make it a little bit easier than they did when I was coming in here at 11 a.m. That said, just give yourself a little extra time.
Yep.
That goes for tomorrow. If you're like me on Father's Day, you want to go out to the ballpark and see the team play, just give yourself a few extra minutes. By the way, what is the temperature on that thermostat? Am I wrong, or does it feel so hot in here?
It's a little toasty. Let me take a gander here.
I mean, it looks like it says 70 from here. No, it's 72. I mean, that's not okay.
Yeah.
72?
Yeah. So I turned it down. We were doing a thing the other day where what's the term I'm looking for? Didn't work at all.
Okay.
It did that for a while. And there was a fix, and this is the biggest air quotes of all time. So there was a fix.
Yes.
And I don't know if it remains fixed or if we're just doing whatever this is.
My assumption is always that the junkies were here and that the
Drabs in the building,
the iguanas that live on heat rocks that do the shows in the morning turned it up to 78
because it's a Hyundai outside. And Eric Bickle, whom I love dearly,
man.
Who's done more for us than anybody possible.
He's a sweetheart.
Goes to work in sweatpants and like sweats and still somehow has a cold, by the way. And is like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what we're doing. Drab, as you said, heats himself on rocks in the summertime. It's part of iguana.
I really want to see. At some point, I'd like to be invited to like a cookout or something at Drab's house, and I'm going to sneak away when we're all in the backyard. I get if he doesn't have a heat lamp over what is a rock that he sleeps on in his bed, I'll give you $5. He is always so cold.
I've never understood it, and like I get it. Okay, you're from the Pacific Northwest. You were used to something differently. You've been out here for decades, dude. You acclimate, don't you? Don't you?
Eventually,
right.
All right, let's talk mini camp. In the heat, the boys were on the practice field. I want to talk young players that could take a step forward. And we can localize the conversation really to the second-year guys on the roster from last year's draft class. Among them, tight end Ben Sinnott, wide receiver Luke McCaffrey, D-tackle Johnny Newton, now guard, but offensive lineman Brandon Coleman, and linebacker Jordan McGee. You got 5 guys from that draft class that were either barely involved at all or played a bunch and were just okay, but have a lot more ceiling. And that's what happens in a draft class. Every year you should get a little better, and 2-3 years later, you know what the class actually looks like. Who do you think makes the biggest leap of last year's class? But to set this up, let's hear from Dan Quinn on some of the guys that have stood out to him, because a few of the names that he mentioned are guys that were drafted last year and are going into their sophomore seasons.
I think there's quite a few. And it'd be the easy ones where, some guys who've already had leadership things like a Marcus. But, also it's Percy. I've seen it in some of the second-year players, that we were talking about yesterday. I thought it in Jordan McGee in terms of the way that he's put in so much work. Ben Sinnott is one I thought had just a fantastic offseason. And I'm seeing that come to fruition in this, time frame that he's been going. So seeing different guys into different spaces, it's been good, but there's quite a few actually that, and it's not all in the same way. Like sometimes it might be out on the field. Somebody else might be in the meeting room. Somebody else might be down in the weight room and with the guys in their training. So different voices and some new players that's made an impact on me. Dietrich Wise and Jonathan Jones, just such a good standard about how they do things. So it's cool, to find different guys.
Those two guys are veteran leaders.
Mm-hmm.
Those two guys are pros, the consummate professional types. They come from the Belichick school. They were in New England for years and years. In fact, I heard yesterday, I was listening to a Kyle Long, Dan Quinn conversation that was circulating. Dan Quinn said Jonathan Jones flew himself to Ashburn for minicamp in a plane as a pilot. When you're flying your own plane and or you're renting a PJ,
yep,
so you can just fly yourself around the country, I just assume that you're kind of a level up in terms of like how adult and how professional.
Your commit level, right?
If teammates are willing to get on when Antonio Brown says, "Hey, I'm going to fly the plane to practice today," I'm going, I won't be getting on that plane. Jonathan Jones says it. Guys are like, "Hey, awesome. What time are we getting there?" He's just a grown-up. And I think Wise is kind of cut from the same cloth. But those are the veterans. We want to talk about the kids. I think I sleep on Jordan McGee a little bit. Out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, we didn't see much, right?
I loved him when he was drafted last year. He was a 5th-round pick, and he's now 24 years old. But he didn't play almost at all. He got hurt, and then 8 games, mostly on special teams. But if they do the thing I want them to do, where Frankie Louvu ends up playing edge, essentially, on a lot of passing downs, and is a pass rusher first, Danny, well, that means someone's going to have to play linebacker.
And that's the thought, yeah.
With Bobby Wagner. Why can't that someone be McGee, who's in year 2 in the program, and at 6'3", 225, can thump a little bit? He only played 15 snaps on defense last year. I think that number is going to go way up.
So that's my answer. I think he's going to do that. I think that's the opportunity, to me, is what it's all about, right? Where I don't know what McCaffrey's opportunity is going to be. I think if Noah Brown is injured for longer term and, that's your sort of third receiver option, not necessarily for receptions, because you'll have Ertz, you'll have Sennett potentially, you'll have Eckler, you'll have Samuel, you'll have Terry McLaurin, all ahead of him on the I need to eat targets depth chart. But there might be some opportunity for McCaffrey to go. There might not be. I don't know. I don't know what the plan is. I don't know if it's Jalen Lane supersedes him in every way. Unknown to me. I don't know what Ben Sinnott's role is going to be. I think that's kind of my second favorite there because I don't believe in Ertz being healthy the whole way. But to me, I think the clearest path to walk on the field, play a lot more than he did last year, have an impact a lot larger than he did last year is Jordan McGee. Because of what you just said. I think Louvu is their big answer. That's their big, we're going to unlock him. We're going to use him in way more of an exclusive pass rushing role, a la like a Micah Parsons type tool. And because we don't have a really good defensive end group, Louvu's our pass rusher. McGee's going to take his place on probably second and third down and that linebacker core. I think he plays a lot.
Ben Sinnott, who you just referenced, I think has a chance to really break out this year. The path for that is a Zach Ertz injury, probably, and then him just being on the field a ton. Because he does make plays when he makes catches. His longest catch of the year last year came from Tress Way on that fake punt in Philly in the NFC Championship game. And all I got's the preseason, okay? I admit that. That doesn't get you a whole lot. But go back to the preseason when he caught the ball in space and rumbled and Chris Cooley'd his way through through tackles and around blockers and kind of, change directions. We saw it in college. He is interesting after the catch. He had just 5 grabs for 28 yards last year. The other thing I would say about him, he was a 2nd-round pick.
Yep.
He was taken just outside of the top 50 in the country. It's not like this guy was a 5th-rounder like McGee or the 100th pick in the draft like Luke McCaffrey. He was taken, I think it was like 52 overall. He was taken just outside of the top 50. He's huge, 6'4", 250. There is no reason Sinnott can't help them a whole lot more than he did last year. That shouldn't just be the expectation. It's probably a necessity. But the path to him doing that probably means less Ertz, either because they phase down his snaps a little bit, which I don't see, or very possibly, like the years leading up to last year, he's just not as healthy as he was in a surprisingly healthy 2024 season. This was Sinnott at the facility in the last week talking about going into year 2?
One that got an off season, one that is a lot more confident and much more comfortable with I mean, you kind of get thrown in the fire a little bit your rookie year, coming in from the combine and that draft process. You're learning your teammates, your coaches, your offense. So going into this year, getting a full offseason, getting my body back, knowing the offense and already having that chemistry built. So just one that's ready to get better and hopefully build a big role in this team.
The case there for Sinnott as the breakout second-year player. We've talked to McGee. Let's get into Luke McCaffrey. Noah Brown's hurt. Terry McLaurin's not at camp. There are some now targets to be had at wide receiver for the moment. Johnny Newton. John Allen's gone. Seems like there's some shoes to fill there. And Brandon Coleman's got a new position. He will be a starter this year after playing 73% of the snaps last year at left tackle. He's going to be the left guard. So we're working our way through these 5 guys here. The question for you at 800-636-1067 is, of this group of Sinnott, McCaffrey, Newton, Coleman, and McGee, who's going to make the biggest leap and help the most this season? You're listening to The Fan. Hi, I'm Grant. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props for the NBA Finals. Game 4 is tonight. So you'll want to get in the action with FanDuel. Now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends right in the app. If you want to check a player's consistency during the playoffs, or maybe if they have been working on a triple-double, or how many attempts they're getting, how many minutes they're getting in various situations, all that info is available for you in the app so you can make smarter bets. After the tip-off, combine live props into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. Get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 bonus bets. Got to hit a $5 bet when you get started. FanDuel.com/GP. It's FanDuel.com/GP. Got to be 21 in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Game 4 of the NBA Finals tonight. Thunder and Pacers at 8:30. The Pacers lead the series 2-1. In baseball, Nationals begin a 7-game homestand and a 3-game series against the Marlins tonight. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. The Nationals have lost 5 straight. Mitchell Parker gets the ball for the Nationals. He'll take on Edward Cabrera. And in hockey, Oilers beat the Panthers 5-4 in overtime to tie the series at 2 games apiece. Leon Draisaitl with his 4th overtime game-winning goal this postseason, the most ever. Game 5 going to be tomorrow. Taking a look at the U.S. Open leaderboard, round 2 going on in Oakmont, and the leaderboard is brought to you by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. Visit Golfdom in Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there. Atop the leaderboard, J.J. Spawn at 4 under par. He's even for his day today. Sam Burns fired a 5 under 65 today. He's at 3 under par. Thurston Lawrence at 3 under par. He's just getting his day underway. Ben Griffin at 2 under par, and then 2 other players under par. Victor Hovland shot a 2 under 68 today. He's at 1 under. Siwoo Kim on the course right now. He's at 1 under as well. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
How different does it feel in year 2, like not learning the playbook, but knowing it and just kind of advancing?
Yeah, it's a lot. You know, there's a lot that goes into your rookie year, on and off the field, just moving, getting used to everything, getting the flow. And it's nice this year to just not have to ask about everything of, hey, what's this going to be like? You kind of know what to prepare for and what to look for.
Does it feel like stuff's moving faster for you? Or?
Probably moving slower, if anything, you know, just trying to kind of hone in and be under control and have fun doing it.
The voice of Luke McCaffrey. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are looking at some of the draft picks from a year ago going into their second seasons who didn't do a ton last year, trying to figure out where the biggest leap and the most growth is going to come for the Commanders. So we looked at Jordan McGee. We have also now talked about Ben Sinnott. McCaffrey's interesting because he actually early in the year played a lot and had some targets and catches, and they went away as the year went on. 24 years old, 3rd-round pick, 6'2", 200, 18 grabs for about 170 yards, and the advanced numbers on him getting open, as we always talk about, were pretty good, even though the usage and the target share and all that stuff was low. But the path for him is you're seeing it open in front of your eyes.
Yeah.
McLaurin's not at camp yet. He'll eventually be here, and he'll be the number 1. Debo is oft injured and also not a traditional wide receiver. He's going to move around, slot, outside, backfield. He'll be everywhere. You've got a rookie in Jalen Lane. There's a learning curve. Just ask Luke McCaffrey. Noah Brown just got hurt, who definitely would have been above him on the depth chart. Who knows how serious that is, but it didn't look good. With each day that passes right now, the Luke McCaffrey business is booming, I'd say.
You're competing with KJ Osborne, Jalen Lane, whom you mentioned, and off-injured Michael Gallup. Speaking of that, I mean, there is a path to the second receiver opposite Terry McLaurin. Again, you always have to put an asterisk in there because Deebo Samuel's getting targets. Some of those are pop passes, screens, working underneath. The occasional something downfield, trick play, whatever. He's getting touches. I'm not saying he's not. He's going to get a lot. A lot of those that were Crowder, Zacchaeus, De'Ami Brown, etc. But your second traditional receiver role in an offense where that's probably the 5th place in terms of who's got to eat, that could be McCaffrey. That means more than 18 targets. Or 18 catches, rather.
That leaves the big guys. Just 2, one on each side of the ball here, offensive and defensive line. On the D-line, Johnny Newton, who I still think has the highest ceiling of all these players in terms of just what he's eventually going to become. I think Newton could end up making a Pro Bowl as a defensive tackle. I don't really see any of these other guys necessarily on that level. But Newton at 22, very, very young. I think that's an important factor here. He's basically 21 last football season. 36th pick in the draft, was the highest drafted of all of them, oh, by the way. 6'3", 295, ended up with 2 sacks and 6 TFLs. This is my answer. I think Johnny Newton, if he's used in a way where he's allowed to rush the quarterback, and I think that's probably what's going to happen, they bring in big, girthy, heavy, weighty, smart cars, Kinlaw, Goldman, and they go, you eat space. Johnny Newton, Daron Payne, you guys go get the quarterback. And I think Newton could really push the pocket, collapse some things from the inside out, be a pass rusher, show some of the stuff he showed at Illinois. So this is going to be my answer for the biggest leap. I think he's going to be a really, really good football player for them this season. Now, he had the most opportunity last year. So it's not like Sinnott, who didn't get to play and then might, or McCaffrey, who plays a lot more, or McGee, who didn't play at all and now does. All those guys are going to get the opportunity is going to spike way heavier, I think, than Newton's. But he's still going to go from part of a rotation to a way more important part of the rotation without Allen and with these other guys who I think are more traditional run stuffer, beefy guys than him. Like if you look at D tackles that can rush the quarterback, him and Payne are way separated on the depth chart than the other guys, in my opinion.
I think that's fair. I'm much lower on him than you are. I think he's part of the rotation. I think he'll still be part of the rotation. Slightly bigger part maybe this year. No John Allen, but we were without John Allen a lot last year. But it's reasonable that he would grow in that role, maybe be freed up to do more of what he's good at as opposed to having to do everything.
So when you say you're lower on him than me, what you just explained is exactly what I think too, other than you're saying you don't see him as eventually a Pro Bowler.
No, I think he's part of a crew of guys. I think he's pretty good, but I don't see the same level of greatness.
I think he's going to be super disruptive and a really, really good like pass rushing D tackle.
I hope that's correct, by the way, because that all of a sudden makes a lot of these things click in a way that they're not now, where I'm going, this is the big investment. We're going Javon Kinlaw and Dietrich Wise and Eddie Goldman and But if he's dynamic, then it makes those other pieces make sense.
They brought in size guys to stop the run, which I'm hoping frees him up a little bit to just get up the field. I think that's why you draft him 36. What about Brandon Coleman? Coleman played 73% of snaps last year as their left tackle. And on record, on a podcast this week, we were able to figure out via Quinn that Coleman will be the starting left guard. We knew they were going to move him inside. We weren't sure exactly what position. But at 24, third-round pick, 67th overall last year, he played left tackle. They're keeping him on the left side. They're kicking him inside to guard. They're going to set it and forget it and just tell him, that's your spot. Play there every down. I think he could be a really good guard, rather.
I'm pretty sure
like
of it.
Cosme-esque in the sense of he actually was better at tackle maybe than Cosme was to start his career. And then you kick Cosme in, was like a bigger guy, and ask him to do a little bit less in space. And how much better did he get quickly? Why couldn't that same thing happen with Brandon Coleman?
So to me, I think he's going to be the quote-unquote best player of this group, but not make the biggest leap. So it's my same argument against why we didn't include Mikey Sanders still. Already pretty good. I think Brandon Coleman's already pretty good. Showed really well as a rookie left tackle. There are some things you'd like to improve upon, and they decided it was worth getting a marquee left tackle to improve upon those things instead of waiting for Coleman to develop. But I think he's going to be a really good left guard, and he was already a pretty good left tackle. So let's say he went from a 6, and I think he's going to an 8. That difference to me is less than the difference between Jordan McGee, who barely played, who's going to go to a 6. I think he's going from 0 to 6.
So your answer, biggest leap, year 2 draft class is
McGee. I think it's Jordan McGee. I think the opportunity is there for him.
I'm going to say, I guess Newton, because I think he could end up being one of the better players on the defense if some things click. But Ben Sinnott's the safe answer. I just don't trust that Ertz is going to play 16 games.
I don't either.
Like, it could easily be an 8-game season for Zach Ertz.
That was more the norm over the last several seasons.
Right.
Yeah.
And if that happens, Ben Sinnott's going to get a ton of targets. He's going to go from, is he still on the team? What's going on with him? Where is he? To every week it's 4 for 45, 5 for 50. And you look up at the end of the year and he caught 60 balls or whatever. Let's go to Sean in Falls Church. How are you, Sean?
Doing well, guys. I appreciate you taking my call.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah. So I think that for me, I think it's because of the positional change that Coleman is going to take. It's a different jump. It's a jump from one position to another. And so I think that's kind of, it's an opening for him. You're not doing as much. You're not expected as much, even in your first year. And you've got a guy that you can trust to the left of you, who is one of the best left tackles in the game. I think that if Noah Brown ends up being out, I think Luke McCaffrey is also in discussion. But for me, I think it really is Coleman, and it's purely because of the positional change. I think Sinnott could be great. Ertz, could go down. But right now, on this day, with Ertz being healthy, for me, it's Coleman.
Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, I mean, it all depends on how you view the question as well. To me, like if that's the criteria, Coleman's going to start. We know that. The other guys were like, if this happens, he could fill in, or he's part of the rotation.
Maybe.
Yeah,
like him or Newton better help the most because they're going to play the most.
Yeah. So my answer is the most snaps here are going to Coleman. Right. Newton's part of rotation. He's going to be a huge part of it, but
Coleman should play 100% if he's healthy.
And that's kind of my point here. So that's why I think he's the quote unquote best player of the group. But if we're talking about the leap, it depends on how you see it.
Vince and Akakeek, you're on the Fan. What's up?
What's up, guys?
Hey, man.
So my
real quick, happy Father's Day we got this weekend.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Appreciate you.
So my thing is this. I don't know who's going to take the biggest jump, but I've been saying this since the end of last season. I need everybody to take the biggest jump. Anybody that was drafted last year, Jaden Daniels included. The success of this team, the mark of Adam Peters is supposed to be that he finds his gems in every round outside of round one. Because honestly, his round one gems weren't always the best hitters. But he's made his mark because 2 through 7, he found all pros. So if the benchmark is the greatest jump for the next guy, I heard Danny say an 8. Then if the top guy's an 8, the next guy needs to be a 7.8, a 7.9, 7.6. Everybody needs to make a quantum leap jump for year 2 for this team to be successful. Like, we've made all this fuss about we were ready to play right now. If we didn't draft anybody, the team is ready to go anytime, anywhere, any place. That comes from everybody who we drafted last year making I'm ready to be a pro right now this year in year 2. That's how I see it.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks very much. Yeah, look, if they're going to repeat last season with a harder schedule, playing a more ominous quarterback schedule and better teams, they're going to have to be better than they were last year. If you're the exact same level of good, which was really good, by the way.
It was, yeah.
But this is just basic how it works. This is common sense. If you're the exact same and you're playing better teams, then you're going to be worse. So they have to improve just to sustain. You have to improve a lot to actually improve. And that is the concern, fear, what have you. There's a very real chance of regression. I actually think when you look at this team on paper, this is not an above 500 roster, in my opinion. This is a 7, 8, 9 win roster, depending on how healthy you are and you get a couple of bounces, with a quarterback that might be unique and special and an MVP candidate. And so if Jaden Daniels is exceptional and he has this remarkable year, then he might make the 8-win team a 12-win team. Like that, we kind of saw that to an extent last year.
Indeed.
Very, very possible. But there's a lot on his plate, man. I mean, he doesn't really have much margin for error in the sense of if there's more talent around him and he just got to be a distributor and it's okay, the defense will make you right. When you have a bad game, they'll steal a game for you. I don't think that's the build here.
I don't either.
He's got to be great, and they have to be better just to get back to where they were.
Different paths to come to the same conclusion. You think about the previous regime, how bad a job they did stacking talent. So you've got to hit on a higher. You got to hit no matter what organization you're in. If you got a $80 million quarterback or a rookie deal, you got to hit on draft picks. I mean, that to Vince's point, to yours, that's obvious, that's intuitive. The point I would make here, though, now is the previous failures of Rivera and company put that much more of a premium on if you want success. Like if you hit at a normal rate, you don't get to go 12-5 the previous season. You win 8 and then maybe you jump up to 10. They're now in a position where the expectations are so high, you don't have other solutions. So you have a small allotment of picks, and you've got to hit on a higher percentage just to keep up with everybody as they're improving, right? Just because, again, what happened before.
It's not very often that I feel terrible for an athlete because they're so good and their team is so bad. So you get paid pretty well and you're playing a game and you're enjoying yourself and it's your buddies that are around you. But there's a guy that I now officially just feel awful for.
Oh.
I want to get into that next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Danny Paul Skenes is on the bump today for the Pittsburgh Pirates, the number 1 overall pick a couple of summers ago, who got to the big leagues on a rocket ship and has become the best pitcher in baseball, maybe. His career earned run average is 1.9.
Filth.
His ERA for the season's 1.8. And on the year, he has a 174 average against. And yet the guy is on a terrible Pirates team that has no offense, that never supports him. Today, he's thrown 2 scoreless one-hit innings with 3 strikeouts and no walks. His normal dominant stuff, every single pitch is a highlight reel. I'm watching all the clips on the internet of the horizontal break and the vertical break and the velocity and the this and the that. And it's 0-0, and they'll lose to the Cubs today. He'll give up a run or two, and they'll lose 1-0, 2-1, something like that. And it happens almost every single time he pitches. But it's gotten to the point already in his career, we're only in year 2, where the team around him is so bad and, frankly, so hopeless. And it's not like the Nats where you've got Wood and Abrams and Gore and this real foundation of pieces where you're actually a player or 2 away. The Pirates, it doesn't feel that way. But they've got amazing young pitching. Jared Jones out for the season, had his UCL repaired. Would have been another piece.
He's filthy.
They've got a kid in AAA named Bubba Chandler who throws 100, who's maybe the best arm in the minor leagues right now. They got a lot of young pitching, but they have no bats, no offense, nothing coming. It's going to be a long time. And so people are saying, well, maybe they should trade him. Kind of crazy, but it's the Soto thing where you've got this generational, unbelievable Hall of Fame type, and you could probably get a package of 4 or 5, like this all-time return like the Nats did, to reset your organization. And here in D.C., I think people would actually be a little more open to that than in other places because you've seen what can happen when you trade the generational talent. But I bring up Paul Skenes to say, Danny, he is one of the first guys in a long time I felt really bad for. Every sport is different. You know, in football, I guess you could be a player on an offense that's great with a bad defense, and I could have some empathy. But like, he goes out there once every 5 in control. And all he gets to do, Danny, is grab that spheroid and throw that baseball toward home plate. That's what he's got. That's all he's got. And every single time, just about, he does it amazingly. He does it better than anyone else in baseball. And then he sits down and watches baseball for 4 more days, and then he does it again. And it almost never matters.
all he does is lead the league in whip, leads the league in hits per 9, leads the league in pitching WAR, leads the league in innings pitched, and he's up there in strikeouts and, you know, among the league leaders in earned run average and like losing record. Tell me more about pitcher wins, just as a quick side. But beyond that, yeah, you're just toiling, dude. I like the pressure is to the point where, oh, you gave up a hit, Paul? I guess we're probably losing. Like, it's to that level.
Right. And he's got a really good life. Some point is a victim. The guy throws a baseball and then he goes home and he plays board games with Livy Dunn at night. Late at night, they sit down together and they play board games.
Make so much eye contact and talk to each other.
It's not a bad life.
Nope.
A lot of people would trade with him. But from a baseball standpoint, how do you not feel a little bit bad for the guy?
Yeah.
You only get so many bullets in that arm. There's only so much ammunition that you got in that right arm. And it is being wasted right on this terrible team. And it's not like it's a bad year, but look at what they'll have next year. If you think the Nats don't spend,
that's what I was going to bring up.
Wait till you look up the Pirates and their free agency. Like the rut that the Nats are in where the learners have just kind of stopped spending for a handful of years. That's the Pirates' existence.
Mm-hmm.
And it ain't going any differently in the next couple of years. So this is what it's going to be for Paul Skenes. They'll have some runs and play some good baseball or whatever, but he's going to be pitching dominantly on a good pitching staff with no offense. And I don't know, there's just not many examples like this in sports where I really look at a guy and I go, man, you are in for a long, painful existence if you care at all about winning anything meaningful.
There's not much light coming at the end of the tunnel either, because that's the point, right? This is the hamster wheel to nowhere. So it's sort of like they're the case where if most of the time, I think the players are a little bit overwrought in terms of some of their needs and wants and them kvetching about tanking and teams building the right way. They're the example where every players union meeting where they're meeting with ownership or Major League Baseball, whatever, I go, wait, look over there.
But they're not tanking.
That's my point.
They're just existing.
They exist and they're not competitive.
Right.
This has to change. We can't have 29 clubs going for it-ish to some degree, whether it's now or a year or 2 years or 3 years down the line. We can't have this. We can't have the Nutting family, St. Albans School, by the way,
Are you serious?
I am, yeah.
I
Several of them
wouldn't claim that.
Well, I'm just telling you, several of them did. They're not in a lot of the brochures. But the point is, they're unserious.
Well, they shouldn't be allowed to own a team. But here's the problem. You don't really lose a team for being a bad owner.
Right.
And even Dan Snyder, if he wasn't harassing people, if he wasn't doing some of the awful things culturally that he was allowing and perpetuating with his henchmen, so to speak, then he'd still be the owner of the team. Just running teams badly and being cheap does not get you run out of business. You can run a restaurant terribly. It's not illegal. You can run anything. You can run a radio station badly. Whatever you want to run, you could run it really poorly into the ground, and no one's going to stop you. And that's basically what's happening with the Pirates. It's painful and it stinks, but I think that's the reality of this. But they're not selling. They should. They need to. Baseball would be better if they did. I just don't get why owners who have so little interest in competitiveness and winning and spending to get a return and actually like having a championship at some point in a parade, why? I guess they just make money hand over fist and they treat it like a coffee shop and they don't really care what the coffee tastes like.
Yeah. So this is the long-term investment portfolio style, right? Where all you have to do is nothing. You spend the bare bones, you break even or even lose a little bit of money, but the value of the team of your asset goes up. So your personal fortune goes up, right? So you can borrow against it, never have to spend anything. You just sit there and you get your teeth kicked in. You earn back a little tiny bit of the money and there's no competitive drive. There's no juice in it. Like you're not moved the way other people are moved to own a team. It's just the simplest little thing. It's like owning a house that you're never going to see and never live in. You lose a little bit every month, but if you can afford to do that, when you sell it in 20 years, you make a killing. That's what it is.
St. Albans class that you took there on that?
Yeah.
Was Nutting sitting next to you?
So it was the old the patriarch of the family, Ogden Nutting, back in the day was a St. Albans student.
I'm sure, by the way.
Well, he was. I'm saying.
I'm not telling you you're wrong.
G. Ogden Nutting. I don't know what G stood for.
I've never been more sure about anything.
There you go.
G. Ogden Nutting at St. Albans. Was Bob the current owner there?
I don't think Bob actually went there.
Okay, then you're fine. As long as you don't have to claim him, I think you're fine.
Yeah, Og wasn't really that excited about spending either, it sounds like.
Next, we want to talk about the Colts' new owner. This is the daughter of Jim Irsay, who's going to be wearing a headset during NFL games to listen in on what's being said. We'll give you some thoughts on that. But Chris Roland of the DC Defenders is stopping by as well. They've got a UFL championship game title on the line to play tomorrow evening. We'll talk to him on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by the Chesapeake Bay Sox. Purchase tickets at baysox.com. NBA Finals continue on tonight. Game 4 for the Thunder and the Pacers in Indiana. 8:30 tip-off for that one. The Pacers lead the series 2-1. Baseball tonight. Nationals looking to snap a 5-game losing streak as they start a 3-game series against the Marlins tonight. 6:45 first pitch at Nationals Park. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. Mitchell Parker takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 4-6 with a 4.44 ERA. He'll take on Edward Cabrera, who is 2-2 with a 3.99 ERA. Nats and Marlins, 6:45 right here on The Fan. Hockey last night, another thriller in the Stanley Cup Finals as the Oilers win 5-4 in overtime to tie the series at 2 games apiece. Leon Draisaitl with his 4th overtime game-winning goal this postseason. That's the most ever. Panthers and Oilers Game 5 going to be tomorrow. An update at the U.S. Open is brought to you by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. Visit Golfdom at Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there. Atop the leaderboard, J.J. Spawn, 1 under on his day today. He's 5 under par for the tournament. Just 4 other players under par now. 4 under is Thurston Lawrence. Sam Burns shot a 5 under, 65 today. He's 3 under in the tournament. Ben Griffin at 2 under, and Victor Hovland at 1 under. The Washington Nationals AA affiliate comes to town. Catch the Bay Sox take on the Harrisburg Senators June 14th for Star Wars night plus fireworks. Then celebrate Father's Day on June 15th with special deals. Closer to home, closer to the action. BaySox.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Good news, bad news, Danny. Which one do you want first?
Bad. I always like to start with bad. It's the salad of news before I get to the thing that I want.
I just bought a new refrigerator freezer.
Oh, that's good. Isn't that good?
That's also the good news, I guess.
Oh, I guess.
We can keep food cold. That's
it was cheap and on sale, kind of.
It's the bad news.
No. Yeah.
I mean, I didn't go big. I'll say that. It was nothing nice.
Mhm.
It's just what they cost.
Yeah.
Things cost money.
Yes.
That's the frustration.
Yeah.
Grant and Danny on The Friend, brought to you by our friends, the law firm, Condori and Murad.
We love those guys. We really, really do. We want you guys to experience the exclusive sponsorship of our show, the law firm of Condor and More. Let them help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. That's where we find Chris Roland of the DC Defenders, their leading receiver, the number 2 receiver in the UFL this season. They're getting ready for their championship game against Michigan. They play tomorrow night trying to win a title. Chris, thanks for the time. You're on in the district. How you doing?
I'm doing good, fellas. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, buddy.
You got it. So break this matchup down for us. You guys played Michigan once, and they got the better of you pretty decidedly. But this is a different Defenders team now, been through a lot since. And now we're staring down a championship matchup on a neutral site in St. Louis. What are your expectations?
We're feeling good going into this game. If you go back and, you watch the film, the game was a lot closer than, what the 38-14 score matchup indicates, man. And, if you look at it, we made a couple mistakes. We're still figuring out some stuff offensively, and we're a completely different team now. We're more well-rounded and we're more disciplined. And that was a learning moment, at that time. And, we're pretty confident going into this game, man. We're looking forward to it. We're excited, and we owe those guys. So, there's no lack of confidence on our side.
What's the most important thing for you guys to get done here to get that victory?
Most important thing, man, hey, just take it one play at a time. Don't think about, if something's going to go wrong, right? We just got to continue to take our shots, at that rock and, and pound it. And eventually, it's going to bust. And we just got to do our part and not get caught up in, the rah-rah and all the glitz and the glamour of, what the Michigan Panthers are doing. Just focus on each and every one of our assignments and let everybody do their job, man. And, we'll leave there with a win.
Chris Roland this season in 8 games, 42 catches, 522 yards. That's number 2 among UFL wide receivers, and the 42 catches is actually one of the highest totals among wideouts in the league as well. in a league where so many of you guys individually are trying to get back to the NFL or get to the league, and it's kind of about keeping your individual dreams alive, what about the team part of this, coming together to try to win a championship, and just the importance of that when really, I don't know that you get into the league to win a UFL title, you get into the league so that you can get another shot in the NFL where you've been before?
Well, our coach says it all the time. Coach Harris, he always preaches to us, with team success comes individual success. So, you do your part to win each and every game. I think, it'll take care of itself. I truly believe that. I believe, no NFL team will look at a team that isn't winning. And when they dissect each team and each player, what is this team doing right? Well, they're going to dissect each one and see, hey, you got some key guys here that are doing certain things right, which is resulting in wins over here. So my whole message, you got to ignore that little I and focus on that big team. So that's kind of what we preach, in DC.
Have there been moments where that's been more challenging than others to do that?
No. I mean, everybody's, kind of focused on the, same thing, just winning, and if I'm being honest with you, it's, not something we all kind of worry about. Everybody has dreams, expectations to go back to the NFL, but hey, let's win first.
Our guest is Chris Roland, returned kicks in the National Football League, played with the Atlanta Falcons and trying to get back there. He's a two-time now UFL All United Football League teamer, 24 and 25 the last two seasons. Played with the Falcons, the Tennessee Titans, and then professionally outside of the NFL with the Philadelphia Stars and the USFL, and now the DC Defenders. How would you comp the level of play in the UFL, maybe to even the USFL, but certainly to the NFL, for the people that have either only watched it on TV, don't go to the games like I do, or haven't seen much of it but may tune into the championship game?
I mean, there's obviously there's some differences. Obviously the level of play, it's a little less, than the NFL, but I wouldn't say it's a huge difference. I mean, the speed is still there, the physicality of the game. I would honestly say some of the hits, that I've taken in the UFL versus the NFL are much harder because, you got guys, fighting to get back in the NFL, so the intensity, there is there. But as far as, the competitiveness, there is no difference.
Chris, do me a favor and compare it back to your college time at Tennessee State. Just to give folks kind of a frame of reference. So I know it's probably between the NFL, the highest league we got, but I'm sure it's, maybe no disrespect, maybe better ball than you were playing in college. Kind of quantify that for us.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, taking nothing away where I came from, Tennessee State, smaller, Division I HBCU. The level of play there compared to the UFL. I mean, the UFL is much faster, much faster. I would compare it to, probably the tops of, college football where, you got the national champions. I would say that it's more closer to that, but even still, the UFL level of play is probably still higher than that. If I had to give you a true comparison.
Defenders number one playmaker and wide receiver on the outside, Chris Roland, is with us here on Grant and Danny, one of the top wideouts in the UFL. Has the Defenders with Jordan Tamu and company trying to win a championship in the UFL title game. You can watch it tomorrow night. It will be on network television as they try to win a title for DC. Chris, what about the overall product? What would you say the NFL should take? If you were going to implement a couple things that they do in the UFL the NFL doesn't do, what would you translate over?
Oh, absolutely. The 4th and 12 onside kick option. I think, that's spectacular. You look at the percentage of onside kicks that are recovered, man, it's below 20%. So, with the alternative of 4th and 12, I think that would be a great rule to implement. I think, the possibility of comebacks are more likely to happen if they do implement that rule.
Yeah, 6%, it looks like, last year in the NFL. 3 out of 50. Yeah. I mean, it's just like you're done. So I totally – and by the way, the play is awesome.
Yeah.
It's a one-off play. It's offense against defense. If you get it, you go from where you were spotted. If you don't, the other team takes over. I love it. What about some of the 2-3-point conversion stuff? How have you found that?
I like that. I do miss the whole, being when you go for one, being able to kick the field goal. I feel like that gives you kind of like a breather, after you score. That's one thing I don't like having to attempt a 1-point conversion. I feel like a 1-point conversion should be a gimme, but I do like the whole idea of a 3-point conversion. I like the 2-point, the 3-point conversion. I think those, which, the NFL already has a 2-point, but if they had to implement a rule, it would definitely be the 3-point conversion, man. I think that's awesome.
So you may, sorry, buddy, you may have just answered it for something that you didn't care for, but give me something that you go, you know what, maybe a different way of doing it's better.
Yeah, so I really couldn't tell you, man, like as far as you talking about in general, what I think, they could do better.
Totally.
Is that what you're asking?
Well, you for the UFL.
For the UFL, I mean,
you were
yeah.
saying you don't like the
for the
1 point play.
Yeah, like you said, I basically answered. I wish, we could bring the 1-point field goal back. I feel like, that, as from a player standpoint, gives you more of a chance to breathe and gives, kickers absolutely, their time to shine instead of just field goals. But, the whole thing with going forward and, I think that's something we could work on because, having to attempt a 1-point conversion, we're basically attempting a 2-point conversion, in my opinion. So.
What about the return game? We got to see the kickoff. It was in the league, then out of the league, then back in your league. But the NFL adopted the old XFL kickoffs last year. And I think people hated it at first because it looks really funky. It's just weird. 5 yards apart. But I fell in love with it the first time I saw it in the UFL because there were actual returns and there were big plays. And I was like, this is way better than dudes just standing there on the goal line with their arms out for touchbacks every time. But like, how would you describe trying to return kicks? And there are a lot of times where it feels like, you're just running into a wall still.
Man, that thing, I'll tell you what, that whole play, kickoff return in general is a fast play. But with the new rules, that thing happens really fast, man. You got to pick a hole and go. You can't dance. You can't feel your way through like, the traditional kickoff, which is what I really enjoyed, man. I felt like I could take my time and kind of, feel my way through and find a hole and then explode. But now it's full steam ahead. And, that's one thing that the biggest difference between that and the traditional kickoff. But I like it, man. I mean, it really shows who is a, true capable returner, in my opinion. You got to pick a hole and you got to hit it. And you got to hit it hard.
What's the fan support been like for you guys when you've been up in DC?
Do what?
The fan support. When you guys been up in DC, what's the fan support been like?
Man, the fan support's been awesome, man. I mean, the fans in DC are relentless. You couldn't ask for a better fan base. I think, everybody talks about, St. Louis and all, the fans they bring out. But man, there's nothing like the DC Defenders, home games. When they took the limits from us, which is okay, but as far as, relentlessness, man, oh man, it gets rowdy and outy.
UFL championship game, winners of the USFL and XFL conferences. That's the DC Defenders, Michigan Panthers tomorrow, scheduled for an 8:00 kickoff. They're in St. Louis, back at the Dome at America Center, where the Defenders won this past weekend. So they're getting comfortable in the Dome over in St. Louis. We appreciate the time. Best of luck. Go get yourself a championship.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you for having me on the show.
Thanks, bud.
You got it. There's Chris Roland of the DC Defenders with us on Grant and Danny. He is a violent wide receiver with some Pierre Garçon. He's a small guy, though. It's like 5'8", 5'9". But Danny, he's very physical, and he takes huge hits.
Well, just looking at the profile picture on his Wikipedia page, that's not a gentleman I'd like to see in a dark alley or anywhere, quite frankly, if he wants to go where I am.
I love watching that guy. He's the kind of guy, like, I don't know if he'll ever get back into the NFL or not. He's 27 years old. But I promise you, if he was in the slot for somebody in the NFL, he'd be just fine. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you mean.
Is he a little short on whatever it is? And I can't tell you. Maybe it's route running or speed or whatever the reason is he's not in the NFL right now. It's probably a legitimate reason. But he's just a gamer. He's physical and he plays violently. I always talked about Pierre Garçon with like the fang mouth guard and looking like a UFC fighter that played receiver. Like this guy kind of gives off that same vibe. He's just a lot smaller than Pierre. And frankly, I think if he was 4 inches taller, that's an NFL wide receiver.
Well, look at that picture.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a piece of diesel beef right there.
Right.
No,
but
thank you.
That's 5'8"-ish.
Yeah.
Imagine if that guy's 6 foot.
Yeah, he's listed at 170. I think maybe his right arm is 170. I mean, that is a tank coming at you.
All right, let's pivot to the National Football League. There's a story we have not gotten to the last couple of days that we were both really interested in. So I'm going to go with the Pro Football Talk version of this story just to go through some of the details. But the gist is that Carly Ursay-Gordon, who's going to be taking over as the de facto owner of the Indianapolis Colts. This is Jim Irsay's daughter. She is married somebody with the last name Gordon, so she's Carly Ursay-Gordon. It's a family business, so there's a bunch of members of the family that are still going to be involved in the ownership. but she's the one that is like the most involved in the football outfit and wants to be involved and is going to be the point person, so to speak, the face of the operation. So apparently she's been doing this for a while, but now it's getting a little bit more attention. The principal owner of the Colts wears a headset during games. And she even did this when her dad was the majority owner still, and she was just his daughter very recently. Part of the ownership group, obviously, but not the head of the table, so to speak. She says she's going to keep doing it. Now, this is via Stephen Holder of ESPN.com. She explained the reasoning for the practice during a Tuesday press conference. Again, the practice being during games. She wears the same headset as the coaches and anybody else, so that she can hear all the calls, all the interactions, everything being said on headset. She said, quote, I need to be able to say, is this person full of BS? Do they even know what they're talking about? Irsay Gordon said. It is such a complex organism, a football team and how it operates. You could say, oh, that person ran the wrong route. Then you learn, oh, someone tagged the wrong receiver, and it wasn't really the player's fault. It was the person who called the play. It was the person who sent in the receiver. I would suggest it for anyone else that has to pay coaches and GMs millions and millions of dollars. It helps you make a less expensive mistake, potentially. She even goes further than that, where she likes to have the play chart in front of her. So as they're calling the plays, she's looking at the chart to see what's being run and kind of learning, as if she's a backup quarterback or something, the ways of the team in game. And there's been a lot of conjecture and talk about this, because I think the biggest fear that NFL fans generally have about owners that aren't football people is you're overstepping. This is not your lane.
Because that's as soon as I see that, I went, oh my God, are you kidding me? But then I read about it, to your point.
And you see why she does it. And the idea is, oh no, this is some Jerry Jones maniacal situation where she's going to be trying to call plays. But when I read and looked into it, I actually think, and maybe I'll be in the minority in this, I think this is really smart. Because what would be a problem is if she then goes and at halftime walks downstairs and tells the offensive coordinator, you're not running the ball enough. That's not really what's happening, and I don't think that's what's going to happen.
Precisely.
If she were to get on the headset, she's wearing a headset to listen. I don't think she has a microphone. If she was talking, even at all, like giving feedback or advice, I would say that's a bridge too far. That's ridiculous. And that's not because we're talking about Carly Ursay Gordon, a female. That's because any owner, Jerry Jones, Josh Harris, anybody doing that would be wrong to do that. It's a ridiculous thing to do when the football people are running the football team on game day. But I actually love this. I think this is really smart. I think she's onto something, and I think more owners should do this. Like, you have the choice if you're Josh Harris. You could listen to everything going on and look at the play sheet and study it all, him or David Tepper or whatever. Or you could sit in your suite and have some drinks and talk to Magic Johnson or Kevin Durant or whoever else is around. I don't think there's a wrong answer, by the way. You could probably get all the answers you need without listening to the headset. But I think this is probably what I would do, honestly, as just a football fan. When I go to a NASCAR race, I want to listen to what the person in the pit box is telling my favorite racer, just to hear what's going on. I think that's what she's doing, and she's adding in the fact that eventually I've got to decide who's good and who's bad, and this on game day will give me a better indication. So as long as she's not using this to try to run things on game day or be some football savant as a de facto general manager bossing people around, and I don't think that's what's going to happen, give me this 100%. I love this from her.
Yeah, so my initial reaction, just seeing the headline, I'm going, oh my God, this new person is going to be so tyrannical and nonsense, is going to start chiming in and leaving vanilla ice cream on defensive coordinators' desks and saying, why don't we run the zone dog blitz fire ant or whatever next time down the field. Oh my God, then you have to sort of listen to this person. But the explanation is actually an excellent one. As long as it doesn't rise above that, where all you're doing, I mean, imagine this. If you're the owner of the team and you listen to Ron Rivera not say anything constructive for quarters at a time.
Correct.
And just sitting there with the headset up, occasionally front clapping somebody and not saying anything at halftime and not contributing. And, you know, someone's going, what should we do? And he's going, I'm not sure. Then the offensive coordinator takes charge. You're listening to that dialogue and you have a good feel. I will never have the understanding that Cliff Kingsbury has of the sport, of the nuances as to why a play call happens, right? I could do my best to try to figure it out and kind of think along with him, but I'll never know the game the way he does, ever. But doesn't mean I shouldn't try to learn. Doesn't mean I shouldn't try to improve my own knowledge base. So I'm not going to judge him because he called, this bubble screen here when I would have called an off-tackle run the other way. That's not the criteria. But if he's shaky or uncertain and isn't sure what to do and has to get guidance from the head coach, I go, that's something I need to know. And then all the relationships, you're listening while they're at work. That's an invaluable deal.
So having talked to people over the years that have some access to this, it's interesting how much you can glean, I think. I've never been able to have this access, but to listen into some of this stuff. Like certain coordinators who would sometimes struggle getting stuff in or stumble over their words or get flustered and just say, all right, take it, you know. And if enough of that happens, I think it does change how you feel about the coordinator or a quarterback who struggles when it is pretty clear. Hey, come on, man, let's get out of the huddle. Let's go. I think it helps you with your decisions on the quarterback. Because here's the thing. Owners like Carly Ursay-Gordon, whether you want them to or not, when it comes to head coaching, offensive and defensive coordinator, coaching staff, quarterback decisions, they are immensely involved. They shouldn't call the shots. They should listen more than they talk most of the time if they're not football savants. But they are, and should always be and will be, heavily involved. So the more information you have, the better. You can learn about your quarterback this way. I think mostly your coordinators. Can we afford to let Cliff Kingsbury walk? If you're listening to every game and you know that he's in the headset telling Dan, I'm just making this up, but telling Dan Quinn, hey, I need this fourth down. I need you to go. Like he's helping coach the game too.
Yeah, like I'm going for a shorter play here, knowing that we're going for fourth down, right? Yeah, boom. Right.
Or if you know Dan Quinn is like saying something and I'm making this up, but Kingsbury's like, no, Dan, we got to do this. I mean, there have been times I remember back in the day where Danny Smith would help coach the coach. Okay, like there were things like that happening. And if you're listening to that, you know this person is in over their head.
Yep.
This is a boob. We can't have that. Little things like that, those subtle, nuanced amounts of intel that you get, I think can be huge. So I actually really like this, but we want to hear what you guys think. 800-636-1067. There's a great fear about owners who overstep. You know, Dan Snyder, Jerry Jones, David Tepper, those guys are nightmares. I think this is the dream. An engaged owner with a more accurate understanding of who's good and who isn't. But are we missing something here? Brent and Danny on the Fan.
Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. NBA Finals continue tonight. Game 4 for the Thunder and the Pacers at 8:30 tonight. Pacers lead the series 2-1. Baseball, Nationals begin in a 3-game series against the Marlins at Nationals Park tonight. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. The Nationals looking to snap a 5-game losing streak. Mitchell Parker takes the hill for the Nationals. Edward Cabrera goes to the hill for the Marlins. Taking a look at round 2 of the U.S. Open, the leaderboard brought to you by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. Visit Golfdom in Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there. Atop the leaderboard, J.J. Spawn and Thurston Lawrence both at 4 under par. Sam Burns at 3 under. Ben Griffin at 2 under. 2 players at 1 under par. Victor Hovland done with his day. Thomas Dietrich at 1 under par as well. Just 6 guys currently under par. This Father's Day at Meadows Farms, get free delivery June 12th through the 18th on orders over $500. And when you buy a $100 gift card, get $10 free. Bring the kids out June 14th to make a craft for dad at any of our 16 locations. Meadows Farms, plant a little happiness. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is the Fan. Welcome back. We got our double play, which is a Friday winning off the field segment. Coming up in 15 minutes. 4 o'clock, the Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. And then at 5, Daniel Murphy, Nats legend, stops by the show right here on the Fan. They're celebrating 20 years over at Nats Park. Adam LaRoche is coming back. Daniel Murphy will be at the ballpark all weekend long. It's pretty cool. So we will talk to him today about his triumphant return to D.C. But Carly Ursay Gordon taking over with Jim Irsay having passed away as the new de facto head of the Indianapolis Colts, leading the ownership group. She's going to be the face of the family's ownership team. She wears a headset during games. She listens to everything going on. She even has a play sheet in front of her, and she thinks that that intel is helpful in making decisions, and I think she's right. You're deciding if a coordinator's good or bad, if you need to pay them a raise or let them walk. Why wouldn't you want to know?
Or it can lead you to good questions. In other words, like if something may happen you don't understand, and you can actually directly reference it instead of sort of vaguely saying, in the game when you guys punted on 4th and 1, why'd you do that? Like you hear those kinds of conversations.
That's true.
You can ask way more informed questions. And if you're evaluating these people, which you are inevitably is the place where the buck stops, I actually think it's really good. But when I initially heard it, I recoiled. I went, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. They're going to, trying to, insert themselves, do what Snyder did, or, get involved in team meetings and dictate who should play and Jeff George this thing and the whole 9 yards. It doesn't sound like it, to be honest with you. It sounds really smart.
You know who made the right call and the wrong call in the dispute, too, in terms of going for a 4th down, somebody who advocated for it or against it. I think that can help. Now, there's an argument to this. I'm going to argue against me, and it sounds like you as well. We agree on this. But someone could say, well, you're less likely to be an overbearing, controlling owner if you're less likely to want to wear a headset and stare at the play sheet. And I think that's probably true. Like, in other words, if you're saying someone who's going to go full Jerry Jones or David Tepper is probably also going to be wearing the headset, although I'd point out that those guys don't do that. But the point is, like, what we all want is an owner that asks good questions, that is seen and not heard, who's in the room and helps when the big decisions need to be made, but that doesn't dominate the football conversation part of it. And you could convince me that you are more inclined to be that way if you're not also really interested in, like, being involved in everything. That said, it doesn't seem like she oversteps. Like, she hasn't. I just think that if you do this solely and you don't overstep, this is actually good, not bad.
Yeah. So there, back in the day, I took a class on the U.S. presidency, and this professor broke it down into 4 different quadrants of how somebody's management style when you're overseeing, the country. The worst and least productive possible is called the disinterested micromanager, right? There's the active micromanager, which could be like this, where you're finding out everything and you're intimately involved and you want to be part of it, et cetera. The disinterested person, that's Snyder, that's Tepper. I can't be bothered with the day-to-day being informed, but I'm going to come in and try to fix things, right? That's the worst possible managerial style that there is. And that, to me, is not what's happening here.
Well, so I also would disagree with Jerry and Depper about that, though. They're not disinterested. They're involved in everything.
Well, disinterested is the way of phrasing. They can't bother to listen to all the information and get
Understood.
it all. They're not sitting here listening to the plays. They just go, it didn't work. The offense wasn't good. Fire everybody.
I think other than not having the headset on, I think they are in on everything. I think they have, they're listening to meetings. Those guys are way too involved in everything. I don't think they just like show up at the end of the week and say, here's the quarterback I want. That's kind of the Dan Snyder, though, to your point. That's I'm taking over the draft when you weren't in on any of the draft meetings and you've been on your
You didn't
yacht
do
for
any
a couple
scouting,
months.
yeah.
I think the Cowboys wish that was the case with Jerry a little more often. That dude's having press conferences whenever he wants to downstairs outside the locker room. You know what I mean? He's there every single day. Same with Tepper. Let's go to the phone. Shane's in Avion. I don't even know what that is. What's up?
It's in France. So I'm on the outside of France. What's up, Commander Danny?
Buddy.
The round man of radio. You guys are awesome. You guys got the best show. You know that. But look, here's my topic on that, man. It's micromanaging her team. That's a genius idea. Like, it's her team, right? So why not? And now you're holding people accountable for what they're doing, like you said. Hey, look, you can't blame anything on nobody when the owner's watching, right? It's a those saying when the boss comes to the job site, that's when people start working, right? So it's a great idea. I think if it catches on, I don't think it's going to be the last owner to do it. Number one, if I was the owner of the team, I'd be doing the same damn thing. It's my team. It's an investment. These coaches are investments, and they're paid very, very well. And you know what? It's time that now owners are holding not only look, the players get handed accountability all the time, right? So now it's that time for the coaches.
And it's millions. It used to be you could sign a coach for 5 years, a couple million a year, whatever. Probably just 10, 15 years ago, it was a few million a year. Now some of these coaches are making $20 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, we're talking about a ton of money. And then if you got to fire someone, you're paying somebody 20 and the next guy 14 on his first contract or whatever. That's a crap ton of money to give to a head coach. Like the money's not the same, but if you're our boss, who's a program director, and you could listen in or see our prep meetings, or you could see the email chain and who's doing what and who's more invested. Like I think all that information is probably
info, yeah,
beneficial, right? CJ's in Alexandria. What's up, CJ?
Hey guys, I might be taking this in a little different direction, but I mean, if you owned a team, wouldn't you honestly, just as a fan, want to be listening in on
100%. I said I would do this 100%.
And now I'm thinking, I'm like, well, what if for like the premium seats or something like that, if you're able to wear a headset as somebody's sitting in a suite or something like that? I'd pay a lot of money to listen to what's going on between the coaches.
So that'd be sick. You'll just never be able to because it's impossible.
It's proprietary to some degree.
Number one, it's impossible to hear that without potentially it getting to the opponent.
Mm-hmm.
That's number one. But number two, in the same way that last night, the Cubs probably wish we didn't have as much access to the dugout as we now do, with Justin Turner down the steps celebrating. If you know, you know.
Yeah, dude, that was nuts if you haven't seen it.
That was absolutely nuts.
Mm-hmm.
At Grant H. Paulson on Twitter, if you want to check out what we're talking about.
Right.
I think teams, like, they don't even want Hard Knocks in their building, and they have editorial ability for a week at a time before something's published to get out. In the heat of the moment, with guys screaming and cursing, fans aren't ready for that.
Right.
You think Daron Payne and John Allen, like putting a face toward one, a finger in one another's face is a problem? Wait till you hear how some of these coaches and GMs and different people that are on these mics occasionally might talk to
in the
each
heat
other.
of competition. Yeah.
You guys, I don't think people are built for
There's
that.
some naughty language afoot.
What do the kids say? Like, I don't think you want that smoke. Reggie's in DC on Grant and Danny. What's up, Reggie?
Hey, what's going on, Grant Danny? First of all, I love y'all show. I cannot believe y'all co-signing this foolishness. I don't want my owner nowhere near a headset. You know what I want my owner to do? I want my owner to hire smart people. Let the smart people, when you want to choose a quarterback, give me the pros and cons of which quarterback. And if I need to break the tie, which I think Jack King Cook did with Beathard and Gibbs, I'll break the tie. Other than that, my owner, and I'm not even saying because she's a woman, she's not going to know a soft squat between a hard flat. She's not going to know a fire blitz between a cover three, why we did it and why. No, this is going to open up like a Pandora's box. And if I'm in that coach organization, you know how nervous I'm going to be to have like Big Brother watching over top of you? This is ridiculous.
So, Reggie, let me ask you this. I think it's a great call and very good points. How do you know if somebody's smart or not based on rep? Right? Like, wouldn't you get firsthand observation this way? Like, that's where I'm coming from on this.
If my eyes have 30 years of of sensitive knowledge of that. And again, I'm not saying because she's a woman, she doesn't know.
No,
it.
we're
But I'm
saying
gonna
any
hire-
owner doing
Right, any
this
owner,
is in the same boat, in my
I
opinion.
wouldn't be advanced enough to know. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm hiring smart people. That's because there's no exact science of it. But I'm hiring smart people that's going to be able to make that decision for me. Just like this, I don't want my quarterback coach sitting in the marketing meeting telling me how to market Jayden Daniels. I don't need that.
No, you don't. And
You don't.
By the way, outstanding
Good
call.
call,
Thank
Reg.
you.
Thanks.
I agree with everything you just said, with the exception of her listening in is anything other than just added information.
If the point is it could escalate beyond that, then yeah. Like, and if it does, now we have an issue.
I'm still not doing anything differently. I am hiring professionals.
Mm-hmm.
They are making the decisions. I'm not calling the shots on the quarterback. My point is, you know who eventually is involved in the decision to fire a general manager? The owner. It's only the owner. You know who eventually is responsible for firing the head coach? It's the owner and the GM. You're just going to have more insight on the things that you do have to do. Now, to his point, and something I've thought about, a buddy of mine texted me and said, wouldn't it be better if she just hired someone who's a former coach or a longtime NFL person to listen and then to give her feedback on what they're hearing?
And to filter it.
And I actually think that's probably true. Like, in other words, she gets smarter doing this. She learns the game more, just like any owner, Josh Harris or anybody would. He'll know what those blitzes are. He'll know. Any of us listening all season long, 17 games and all that stuff, we'd be such smarter football fans. And I think that's probably a good thing, not a bad thing, if your owner's smarter just for their own knowledge and has more of an understanding of what everybody does and how they do it. I think that's healthy if she's not overstepping, and I don't think she will. But I guess my point is, if you were to, let's say, bring in, I'm making this up, but I say Trent Green, I want you to listen to this month's worth of games on our headsets, and I want you to type up notes, and I'm going to pay you $100,000 as an advisor, and I want you to give me all your thoughts on the coaches you hear, everyone on the mic, what you think of each of them. That's probably way more insightful than me listening to it. And I actually think that is a good point. Doesn't mean I don't like that she's doing it. Just means that's probably a more instructive way to get the intel you need.
Yeah, you could also have your team president do it, your GM do it, even
But I
like,
want
to
a
help
football
evaluate
person.
guys. That's what I'm saying, to help evaluate those guys.
And GMs do a lot of the times listen into some of that stuff, but GMs are involved.
Mm-hmm.
GM, you don't think Adam Peters is pro Dan Quinn? Of course he is. I want a extra. I'm trying to get
you're bringing
intel.
in the consultant. Yeah.
Yeah. I want someone to say, hey, I think this coach, like Ron Rivera, is kind of full of crap. Whatever it is.
I
Right?
just want someone to tell me that.
800-636-1067. Mark and Frederick, home of the Keys. What's
Mark.
up?
Hey, I just want to add a data point, maybe a comp for this. I think it's a great idea. If you remember back in ancient history, when the new ownership came in, Josh Harris was in the room at the NFL Combine while they interviewed all the quarterbacks. And we all thought that was a great idea, so that he would be able to, personally evaluate each quarterback's answers to all the questions they had. We thought that was a great idea.
Yeah, a lot of people, I think, push back. It's a great call. I know my take at the time was, I love this. And it's actually very analogous in the sense that I thought it was really good for him to get the information, be engaged, be involved, but I don't want you to do anything with it. In other words, have all the intel so that when someone, if they come to you and says, you're a really smart billionaire, you're a good business person, what do you think? You can have a more informed response. But I don't want you to use that to say or do anything else. Just it's like having money you don't spend. I want you to get as much as possible and put it away, but I don't need you throwing it around and making it rain at the strip club.
So I didn't like that Harris was in the room at that point. I think we gave him a pass or liked it because he's Josh Harris and he's not Dan Snyder. Just because in general, your direct influence in the room, people are ultimately trying to please you and read what you're thinking.
Same thing
in order
about
to
her
do
on
it.
the headset.
So that to me, but because that's more passive, because you're not sitting in an offensive coordinators meeting or a passing game meeting or whatever. So
But
to
if
me,
she's willing to do this, why wouldn't she be willing to do some of that other stuff?
And that's kind of the point here is if you now are sitting in the room when people are deciding on stuff and you're giving away reactions where, all right, here's our game plan install, and you're going, that's what you're, okay. Like, people are going to react to that. That I don't want, because that starts to get an outsized influence. But just passively listening to me is different.
Yeah, I would do it. I think I probably wouldn't do it every game because I would just want to eat meatballs and like hang out with Olympians, too, because that would be a fun part of being a billionaire.
Wouldn't that be fun? Yeah.
800-636-1067. You can hop in. We'll also win off the field next. Tell us how your day has gone well. What's gone right that nobody else would care about. This is The Fan. Then where do we go? Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. It is time to figure out how you are winning off the field. Thanks much for making the show part of your day. Coming up in 11 minutes, Tyler Dunn, who covers the NFL, writes really detailed pieces about the National Football League, did a great story on Cliff Kingsbury, who he studied up on and dug into and chatted with. So we'll talk to Tyler about that coming up at the top of the hour, right at 4 o'clock today in lieu of a Beltway Blitz. But we will give you a little taste of the Blitz. We'll give you some teams you care about on the back end of that and the latest going on in DC sports. But it is time, Danny, to win off the field. Show the people how it's done.
So my 7-year-old is participating in this all-star soccer tournament thing. It's a really cool thrill for some of these little kids. And in this rec soccer league. So it's fun. It's a fundraiser type thing. It's a whole kit and caboodle. Point is, today, it's not even today, yesterday, good gracious, was the only day that somebody from the team was going to pick up uniforms. So like you got one window to do it, right? Because everyone's volunteering and the whole thing's a pain. So I was like, I can do it in the morning if it's available because I usually have mornings free, right? And that's kind of how you and I are operating these days. And we found out like, no, nobody can do it. It's not morning. It's the window is going to be from like 4 to 6, right? Smack dab in the middle of the radio program, right? So I'm like, well, now I can't do it anymore. I can't help you. And everyone's going, I can't help. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. One parent, you could hear the play when that email hit our inbox, said, I can do it. Just Venmo me. And so we did. The whole thing is solved. Uniforms are gotten. And we'll be picking them up tonight from him. Much easier. Because it happened and I didn't have to do anything. I am.
Winning off the field.
That's it.
I have been getting a lot of pressure to solve the dilemma at the house that started a couple of nights ago. We can't put anything in the refrigerator.
Oh, right.
Can't put anything in the freezer.
Can't do it.
Today, I'm on the phone with my wife. We're talking about something else. And my son in the background is going, Dad, 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 in the car. You familiar with this?
No, this is a kid doing that?
Yeah. I think we got 8 dads, right?
Yeah.
And finally, I'm like, let me just talk to him.
Yeah, buddy.
And so she hands him the phone and he goes, can you buy us a freezer, please?
There you go.
Why do you care about that?
Under pressure.
I think he doesn't have his ice pops, or he doesn't have his ice cream or his ice cream sandwich or whatever thing he wanted last night. And mom was like, oh, there's nothing in the freezer because we don't have a freezer. And now it's his job to get me to do it. But because I made the purchase today, officially, did 3 days worth of comparing some prices, kept waiting for things to get better, didn't get better.
It didn't get better.
Bit the proverbial bullet today, therefore I am.
Winning off the field.
Let's go to Chris, who's in Hyattsville.
Hi, Chris.
Hello, Chris. How are you?
What's up, gentlemen? Have a happy Friday to you. Listen, I know this is not just necessarily in the spirit of winning off the field. Danny might call it an on-field win, but I recently got my degree in data science from University of Loyola, Maryland. Go Greyhounds! Which means, Grant, when you and I have a dispute on Twitter regarding baseball statistics and such, you must understand that you're dealing with a scientist.
Oh, wow. A data scientist?
So the on-field win could lead to an off-field win in that sense.
That's very true.
Well, that was the entire objective of 3 years of courses and tests and exams and so forth.
So how should I refer to you? And like, are you
His Lordship Commander Data? What is it?
I'm basically Bill Nye of Twitter now. Okay? I'm basically Bill Nye of online sports arguments.
So, so is there a title
I'm
with
the
it?
Neil deGrasse Tyson of war and WOBA.
I like it. But you're just scientist? Is there like a letters that go with that? You know what I mean? Like an attorney is like Esquire,
right?
Or like
ESQ,
MD.
I believe the letters are GOAT. Grant, I believe those are the letters that go.
Indeed. I will ask for your understanding and your patience with me.
Your grace
as one of the unwashed masses in the future when we discuss things in baseball.
Yes. Do so.
Congratulations.
Winning off the field.
3 years of classes. How about it?
Yeah.
That's a hell of an accomplishment.
That's a lot of studying. And like living as an adult, by the way. That ain't easy.
I should have asked him. Now I'm asking you to answer for him.
Yeah.
Does he do that for fun?
No.
Or is it something he needed for work?
I bet it's, I don't know if he needed it for work
Becoming
or he wanted
a data
it.
scientist, unless that's what you do for a job. Like, did he just do it to be able to call in and do a baseball bit? Is that the whole point?
Yeah, like he takes winning off the field that seriously.
He wants no, not to that. But
Twitter arguments. Seriously?
I think he wants to do it so that he can build a spreadsheet about war.
No, well, maybe, but like so years ago, my wife had a job where one of the things that you could do was they'll help you with grad school to help like enhance your career. So they'll pay for a little bit of it, but you still pay for most of it. But it's like, yeah, we encourage you to do that in order to help your own career rocket ship so you can get into certain things. Didn't really work out. It wasn't really what we're after, but that's maybe something like that, right? Where you go, I'm not like doing this for kicks. It's like, this will help me long-term. Maybe.
Luke McCaffrey in DC. What's up?
Hi, Luke McCaffrey.
Hey boys, how you doing?
Come in.
So a little bit short on money earlier this week. I instantly thought of this segment and I was been waiting a week. I had $4,500 McDonald's rewards points. So I wanted to use them. I went there, redeemed my free fillet of fish. I got the bag and something was a little bit different. I was like, what's going on? I opened it up, a double fillet of fish. It was amazing, incredible, unexpected, and I instantly thought of you guys and had to call in.
Winning off the field.
We're glad you did.
You get it.
It's nice to be thought of. That's the idea of the
That's
segment.
it, right there.
Steph in Warrenton, how are you?
Hi, I'm great. Long-time listener, love your show.
Thank you.
So I work at a dental office, and I'm a dental assistant, and I never, ever get off on time. But every day this week, I got off on time, and some days I got off early. Therefore, I am
You understand
Winning off
it,
the
man.
field.
Bruce, if you could just keep up.
Bruce,
it's
Steph,
not that hard,
she
right?
tried
You
to-
just gotta just say it, Bruce. She's just pouring her heart out to you. That's all she's giving you a little piece of her life.
You know what I mean, Bruce?
And all you got to do, Bruce, is just you got one job.
Virginia's doing great.
Thank you.
Well, it is now,
Governor.
Bruce. I mean, Governor.
The culture
Yeah.
is actually damn good.
Let's talk to Tyler Dunn, who reported on Cliff Kingsbury. Got some details on the Washington offensive coordinator. Next on Grant and Danny.
Winning off the field.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Coach Wooten's basketball camp, coachwooten.com. That's 2 O's and 2 T's. NBA Finals continued tonight. Thunder and Pacers, Game 4, 8:30 tip-off for that one. Pacers lead the series 2-1. Three-game series for the Nationals begins tonight against the Marlins at Nationals Park. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. The Nationals looking to snap a 5-game losing streak. Lefty Mitchell Parker takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 4-6 on the season with a 4.44 ERA. He'll take on righty Edward Cabrera, who's 2-2 with a 3.99 ERA. Stanley Cup Finals, Game 4 last night. The Oilers beat the Panthers 5-4 in overtime. The third game of this series to go into overtime. Series now tied at 2. Leon Draisaitl had his 4th overtime game-winning goal this postseason for the most ever. Panthers and Oilers Game 5 going to be tomorrow. Taking a look at the U.S. Open leaderboard, second round presented by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. Visit Golfdom in Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there. Thurston Lawrence atop the leaderboard by 3. He's 6 under. 3 under on his day through 4 holes today. Sam Burns and J.J. Spawn at 3 under par. 3 players at 1 under. Victor Hovland, Ben Griffin, and Sam Stevens. Coach Wooten's basketball camp, they instill a love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to the rising high school star and experience the legacy of the Wooten basketball camps. Coach Wooten. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Live from our Half Street Studios in the Navy Yard. Ahead of Nats baseball tonight. 2 hours and 40 minutes away from first pitch. We're Grant and Danny on your flagship home for the Caps and the Nats. 106.7 The Fan, brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad.
Elder law, estate planning, anything you need under the sun that can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Tyler Dunn covers the NFL and does really good, deep journalism. He talks to people and then gets to the bottom of what makes different folks in football tick. And I like his reads. GoLongTD.com. And he joins us now to discuss a recent piece he did on Cliff Kingsbury here in the nation's capital. Tyler, it's Grant and Danny. Thank you for the time. How are you?
Grant, Danny, what a pleasure to be here, fellas. Thanks for having me.
Well,
you got it, buddy.
Appreciate you. Why don't we start with what piqued your interest? Why, there's a lot of coordinators, a lot of people around the league worth diving into right now. Why Cliffy?
You know what probably grinds my gears as much as anything, right? To quote Peter Griffin here, it's like when perception just kind of overwhelms reality, and a take can kind of get spun within the ecosystem in which we all inhibit, right? And then we just kind of accept it as fact. And I feel like that kind of happened to Cliff Kingsbury, where it starts great, those 2 seasons in Arizona, like 10-2 and 6-0, and everything's hunky-dory, and Kyler Murray looks like an MVP candidate, and then it all kind of falls apart. He inevitably, like all head coaches do, falls on the sword, and we all kind of assume, well, this is a coach with an offense, the defense is figure out, not suited to be a head man, and off to Thailand he goes. He's not taking coordinator interviews, and he pops up at USC, and then he pops up there with the Washington Commanders. And I think when all this is kind of going down, I was just thinking about it this week because it's football in June, and we all kind of read into it too much, and I didn't really want to look at clips on X and write a story on any of those. The Deebo Samuel stuff was insane, by the way. We can talk about that later if you want. I mean, my God. It's just – and he's running versus air. Who cares? I'm just thinking about Cliff, and my mind went back to a conversation I had with somebody who knows him best, Nick Shimonek, a quarterback at Texas Tech. He was Mahomes' back, and he became the starter. And this is way back in 2020 when we talked, and he's just like, man, Cliff is somebody who shows up at 3:30 a.m., gets a workout in, watches film, goes to meeting, watches more films, goes to meeting, and then watches more film. And it's insane what he's digging into. He watched every single play of the prior NFL season. This is when he's at Tech. He's looking back at clips from frickin' Bowling Green, any college you can, any way to get an advantage. And I'm just thinking, man, this is somebody that's a little more old school than anybody thinks. I get it. He's got the good looks, the 2020 COVID draft room with the fireplace outside. All that stuff kind of gets us thinking about him a certain way. He's more of a grinder than anybody knows, and I feel like it really showed last year with Jayden Daniels.
Yeah, Tyler, to that point, and that may be the answer to the question, but what do you think the biggest public misconception is about Cliff Kingsbury? Is it based on that the fireside draft chat, or is it just in general about the guy, the good head of hair, the handsome face, the baritone voice? Like, what's the big misconception out there that you now kind of debunked?
I think the misconception is that his offense, his way of doing things is bound to just blow up in flames, and he doesn't have a counterpunch. I think that because, I mean, look, it was ugly at the end in Arizona. You can't dispute that. But to just put all the blame on the coach, the one with the X's and O's, I think is generalized. And he had a quarterback in Kyler Murray who's unbelievably talented, does a lot of things nobody else can. But let's be real. I mean, they had to put a homework clause in his contract to get him to watch film. You got a head coach who's watching films all hours of the day, and a quarterback who I guess would rather play video games than put in that extra time. I mean, Jaden Daniels is wired more like Cliff than Kyler Murray is, than even a Caleb Williams is, another quarterback that he's had. I've heard unsavory things about him when it comes to film. And I feel like that's the misconception, is that this guy's got an offense that is going to get figured out, and it just doesn't fly in the NFL. And I think it's the exact opposite. I look at him like a McVay, like a Shanahan, like some of the best offensive minds in the sport who can have that counterpunch. He just has to get with the right quarterback. I feel like that's been the case all along. He did this stuff with Mahomes, who's the best quarterback in the sport. I feel like all along he's been somebody with a deep Rolodex of contacts throughout the league and a deep well of plays to dip into. And I think that now he just has the quarterback to kind of maximize his own football brain. And that probably matters as much as anything in the NFL. That combination of offensive play caller and quarterback. Some teams have it, some teams don't. And if you can kind of marry that up, you'll be competing for Super Bowls year in, year out.
Read Tyler Dunn's piece on Cliff Kingsbury. It's really good. Cliff Kingsbury's magic touch and the separation of reality and perception. It's funny because one of the things I was going to ask you in this conversation, based on something you touched on early in the piece, you've kind of brushed past here, which is it almost feels to me like, having now seen him operate from up close and personal for a year, that some of the stuff we always say helps coaches, like, looking like they're straight out of Central Casting, being handsome, the well-manicured beard, the fact that he's on the cover of GQ, NFL Coaching Edition or whatever, it kind of backfires on him because there is this perception like he's Hollywood. And you said it. I mean, the fire on a 100-degree day in Arizona on draft day didn't help. But I mean, this dude is at the facility at like 3:56 in the morning. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't know that he's viewed that way.
Exactly. And I think that's kind of central to like the whole point I'm trying to make here is like, we just get thinking about coaches and players a certain way. And then field can kind of like, quote unquote, air quotes, justify it in our brains. And that's kind of what happened to Cliff. I mean, it didn't end well on the field for him, but it's not because he's like this finesse head coach not putting in the time. It's the exact opposite. It is similar in a way to the most extreme example would be like Bill Belichick. Just go back and read some of the stories about him, and it's hilarious. There's an article I found where he was referred to by a writer. It's like, was it a Beavis and Belichick? I mean, this guy was a dunce, adult, described as somebody you just don't want to be around, whether you're a coach or a player. And I had Leroy Horde, he was a Browns running back at that time, on my podcast, and he's like, man, before every game, Bill is pointing out a player on the other team and giving us a tendency, a tell, some kind of secret that's going to help us in that game, every single player. And it's the kind of stuff that once he gets to New England, once he gets with Tom Brady, things just take off. And he's the greatest coach of all time with the greatest quarterback of all time. And again, that union was something special. So I don't know. We need to hit the brakes and not rush to conclusions about any coach, any quarterback, anybody in the sport. because that second go around, that second chance, I mean, great things can happen. Look at Dan Quinn. I mean, granted, he did take a team to the Super Bowl. We tend to forget that. But it's kind of nuts that this guy was even on the street at any point. I mean, talking to his assistants and players, he's one of the 5, maybe one of the 3 best head coaches in football for a million different reasons. So, it's okay to hire somebody who, quote unquote, failed somewhere else. That experience can be used for good, and maybe everything you think about that coach was dead wrong.
So Tyler, and it's a great point. Let me just share this, and I want to get your reaction. So last year, while the season was going on, we talked a lot about the cliff, right? Which is, towards at certain points in seasons in Arizona, Texas Tech, second half of years, whatever, the offense wasn't the same once there was enough tape available. And we were pointing to certain tendencies. For example, Terry McLaurin only lining up in one spot back in the day in Arizona, DeAndre Hopkins in one spot, et cetera. And we're going through this stretch where the offense isn't as good. And I'm sitting there going, someone's got to do something. And then adjustments were made. And that kind of wasn't what you associated over the years with Kingsbury, right? It was like, this is the way we do it. We're just going to run tempo, whatever it is into the ground. And he did make changes. He put McLaurin in motion and kind of changed the way they operated. And the offense business picked right back up again as the second half of the season went on. And so that, to me, was a real telltale sign of growth in Kingsbury. Just your thoughts there.
No, that's exactly the point, and I'm not breaking down the film as closely as you are, but that's kind of everything that, players at Texas Tech said. I talked to them back in 2019 and 2020, brought to life in the pros. That this is somebody who is thinking 2-3 steps ahead. I guess it's a tough balance because, you don't want to get to the playoffs and completely change who you are as a team, as an offense. I think that maybe some teams can kind of get trapped into that and think, oh, it's a different kind of football. Everybody has seen our film. We've got to completely change who we are and throw a counterpunch when, well, you got there for a certain reason. And I'm not sure what that fine line is, but they figured something out, at least until they ran into that buzzsaw that is the Philadelphia Eagles, where you've got Jayden Daniels. You've got something that no other team possesses. 0 to 60. Point A to point B. There's not a faster, more athletic, more dangerous weapon at the quarterback position in the entire NFL. So it's not like you want him to turn into somebody else, but you do have to have a subtle tweak here and there, and just the way you use a Terry McLaurin, man, that makes all the sense in the world. And I'm sure with these 5, 6, 7 months they've had over the off season, they're going to figure something out. They've got a lot of smart people on that coaching staff, by the way. It's such an interesting group. I covered Joe Witt when he was in Green Bay as a cornerbacks coach. And way back then, like 2011, 2012, you could tell he was going to be a coordinator one day. He's getting just the absolute most out of an undrafted rookie in Sam Shields to a Hall of Famer like Charles Woodson. And you can see how guys feed off his energy. It was only a matter of time before some light bulbs went off on that defensive side of the ball. And I'd be shocked if they didn't keep ascending over on the defense with Joe Witt.
Tyler Dunn is with us on Grant and Danny. I was surprised that Kingsbury didn't take more interviews for head coaching jobs this offseason. He did interview in a couple of places, and it sounds like decided before even New Orleans made a decision. He didn't want that job. He's staying in Washington. How hard is it going to be to keep him moving forward, do you think? And what do you think is his interest in being a coach again?
Man, that is such an excellent question because – why would you just jump at a New Orleans job if you're Cliff Kingsbury, right? Like these jobs open up usually because the situation is just absolute garbage. And I don't know. I wouldn't want to be the head coach of the New Orleans Saints right now. This is a team that's been tricking itself into being a Super Bowl contender in perpetuity, and they've got no plan at quarterback. You didn't even know what was going to happen with Derek Carr. Either way, it's probably not going to be a good outcome when that position was opened up. I was shocked that Kellen Moore took it. Like he's another one that could just kind of hit pause, wait a year, wait for that perfect opportunity to come up, and your stock's not going anywhere. The Eagles' offense is going to be dynamite again, you would assume. And I feel like that's what Cliff Kingsbury is doing here is there's no rush to just dive into what could be a really bad situation. And, I think he probably has stories to share, right, about ownership. Some way, somehow, as folks there know, bad owners can create bad teams. It's pretty awful with the Arizona Cardinals. It's pretty awful in a lot of different spots. It's pretty damn good with the Washington Commanders right now. They've got a good thing cooking. So I wouldn't be in a rush to leave that team, that head coach, that quarterback, unless it is the absolute perfect destination. Who is that going to be? Every year there's one or two jobs that open up that are like, oh, I mean, that's a Super Bowl contender, right? That team that just can't get over the hump. Maybe the owner tries to challenge this team to get better, and you can walk into a situation with a top 10 quarterback, a ready-made roster. I mean, in that case, yeah, you take that job. And, Ben Johnson's been trying to pick and choose his spot. He's the last guy that was kind of in this pole position. It feels like Cliff Kingsbury will be in that pole position, barring, disaster. He'll be able to pick any team he wants next year. And who knows if he wants it, right? Like maybe he wants to just chill as a coordinator for a while and enjoy life.
What did the time in Thailand and then at USC kind of do for him as a coach, respectively, in your mind?
God, I would love to know. I'm planning to get down there to Commanders training camp this summer and hopefully talk to Cliff Kingsbury about that all. Because just like you, I'm fascinated to know, like, what is going through your mind when, right, you're kind of made the scapegoat, you get let go, and you just buy that one-way ticket to Thailand, you get the hell out of town, and you tell teams, I'm not taking any calls this year. In some form or fashion, I have to think that reset was just good for his mind, body, and soul to get the hell out of the pressure cooker and take a step back. And, at USC, he's around Caleb Williams, and there's a lot of good there, and you could probably have some fun devising some schemes and some plays, but I don't know. I mean, I don't see Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels like on the same planet at this point. And I think he knew what he was getting into there with Washington versus, getting in there with Chicago with Caleb Williams.
In addition to some of the pieces you're right about folks like Kingsbury around the NFL, Tyler, I know you spend so much of your time covering the Buffalo Bills. Is Buffalo in the same kind of class right now as Baltimore, where in the AFC, the Chiefs have had the stranglehold, but these teams that have been kicking at the door, just kind of hanging around, at some point they're trying to break through, going with the bite at the apple philosophy, so to speak. Is there a reason this year could be different for the Bills, for the Ravens, for anybody else like the Bengals to try to break through?
It was a really fascinating offseason for the Bills because when they lost again to the Chiefs, to Mahomes again, I mean, the numbers are gory when you really look at the Bills' performance. 3 playoff losses, or the 4 to the Chiefs with the 1 to Burrow. It's unbelievable. I think there's like 40 non-kneel-down drives, and they've allowed 22 touchdowns, 9 field goals, created 1 or 2 turnovers. It's awful. So there's part of me that's thinking, okay, is Brandon Beane going to look at this and say, good Lord, we can't stop anybody. Let's just add more weapons. Let's just draft weapons. Let's try to win 45-38. And he didn't do that at all, really. I mean, they went into the draft and drafted, defensive players with their first 5 picks, starting with Maxwell Harrison, trying to get a smaller corner who can maybe stick with those Chiefs receivers on those crossers. And they load up on the D-line, TJ Sanders in the second, Joey Bosa, Larry Ogunjobi, Michael Hoyt in free agency. And I sat down with Beane to talk about this in a one-on-one if people want to check it out. And he kind of convinced me. I mean, it makes sense. You have to at least try, right? You have to at least give Sean McDermott and his defensive staff a ton of new toys to play with, something different that time of the year, because the offense is not the reason they're losing these playoff games. At some point, the offense has to not be perfect and still win a game in the playoffs because the defense is in a total calamity. So I think they've got so many new pieces on that side of the ball, and it can't get any worse against Mahomes in the playoffs. And maybe this is year you get a different outcome if you're the Buffalo Bills.
Tyler, great with us, man. It's a great piece on Kingsbury. I really appreciate the time, dude. Have a great weekend.
Hey, you guys as well. Thanks so much for having me on.
You got it. Tyler Dunn on Grant and Danny. Go read the piece on Cliff Kingsbury. It was outstanding. Really well done by him. And he's right. I mean, we had our reservations. I go back to the hiring and my concerns and nervousness about him. Now, the next concern is he was so good that you lose him.
Yeah.
I mean, he's kind of swung the other direction. And what a difference a year makes for him. He almost went to the Raiders. People forget, but he was agreeing to be the Raiders offensive coordinator. That falls through, and he comes to DC, however that played out. Thank God for him. I mean, that coaching staff with the Raiders has been fired. They've got a new coaching staff there. He'd be basically in his 3rd organization in as many seasons in the league. What a disaster. Yeah. Instead, you hit the lottery. You come here, Jaden Daniels is the real deal, and you're on the fast track to being a head coach.
Yeah, keeping the whole offensive staff intact pretty much. Just unheard of when you win 12 games. mean, usually you get turnover, you win 8. When you know what I mean? Like that's just the normal run of things. The fact that they didn't really lose anybody is unbelievable.
I want to get into Andrew Hawkins of ESPN's NFL coverage saying Jaden Daniels is the best quarterback in the NFC right now, but we will give you an abbreviated blitz next as well. We owe you that. Daniel Murphy, former Nats great, is stopping by the show at 5 o'clock. Have not talked to him in years. He's going to be at the park this weekend as part of their celebration of 20 years of Nats baseball. You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. NBA Finals continue tonight. Game 4 for the Thunder and the Pacers at 8:30. The Pacers lead the series 2-1. Baseball, Nationals and Marlins, first of 3 at Nationals Park tonight. 6:45 first pitch. Charlie and Dave on the call right here on the Fan. The Nationals have lost 5 straight games, so look to snap that tonight. Mitchell Parker looking to be the stopper for the Nationals. He's 4-6 with a 4.44 ERA. He'll take on righty Edward Cabrera, who's 2-2 with a 3.99 ERA. Hockey last night, another thriller in the Stanley Cup Finals. The third of 4 games to go into overtime. The Oilers winning 5-4 to tie the series at 2 games apiece. Leon Draisaitl with the game-winning goal in overtime. The fourth as such this postseason, most ever in a single postseason. Game 5 going to be tomorrow. Taking a look at the U.S. Open leaderboard presented by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. Visit Golfdom in Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there. Atop the leaderboard, J.J. Spawn and Thurston Lawrence at 4 under par. Sam Burns at 3 under par. 4 players currently at 1 under par. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We'll get into Andrew Hawkins claiming that Jaden Daniels is the best quarterback in the NFC coming up in just a bit. But Tyler Dunn joined us to start the hour, so we didn't get a chance to give you a Beltway Blitz, so we'll breeze through a few of the big items on the sports calendar today. Your abbreviated Beltway Blitz starts now with the NBA Finals. Danny, tonight's the night for Game 4. Oklahoma City Thunder trying to get even with the Indiana Pacers. Indiana up 2-1, still the pretty substantial underdogs in this series, oddly. As far as tonight goes, last check, the Thunder were 6-point favorites. Remember, they were 11-point favorites at home after a loss in Game 2, which they won. 6-point favorites tonight on the road after a loss to the Pacers.
And you can see what the Pacers are doing. Rick Carlisle's really good at this. That's the whole basketball coaching thing. They are trying to do what teams did to Luka Doncic and company with the Dallas Mavericks all the way through. You could see it in the finals last year. They're trying to make Shai Gilgeous-Alexander play defense. Whoever's got the ball tends to be the guy. So sometimes that doesn't mean Tyrese Halliburton. Now, they also designed more looks for Halliburton to get going in the offense and the like. Mathurin was so instrumental off the bench with 27. I believe a team high 27 in game number 3. Maybe not something you count on, but they're trying to make Gilgeous-Alexander worn out so that some of those fourth quarter plays, those hard shots that he's got to work for, those end of shot clock buckets or the one-on-one times come up a little bit short. You saw that effective in 2 of the 3 games in this series. Indiana has a good plan. The counter is TBD, right? What does Oklahoma City do? They responded incredibly well in game 2, start to finish with a better team. I expect something similar tonight. But, Indiana's going to be frisky. They're not going anywhere. But I think the Thunder win this one to extend this series.
So my observation from game 3 was that it felt like the Thunder struggled down the stretch to finish that game. It was right there for them. They led going into the fourth quarter. It was tight. Then the Pacers went on their run. And I thought Oklahoma City had a bunch of chances if they executed to just get back over the hump, and they couldn't. Yep. And when you look at the numbers, it's actually kind of telling that they didn't play a lot of close basketball games this year.
Yep.
They might not be that good in that situation. The Pacers are way better equipped. How many times has Tyrese Halliburton hit the big shot? How many times has that team come back from the late deficit in a minute or 2 to go that they shouldn't have this postseason? They played those games all year long. If you look at the Thunder, we've talked about their average scoring margin of 12.9, which was NBA historical, one of the best we've ever seen at any level. 60 victories by 10 or more points for them this year. I'm going to say that again. They won 60 games by double-digit points this season. So when you look at actual games that are close late, so within 5 points in the final 5 minutes of the game, they were 16-8 this year, which is not problematic, a 2-to-1 ratio wins to loss. But nobody played that a number of games in that sequence. Only 24 games where the game was decided in the final 5 minutes within 5 points. They just don't have the experience. So if they get into that situation again, Danny, when it's coming down the stretch, they're going to have to play a lot better. The Pacers on the other side, you look at comebacks and late game situations, 9-1 in the playoffs in the clutch, 24-14 during the season. The clutch, of course, final 5 minutes, 5 points or less. They've won 90% of their games in these playoffs.
Yeah.
So that is one area where if it's a couple of point game with 2 minutes to go, the Pacers might actually have an advantage.
Yeah, and this is their MO. They are going to wear you down. They come at you in waves. They use the entirety of the bench, guys like Obi Toppin and Mathurin, who we mentioned, and Shepard. And TJ McConnell was great in the fourth quarter the other night. That's the game plan. That's what they're doing. So, you may knock them around for 3 quarters, but if they're within striking distance in the fourth, watch out for that formula because it's worked.
The other area to look at, I think, is bench scoring. In game 1, the Pacers reserves got the better of the Thunder, 39-28. It was close, but they won the game. And then in game 2, the Thunder bounced right back, and
Caruso was huge.
Manhandle him. Yeah, Caruso was really good, but it was 48-34 plus 14. They win that game. Game 3, not surprisingly, back to the Pacers. Guess what? You look at bench scoring, 49-18. And they poured it on. They dominated in that way. Oklahoma City starters in this series have outscored the Pacers starters by 24 points, 246-222. The bench, the Pacers up 112-94 plus 18 is why they have a 2-1 series lead. So if you're a Thunder fan and you're wondering, how am I down 2-1? What is happening here? There's a 31-point scoring edge in game 3 from a bench standpoint. Nembhard, Neesmith, foul trouble, Miles Turner, he's had the cold or the flu or whatever that was. So what did that mean? It meant Benedict Matherin's got to step up. 27 points in 22 minutes. DJ McConnell, double-digit points, 5 assists, 5 steals, 15 minutes. I don't think that's going to happen every game, but you can't let it happen. That's how you lose, when those guys play above their head a little bit. The NBA Finals tonight, Game 4, Thunder, 6-point favorites. Let's keep the blitz moving.
Nats Marlins tonight, 6:45 at the friendly confines of Nats Park, right down the street from where we are at. GP, this group could use a win or 6 here over the last stretch where they've all of a sudden been slumping. The offense has gone freezing cold. Pitching actually has been pretty decent for the most part. It's just a matter of, whether it's that timely hit, whether it's the big bop, whatever it's been, the offense has gone freezing. Pretty much coincides with Abrams and Wood not tearing the cover off the ball. And surprise, surprise, a lineup that's not very good outside of those guys struggles to score.
Yeah, they go as Wood and Abrams go. There's no doubt about that. And James Wood yesterday had 3 hits, hopefully a sign that he's about to get it going in a big way as they come home. But I said this at the start of the show. I really mean this. I mean, this is the biggest stretch of their season here. If they want to, number one, keep this campaign from getting off the rails, where they're 8 games under 500, and you got 7 at home coming up on this homestand against the Marlins and the Rockies. But you might also be in a situation where if it goes badly in the next 7 games and you're 2-5 or 3-4, it's not out of the realm of possibility that they would make some type of change, just because, while I'm not guaranteeing they do it or saying they should, it's what happens. When you're underachieving, when you say we're going to win and then you don't win, when you go through a rut, like at that point, let's just say they go 2-5 on this homestand, which I don't think they will. You're talking about them being 4-13 in June.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about them at that point being 13 games under 500 when they came into the season saying they're going to go over 500. Like, that's how people's jobs get into jeopardy. So massive series with the Marlins starting in the division, 3 games tonight. Unfortunately for them, and this was the case when they came home to kick off their last homestand against the Cubs as well, Trevor Williams is going to be on the mound, who's probably their worst starting pitcher at this point. But when Mackenzie Gore pitches on Sunday, you can't afford to lose that baseball game. And by the way, you need to support him. You need to get some hits, some runs, which they have not been able to do. But Danny, it's 2-8 in June, and they have been outscored by 23 runs, 18 scored, 41 allowed in these 10 games. By the way, they're averaging 1.8 runs per game in 10 games this month.
I didn't realize it was that. I knew it was low. I didn't realize it was that low. Yeah, I mean, you play really good teams in June. So one point is, you're playing good teams. The other point is you were supposed to be pretty good too. And you could lose some of these games, but it shouldn't look that way. So yeah, to me, it's really about finding some offense somewhere, somehow. And, I understand trying to generate something. So you're getting guys thrown out at home plate, making guys make plays against you because you may not have another chance to score. But it just all of a sudden, it all looks worse when one thing's not going right. Then that avalanche happens, the snowball happens, it gets bigger and bigger. Just seems like every time you get something going, that guy's thrown out at second or thrown out at home or whatever. It's just one of those funks that you're in. And it wouldn't matter that much had they not had the offseason that they had.
Speaking of tonight, Marlins Nationals, first pitch 6:45, pregame 6:15. And by the way, speaking of the Nats, Daniel Murphy, the former team legend, will be on the show with us coming up a little over 20 minutes at 5 o'clock. But I mentioned Trevor Williams. I guess he pitches tomorrow. So tonight is Mitchell Parker against Edwin Cabrera. Correct?
Yes, Parker Cabrera, yeah.
Okay, so, Cabrera's a tough customer. He's got a high 3s ERA.
He's got stuff.
Got a great changeup.
Yeah.
Really, really good, power stuff as well. But Parker has been interesting. His first innings have been a debacle. They have been really, really bad.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, he gets his act together, and innings 2 through 5 have been pretty competitive and decent. For the year, he's got a 4.3 ERA. He is a back of the rotation type starter. That's how he's pitched for the most part. Doesn't strike anybody out. 47 Ks, 71 innings. But they need to figure out a way to get him through these first innings without having such problems. He gets blown up in these innings, and next thing you know, you're 3-4 runs down before the game even starts. So that's going to be the key tonight. Watch that first inning. Can he get through the top of the order against the Marlins? That's Edwards, who's actually, Payne, he hits over 270, has a lot of multi-hit games, has a ton of speed. Ramirez, Lopez, 1, 2, 3. If he can get through the first inning clean, generally he can give you at least 5, sometimes 6 innings at a time.
Let's talk about the local 53, please. Minicamp in the rearview mirror at GP. The biggest storyline, I guess, still remains Terry McLaurin, but just sort of thinking about the formation of the roster. Do you still think there are TBDs? Are there still some places where they might go add a veteran or two, or is that just training camp type stuff?
Without an injury, I could see them adding an edge still. I think those veterans that haven't signed, they're just waiting around and sitting around toward closer to camp. That would make sense to me. Wide receiver now, because of the Noah Brown injury, I think a veteran wide receiver of the Brown ilk, somebody with some size who plays on the outside on the boundary, I think that would make a little bit of sense. But otherwise, no, I think they like their guys. I think they're ready to rock and roll with the group that they put together.
Yeah, I do too. I watched running backs go off the board for that much money. I'm going, oh, that guy too.
And
Oh,
Nick
that guy's
Chubb
gone.
found a home. Dobbins landed a new gig.
It wouldn't have broken the bank, but the receiver spot, defensive end spot, and maybe another position or two we're not even thinking of at this stage. They're relatively thin in terms of proven commodities at a few different places. Linebackers one, I know they drafted Kane Medrano. I know we're talking about how great Jordan McGee has looked to this point, but this is a May/June time frame. Who knows if there's a veteran sort of scrolling around out there, kicking around. But I imagine it'll be different once training camp starts or once some of these late cuts happen.
Without being entirely dismissive as a member of the media myself, I think things are pretty good when the biggest stories are basically the guy that's not here who's going to sign almost inevitably, and it's a lock, and whether or not a guy that's jogging in a practice against air looks fat.
Yeah.
When those are the things everybody's bothered by.
It's just football stuff, dude.
This is they're in a pretty good place.
Agreed.
Now, they're about to be the chased, and they're about to have a bullseye on their back, and we'll see how they handle it. And there's just nothing they can do to prove whether they'll handle it well or not until the season starts. And they're going to have to keep, most importantly, Jayden Daniels and some other guys healthy. Last year, some of the guys that I was worried about, like Zach Ertz and Bobby Wagner, because of their age, were able to stay on the field. That's got to happen again to replicate last season. But in terms of right now, this moment, you compare the storylines of previous years to, literally, people are worried about Deebo Samuel and how he looked in a video running at practice.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about practice.
Talking about practice.
Not the game.
Not a game.
Practice. As your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny, an ESPN analyst said that Jayden Daniels is already the best quarterback in the NFC. Do we agree? Next. You guys remember Andrew Hawkins? He was a very diminutive slot receiver, probably 5'7" max, maybe 165 pounds. He had some good years, though.
You added him to your fantasy team a couple of times.
I bet you did.
Mm-hmm.
Played for the Cincinnati Bengals and the Cleveland Browns. And I remember him most for his Cincinnati Bengals days, but his best year, actually, his first year in Cleveland with the Browns. I think he had a big game here in Washington, but he caught over 60 balls for 800 yards and a couple of touchdowns. But he's turned himself into a good analyst. I generally like a lot of the points he makes. I think he's very, very smart. And he's his cerebral view of football. He's involved in these various ventures, some of the 3D technology that like Jaden Daniels uses and the VR stuff. Andrew Hawkins has hands in all of that stuff. I like the guy. I think he's just a sharp dude. But I bring him up to say that he was on television on ESPN this week, and he claimed that Jaden Daniels is already the best quarterback in the NFC. This was it.
True or false? Jaden Daniels is the best quarterback in the NFC.
It's true. Now, look, we have the smallest sample size of any of the top-tier NFC quarterbacks, but we all know the NFL is about trajectory, and I don't think anyone has a higher trajectory than Jaden Daniels coming into this season. The fear with rookie success is that it was a product of the element of surprise. But when you watch Jaden Daniels, his poise in big moments made him an anomaly. His ability to get through his progression and get to read 3 and 4 routinely made him an anomaly. And his ability to lift everyone on the team, every position, even the coaches. Coming into last season, we weren't raving about the weapons or the coaching, but he flipped that franchise and turned them into immediate contenders. I don't think any NFC quarterback could have did that last season.
So that's Andrew Hawkins, ESPN's Get Up. That was Mike Greenberg asking him the question. So if you look at last year's power rankings of quarterback, and there's not one de facto ranking, but by and large, what you would get in the NFC is either Jaden Daniels 1 or Jaden Daniels 2 behind Jared Goff, based on 2024 performance. 71% complete for Goff, 4,900 yards, 38 touchdowns last year. And I think of his 15 picks, like 5 came in one game. He basically had a 38 touchdown, 10 pick season. You take that game out of the equation. So as an example, NFL.com ranked the top 40 quarterbacks in the league from a year ago. They had Goff 4, they had Daniels 5. Those were the top 2 guys in the NFC. Others in the NFC conversation from last year's performance solely, Baker Mayfield completed 72% for 4,700 yards.
He had an unbelievable year.
He threw for 43 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Now, he also had 16 picks, and he had some other turnover-worthy plays that didn't turn into picks, so he's going to keep both teams in the game. But 4,700 yards and 43 touchdowns with a new offensive coordinator.
That include playoffs, those numbers?
18 games. So
yes. There you go. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. This is just last year's production for these QBs. Matthew Stafford is listed here in the top 10 as far as the NFC guys go. 18 games for him, 66%, 4,300 yards, 24 touchdowns, 8 picks. And then Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts, who is the first name I think of when you say who's the best quarterback in the NFC right now, because he's the reigning Super Bowl champion. He's played in 2 recent Super Bowls and played at a high level in both. 69% passer last year, 3,600 yards, 23 touchdowns, 6 picks. Kind of a game manager, makes some big-time throws on the outside. But then you got to add in some of the rushing stuff with him as well. 800 rushing yards, 19 touchdowns, which is obviously way overinflated by the tush push, but they happened. 19 touchdowns is for a quarterback.
That ain't no joke.
And that's like all-time Hall of Fame stuff. You can throw Jordan Love in there if you want or whoever. But that, to me, is the short list. It'd be Goff, in no random order here, in no specific order, Goff, Daniels, Baker, Stafford, Hurts going into this season with maybe some Jordan Love sprinkled in.
Yeah, so it tells you a couple things. One, at first, when you hear that, if you take off your burgundy glasses for a moment, right? We're talking about a guy entering his second year. Where does he rank? You instinctively probably recoil and go, no, that can't be right. Well, when you start to look at the landscape, the best quarterbacks in this game are in the AFC. And that's no disrespect to Jaden Daniels. That's gold jacket Pat Mahomes. That's gold jacket Josh Allen. That's gold jacket Lamar Jackson.
Gold jacket
and Joe Burrow. And the best that are going right now all happen to be dueling it out in the AFC. Let them do that, by the way. Let's stay in the NFC for as long as possible if I'm a quarterback. But put that aside. So that's who's in the conversation. Jared Goff. To me, Hurts was the first name that I thought of. And I know it's not the traditional counting stats that we're looking at here, because his regular season totals of 2,900 yards and 18 touchdowns are frankly the type of thing we would mock. Not you and I, but looking at numbers, you go, were you kidding me? But part and parcel with his game is that running attack, is that 800 yards on the ground, which isn't just quarterback sneaks. It's a lot of stuff, how dynamic they are, what they can do off of it, the rushing touchdowns, et cetera, are a huge part of his game. And then you look at a Goff, who's the traditional pocket passer, incredibly prolific, and maybe the best situation in the sport in Detroit. That's the conversation. That's where Jaden Daniels is to me.
Would you scoff or laugh at 4,400 yards and 42 touchdowns? Because when you add in the rushing, that's what Jalen Hurts is at.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
My issue with Hurts, and the reason I raise my hand and say I have probably undervalued him and I sleep on him a little bit, is he has these inexplicable ruts of like boring quarterback play where he just refuses to run, which is his secret weapon. And when he's just a pocket passer, he's pretty average. He's not bad. It's not a huge knock, by the way. Like, people can take offense if they want to. He's a pretty average pocket passer if you just take everything else away from him. And he'll just have these months where he decides that that's what he's doing. And I just always assume it's because he's hurt. And generally, people are asking him at every press conference, are you okay? Is your knee okay? Is your groin okay? Is your thigh okay? And he just plays for a month like a guy. Now, he has a bunch of touchdowns in that month on the tush push. But otherwise, it's kind of a touchdown and a pick, 2 touchdowns and a pick. He just does that. And those stretches, we didn't see Jayden Daniels have that. We saw 1 3-game sequence basically where he was dealing with a broken rib where he didn't play nearly at the same level. But like Hurts has 2 of those every year, it feels like. So I'll be curious to see, like, as we move forward with Jalen Hurts, if he can get rid of those, iron out those wrinkles, so to speak, or if there's more of those coming for Jayden Daniels. But I think Hurts has to be in the conversation. By the way, there's a few guys I didn't name that, if you want to look over a longer sample, probably need to be in the NFC conversation. Last year, I was just basing it on the NFL.
No, right, yeah.
It's like Goff, Baker, Daniels, Hurts, those guys, Matt Stafford. Here's some other guys. Brock Purdy.
Yeah, Purdy, Jordan Love.
Had a down year. Okay. Brock Purdy, to me, is probably better than he played last year. Kyler Murray. Now, I've never been a huge Kyler guy, but I think Kyler Murray is in the conversation when it's 72 and sunny and he's playing at a high level for being like a top 3-5 guy in the conference, maybe. And then the other one would be Dak. Obviously, last year wasn't fully healthy, so he's not going to rank near the top of the NFC board coming out of 2024. But Dak Prescott is one of the better quarterbacks in the conference, probably. So,
he is, yeah.
But you're right. I mean, all the best, the elites are in the AFC. So, point being, it is not a stretch at all to say Jaden Daniels, with one more season like last year, could go into next year as the unquestioned best QB in the NFC. If he repeats last season and he's 2 for 2 at that level as a guy just a hair outside of the MVP conversation, but one of the best players in the league, he will go into next year batting 1,000, and that means you become head and shoulders above kind of the rest of the conference, and maybe on the back end of that AFC conversation to crack that NFL Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, I mean, you'd expect a little bit of just natural touchdown pass growth, right? I think there was a little bit was bad luck for a while last year. Remember, his first touchdown pass was to Trent Scott, for goodness sakes. Like, it was getting tackled at the 1 or the 2, or they were running it in or whatever. Yeah. So, some of those things, you really played this last year the same way. He could have been at 30 touchdown passes with some of the same rushing aptitude. So you're talking about, nearly 45, 46, 4,700 total yards, almost 40 touchdowns, low teens in terms of interceptions and turnovers. Then you get to be number 1 in my view, right? As with team success that follows it. But the point is, he's in that discussion, and it's very reasonable to make the case that Andrew Hawkins made. I love that.
The Nats are celebrating 20 years of Nationals baseball all season long, and they're bringing back some of the legends the team has had. Daniel Murphy spent 2 full seasons in Washington and led the league in doubles in both of those years. In fact, he led the league in slug and in OPS in one of his 2 years with the Nationals when he finished. I don't even remember it being like this. He was the runner-up for the MVP
Number
award.
2 in the MVP award
in 2016. I remember he had a great year. I don't remember him being the runner-up.
347?
Yes, he did. With a 985 ops, the runner-up for the most valuable player award. That is wild. He will join us next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. NBA Finals continue tonight. Game 4 for the Thunder and the Pacers at 8:30. The Pacers lead the series 2-1. Baseball, the Nationals getting set to take on the Marlins for the first of 3, beginning a 7-game homestand. 6:45 first pitch. You hear the game right here on the Fan. The Nationals have lost 5 straight games. Mitchell Parker takes the hill for the Nationals, looking to be the stopper. He's 4-6 on the year with a 4.44 ERA. He'll take on Edward Cabrera, who's 2-2 with a 3.99 ERA. In hockey, Oilers beat the Panthers last night 5-4 in overtime to tie the series at 2 games apiece. Leon Draisaitl with his 4th overtime game-winning goal this postseason, most ever. Game 5 going to be tomorrow. In golf, the U.S. Open leaderboard brought to you by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. Visit Golfdom in Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there. Atop the leaderboard, J.J. Spawn, 4 under, even on his day today through 13. He leads the tournament by 1. 2 players at 3 under. Sam Burns, who's done with his day. Thurston Lawrence through 7 today. He's 3 under as well. Thomas Dietrich at 2 under. Victor Hovland at 1 under. This Father's Day at Meadows Farms, get free delivery June 12th through the 18th on orders over $500. And when you buy a $100 gift card, get $10 free. Bring the kids out on June 14th to make a craft for Dad at any of our 16 locations. Meadows Farms, planted a little happiness. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
When you heard that music in Nats Park, someone was about to hit a double off your ass. That was about to happen.
Backspin, elevated, turn and burn, outfielders.
20 years of Nats baseball being celebrated all season long, and this weekend the Nats are bringing back a few legends, one of whom we saw on the list. We said, we got to talk to him. We have not had the chance to talk to Daniel Murphy in some time. People just sleep on the 2016-2017 All-Star seasons, the runner-up for the Most Valuable Player Award that Murphy put together, leading the league in doubles over those 2 years, led the league in slug and OPS in 16. Really, over those 2 years, one of the best stretches we've seen by any Nats hitter. And he joins us now on the hotline here on Grant and Danny. Daniel, it is good to catch up with you, man. How are you?
I'm doing great, fellas. Thank you for having me. You humble me. I appreciate that. You start sending the dropkick Murphys. You make me want to grab a bat, but I'm too old and slow for that. But I still want to grab it.
I disagree. You could still hit, dude. Yeah. I guarantee it.
I said yesterday, and I legitimately mean this. If you got in the batter's box tonight, I'm not guaranteeing a hit because baseball's a cruel mistress. I think you're putting 3 balls in play.
Oh, it makes my heart sing to hear you say that because accuracy isn't quite, it seems, as I wouldn't say valued, but it's a little more difficult to find as the game gets more modern. And that was like the only tool I had for a long time in the big leagues was like, I was going to touch you at home plate, at least make a foul. And that's just the way I kind of grew up with my dad throwing to me and my brother. Like we really valued accuracy. And, once you figure out, if I could just play against the right fielder about 500 times, we'd put together a couple pretty good seasons.
Only one guy on defense. It would have been easier for a lot of hitters. But you mentioned that, Daniel. You never struck out 100 times in a season. Just remarkable by today's standards. Over the years, though, how did you see pitching evolve? Like some of the stuff that hitters had access to in terms of video, pitchers started doing that, and then they ran with it too, with their pitch shaping stuff and supinating their pronators and tying rocket ships to their hips and all these kinds of things. Just seems like stuff is nastier every second of every day.
It does. It's definitely the velocity's harder. They throw harder without a doubt. But I tried to break things down kind of to like the simplest possible thing for me, because I wouldn't claim to be very smart at all, but I'm trying to get base hits. And I found that getting base hits was trying to keep it as simple as possible. And I was reading a book by Christy Mathewson, and he said that pitchers only recognize 2 types of pitch balls, curve and straight. And it really struck me because in reality, the pitcher can curve it He can curve it right to left like the new modern age sweeper, you know what I mean, that Dennis Eckersley used to throw.
Yep.
Nothing new under the sun. Or you can curve it top to bottom like Justin Verlander or Steven Strasburg. And then you can straight it. So you can throw splitters the way they do now, or ghost forks or those things. But in reality, that's just a slow straight one. You could cut it, you could sink it. And so the way I tried to look at it was like, I wanted to pick a spot out of the pitcher's hand to have it start to where it would finish where I wanted. And after getting with, K Long and Pat Rossler, and then had K Long in DC and Rick Shue as well, just like, my big thing was like, I wanted to eliminate the infielders, and I wanted to basically try to corner you into a position in the strike zone, because really baseball boils down to a fight over the strike zone. Like that's the most important piece of real estate in baseball. And I wanted to get one close to me, beat the first and second baseman in the air, try to score somebody from first, basically. By the time I got here, I couldn't run out of sight in a week. I ran a little bit when I was younger, but that's a young man's game. So like if I hit a single, I'm asking one of my buddies behind me, like Zim or Harp, or depending where I'm hitting, or Willie Ramos, who's going to be in the house this weekend, to hit a double. So I just kind of decided I'm going to be the one to try to hit a double. I'll see if I could score him from first.
Daniel Murphy, one of the great hitters that's come through here at Nats Park, back for the 20-year celebration on Grant and Danny, talking hitting with him on the Fan. As I mentioned, in those 2 seasons, led the league in doubles both years, and in slug one year, was a runner-up for MVP. You mentioned, though, working with K-Long, and all the stories now are you start lifting the ball in that epic run with the Mets in the playoffs in 15, and obviously that carries over. What do people get right and wrong, though, about what I'll call like the launch angle era? Because, it's funny, still today, like I've got a buddy who played Indie League ball and works with kids, and, he works with coaches, and some of them, when they even hear launch angle, it's like, they want to like grab someone's neck, but it's become this like territorial thing in baseball.
Yeah, I think launch angle is a measurement. So we can now measure what they used to say, how old am I now? 40. So 30 years ago when I was on the sandlots with my coaches, say, I want you to hit a line drive in the gap. Now it's just more quantifiable. I know that at 10 degrees you beat the infielders, but I didn't really care other than I knew how to measure it. And so I think that's part of what maybe gets mistaken, in that launch angle is only a measurement. We're still trying to drive the ball in the gap. If I may take it a step maybe back, is like I try to really break it down foundationally. What is the scoreboard asking me? The scoreboard gives me a problem to solve every single pitch, and it changes. Like a runner gets on first base, the defense has to rearrange the furniture. You know what I mean? Like the first baseman's got to go hold them on. And so the scoreboard dictates what you get to do on defense. The scoreboard dictates what we get to do on offense. If I've got a runner at third base and less than 2 outs, it is telling me right now you have to be accurate at all costs. This ball has to get pushed forward. And so once you work it back from that, if I'm facing Scherzer or Strauss, you know what I mean, and I know that they've got a kill shot with me with 2 strikes and a runner on third less than 2 outs, well, I don't want to get to 2 strikes. Mm-hmm. I may take a swing earlier in the count to make sure I push this ball forward. Selfishly, I want to hit a sac fly because I don't like an 0 for 1. I'd rather not if I could, but I got to get this ball going forward. And so I do think that there is an opportunity as the game gets more modernized for the players to read the scoreboard better, without a doubt. Like strikeouts are up, and there's a time and place for a strikeout. Like if I'm hitting a double play, I'm sure Dusty would prefer me hit to a 4.63, other than or strike out other than hitting into a double play. So there's a time to take a chance. But for the most part, accuracy is king. Where are we going to try to be accurate too? If there's nobody on, you know what I mean? I want to touch second from home plate, because you're talking about your buddy playing independent ball. I went back to the bushes in 23. Went and played in Long Island with Wally Backman.
That's right. Long
I
Island
had
Ducks.
A blast. Yeah. And I had a chance to go and play in Salt Lake with the Angels as well too. The reason I got booted out again of baseball is because I couldn't touch second base from home plate. Like offensively, you got to be able to get the scoring position. And when I was younger, I could run a little bit, so I could hit some singles and the doubles I did. But as I got older and slow, like I got to hit a double, and only 7% of ground balls go for extra bases. At least that was the stat that Pat Rossler told me now 10 years ago. So if I want to touch second base from home plate, I got to play against the outfielders.
Daniel Murphy with us here on Grant and Danny. So I remember over the years, just we would get to go in the clubhouse and during media access, whatever, and not necessarily to bother you while you were, getting ready for a game, but I could count a million instances, Daniel, where I would see you at somebody's locker talking the way you're talking now. You know what I mean? Where it's just like spreading the gospel of hitting or this approach or this idea, or you could do this with your swing, or this is my timing. This is what works for me. I'm now on this part of the plate and I look for this against this guy. That passion for the craft, that there are some of the great hitters of all time that I think of that kind of shared that. Is that sort of how you feel in terms of hitting a baseball? And have you thought about applying that as, a high level hitting coach?
Well, I am the offensive coordinator for the 11U Blue Claws in Jacksonville. So I don't know if that's high level.
That's high level.
I do run the offensive approach for our Blue Claws team.
That sounds football-y. Is that a baseball offensive coordinator title?
No, sorry, yeah. No, it's my 11-year-old's baseball team that he's on.
Okay.
His little league team. So
I did the same for the Swamp Donkeys, Daniel. So I know what you're going through.
Have the Swamp Donkeys played them yet?
Picking up what you're putting down.
We would get smoked by that group down there in Jacksonville. Our 7U team would not fare very well.
Oh, I got a 7-year-old too, so maybe we end up hooking up. We get outside a little bit earlier than y'all do, but
yes,
I
indeed.
don't know if we beat the crap out of you.
I do.
I just like that scuffle, like that bare knuckle brawl between the pitcher who's 60 feet away and the batter. Like, I love it. I just absolutely love it. I love fighting over that real estate, 7 by 10 balls. You know what I mean? 7 ball wide by 10 balls high in the strike zone. And so to me, that's what it felt like. Like, this is a hunt. He's hunting me, I'm hunting him, and we both have gotten problems to solve from the scoreboard. And so just trying to kind of corner the pitcher in as best I could. I just love talking about it. As I've gotten older, I've gotten less, I would say, mechanical and technical. I'm a little bit more of a hippie now, especially playing an independent ball. Because as I watch, like, my boys move, I got an 11-year-old and a 7-year-old that ball, a 2-year-old not yet. But, like, they move to me the same way I see that Ted Williams moves and Babe Ruth, like this style. So I don't mess with their style much. You know what I mean? I try to teach them, get you a good ball to hit, because that's what Roger Hornsby told Ted Williams when he asked him what it takes to be a great hitter. He said, get a good ball to hit. Get you a good one. And then from there, as best you can, try to hit it as hard as you can to the outfielders. You know what I mean? I'll tell them, pick your favorite outfielder to play against. Get you a good ball and pick your favorite outfielder. And so as I have kind of gotten older, I've gotten less technical, even though I can talk mechanics. Not that you kind of talked about me being at somebody's locker. I don't know if I was necessarily invited there, but I was going to sit down and we was going to talk ball, if you know what I mean. Is like every process is different. And so I'm a bit more like, I want to talk it all the time. Playing with David in New York and Zim here, like, that's just not the way they ticked. Like, they were a little bit more free flowing that I had to learn how to be, because I'm kind of a technician at heart. You know what I mean? I'm a tinkerer. I like to hold on to things, but I found that unless I'm willing to release the result, you know what I mean, and trust the work and the process and the things that have been put in the cage and our plan that's going into it individually and as a team, I won't go fast enough to be productive. So you have to have some real childlike play to you, in my opinion, to go fast enough to be productive.
I've found there's some research into this now. There was a book called The MVP Machine that came out, and they had this idea that it's become really important to have what's called a conduit. And, like, basically the idea is that players don't want to hear from nerds about what they need to do. And we have Jason Worth on the show pretty frequently now. And, like,
in between his horse racing.
Exactly.
Good for you guys.
Yeah,
Seriously.
exactly. We're talking to him about, like, going to the Derby and whatnot. But, like, J-Dub will come on, and he told us this story. It's actually hilarious.
It was in Seattle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The end of his career in Seattle, there's this, forget the kid's name, but let's say his name was Albert. He's like, this kid named Albert asked him to stop by his office after he hit in the cage or whatever. And so Worth, like, sits down, and this kid gives him all his data and slides it across the desk. And he said, Albert, is that your name? And he's like, yeah. He's like, never talk to me again. And he stood up and he, like, walked out of the office, right? But
he stands up at 6'4" and posing on him.
Yeah. Exactly.
And Albert's like, oh, okay, Mr. Worth.
I promise.
Everything short of, like, lifting him up and giving him a swirly, right? But my point is, everyone wants these conduits. So the Nats now have this in Sean Doolittle, who was like a data analytical arm. So Jim Hickey says something, and Jake Irvin, like, rolls his eyes, but then Doolittle's there to, like, and I'm overstating this, right? But my point is, how important was that for you? Like, you were one of the few players that did all that and was probably on your own Savant and looking at all these numbers. But like a lot of guys like Zim, I'd imagine, or different guys are like, get away from me. It's like, what is that like now, do you think, compared to 10 years ago? And what was it like then?
Yeah, I think it's really relational in finding what the individual values and what they feel like is going to make them most productive. So like Zim wasn't adverse to data because he would go and take peeks at like tendencies and percentages of pitches that the pitchers would throw in certain situations and counts. And he'd be like, I'm just going to go look for it till I die. You know what I mean? I'll go look for it the hole. I'll go look for this curve because I think I'm going to get one. And the idea of a conduit, and there ain't one probably better in the big leagues than Sean Doolittle, because to me, it goes back to that scuffle. You know what I mean? And that's not to say that there's certainly a place for the fellas who can add and subtract and kind of say, this seems to work for you, throw more cutters or more this, or, look for this pitch at the plate. But the guys that have stood in there, have taken a punch, hopefully socked a couple people themselves and been able to give a punch. There's just something about that experience that you've danced in the same place. Like I've been in the same sandlot as some of these guys. So when somebody comes in and I could see like, oh man, this guy is standing on his head. Well, one of my experiences is, well, as much as you're thinking about your swing and how you feel, I found that the pitcher's thinking as much about himself. So as bad as you think you're going, he don't know, not as much as you think. So let's get back to kind of what's the approach, what's the scoreboard asking me to help my team right now? Because I do like the aspect of the money ball and kind of the blackjack. You know what I mean? The scoreboard is going to give us things to do and again, like problems to solve. Get, runner at second base and nobody out, get them over. The more times you do that to me is like playing blackjack and you give yourself the best chance for success. It's not going to happen all the time. But the more times you do what the scoreboard asks you to do, it's going to give you the best chance, I think, personally for success and the team for success. And I may have gotten that backwards, but you guys are picking up what I'm putting down.
Daniel Murphy on Grant and Danny, a couple of moments left with him, which is a shame because I could listen to him talk about hitting for hours and hours and hours. Last one I'll ask you on baseball, and then we want to figure out what you're doing this weekend. The electronic strike zone is almost certainly coming to the major leagues. It looks like next year we're going to have a challenge system, and whether we end there or ultimately every pitch is determined electronically is still up in the air. How would you have liked or not liked that?
I liked it. I used it in AAA. So that was one of the nice things of coming back as an old man and trying to play again was I got a chance to use it. And so I would get frustrated when the umpires would expand the zone east and west. You know what I mean? Left or right. My bat's only so long. Mm-hmm. Like, I feel like I can fight you north and south. Like I got a puncher's chance that way. But maybe an umpire, will remain unnamed, but had a fairly egregious strike three call away to a lefty not too long ago. He's also thrown me out before in Baltimore. So there's the context clues for anyone who's listening. Like when you get me east and west, I don't feel like I've got nearly as much of a chance. And what the automated strike zone does is it keeps you on the plate. Now, I do think there will be some adjustments for a Steven Strasburg, Clayton Kershaw. I mean, dating myself now because, maybe Tarek Skubal type breaking balls, 12-6 that will clip the bottom of the zone that the catcher may bounce and block. You know what I mean? He'll be looking to block those balls that have almost always and universally been balls that are getting the strike zone now. But I always felt like I had a puncher's chance if the umpire made him stay on the plate. So I am in favor of the ABS, as long as the data is up to par.
Daniel, I have
technology.
I've got a text chain going with Laz Diaz. You want me to give you any messages from you?
Oh, no. I mean, I've said my piece to Laz, like, Michael Gibbons was trying to walk me in Baltimore and Laz wouldn't let him. And so I got tossed for staying as much.
Isn't Laz, Jason Worth has taken issue with a couple different guys with us, but that's one of the ones.
That's one of the guys
he also brought up.
Yes.
So that goes around, it sounds like. Hey, what is going on for the 20th this weekend? What are you taking part in?
So I know Sunday, we're family's going to come out with Adam LaRoche and Wilson Ramos and their family. I think we're going to be able to do a Q&A, sign some autographs, and then I'm not certain what else. It's probably on the itinerary that Miss Sean from the Nationals sent me. But we're in Old Town right now, so we just did a lap like proper tourists around here. Got a good bit of pizza and got some ice cream, and I'm going to try to get out to the day game tomorrow with the boys. So the three of us are going to get out there and watch some ball. Like, really excited to be back. I can't say enough about how good the Nationals and the learners and the organization and Mike Rizzo have been to my family and I when we were in D.C. and here now post-playing career.
How old are your little guys now?
We go 11, 9-year-old is our daughter, and then 7, 2.
Wow, 2? Look at you. Okay.
Yeah, we knew the rules, but you know what I mean.
Still play the game every now and then.
Yeah, familiar territory.
Yeah. That's relatable content around these parts, I'll say.
Uh-huh.
I got one coming in a month, and Danny had one just a few months ago.
11, 7, and 4 months old, Daniel. So we're not great planners. Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Well, enjoy the trip back. I mean this. I mean, I really could listen to you talk hitting all day long. And
great stuff, dude.
You come
Seriously.
up still more than you think, whether it's on this show or with Nats fans talking about some of the great players that have come through here. So thanks for hopping aboard.
Well, I appreciate it. That's humbling. If I see you guys out there this weekend, we'll talk a little ball. I could talk ball all day till the cows come home.
We'll be there. So we will see you. There's Daniel
See you, pal.
Murphy. Nats great. He will be part of the celebration of 20 years of Nats baseball over at the park. Sorry about that.
Sorry, everybody.
I mean, look.
Quick apologies.
I get I'm a nerd. I just got steamed up for that conversation.
What I hope everybody gets now is that kid in the candy store vibe where he's walking around, and he even made a joke about it, to every locker of anybody that's going to hold a bat at any point, including pitchers, by the way, before the universal DH. Going, you could do it this way. You ever think about this hand position? You ever think about choking up this way? But if you put the pine tar right here, you face the label a certain way. And against this guy, the timing was when his front foot comes down, his left shoulder is a bit of a tell because sometimes it's a never-ending commitment to hit the baseball better and just wants to bring everybody with him.
The shame of it is there's people that just don't know. Yeah. Like yesterday, Darius, Charlie Rotz, the 15-year-old who throws 85 miles an hour that we met at Walter Sports Bar. This kid is silly, by the way. 85 miles an hour as a 15-year-old.
Okay. All right.
He was taking a tour in Nats Park. I don't think they were trying to sign him. I think he was just literally a fan that took a tour. And he came up to me and he's like, "Don't you cover the Nats?" And I'm like, "Yeah," but he'd never heard of FM radio or anything. That guy, right? He doesn't know anything about Daniel Murphy. What a shame that is.
Yeah.
Y'all need to find out. Ryan, who was a big Nats fan back then, he said, I don't even remember Daniel Murphy.
I barely even remember Murphy playing here is what he said.
Hard to believe that.
Yeah.
That you were that asleep.
Mm-hmm.
But my God, was he good. Very so, Rick.
Yeah, he should be.
He's pretty salty right now. I did tell him he slept on Daniel Murphy, and he
went, "Oh, come on, no way."
I mean, just one of my favorite hitters of all time. Just the purest of pure swings. I love Daniel Murphy. I can watch his highlights all damn day.
If I'm Mike Rizzo, we're having a little conversation before he leaves about his interest in coaching. That's all I'm saying. Now, it sounds like he got his hands full with his kids, but maybe he likes traveling a little bit.
Yeah, I would say
during the spring and the summer.
What about utilizing his services down there in Florida? You know what I mean? Like either for folks in the organization down there, spring training time. I mean, his words of wisdom towards some hitting would be a good deal.
Second in the MVP vote. I would have lost. I don't remember that.
Yeah,
I mean, I remember
the league in OPS and slug.
I remember the amazing year. I would have said he was top 5, maybe second to Chris Bryant, who used to be really good at baseball. Never forget that.
Did we remember that, by the way, when Chris Bryant was unbelievable?
He was so good. 4th pick out of where? You're not going to pull it. You won't pull it.
I don't know what college it was. Was it a college? At high school?
College.
UNLV.
No. He was from San Diego.
We played Little League with Bryce Harper.
Okay.
Didn't he?
May have. He went to the University of San Diego.
San Diego in?
San Diego on.
Was San Diego State or San Diego?
I believe he was a Torero. San Diego.
Not an Aztec.
And maybe they're not Toreros. I don't know what they are. San Diego, though.
San Diego.
That's what you're looking for. But back to the issue at hand.
Okay, thank you.
Daniel bleeping Murphy.
Murphy did.
I mean, that was great. I love that guy. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. We're taking you up to 6:15 in Nats pregame.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In golf, this update is, or the leaderboard is up, brought to you by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. Visit Golfdom in Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there atop the leaderboard at 4 under par. Even on his round today is J.J. Spawn. He's through 14 today. Sam Burns is 3 under par. He's finished with his round today shooting a 5 under 65. Just 3 other players under par currently. Thomas Dietrich and Thurston Lawrence, both on the course right now. 2 under par, both of them on their back nines. Today, Victor Hovland finished with his day shooting a 2 under 68 to finish at 1 under par through 2 rounds. Just 5 players currently under par. Baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series with the Marlins tonight at Nationals Park. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. The Nationals looking to snap a 5-game losing streak. Mitchell Parker takes the hill for the Nationals. Edward Cabrera goes for the Marlins. NBA Finals tonight, Thunder and Pacers, Game 4, 8:30 tip-off. The Pacers lead the series 2-1. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny, welcoming you back. Thanks for listening to the Fan. 6:15 pregame, as Toby just told you. 6:45 start time for the Nats and the Marlins. Critical homestand after getting swept by the Mets, losing 3 straight series, losers of 5 in a row. Things are getting late early for the Nats as they try to get themselves back over 500, now 8 under. You got 2 bad teams coming to your building. It is time to put some hay in the barn. They got to get it started tonight with Mitchell Parker on the hill. We'll get you the leadoff before we get out of here. But I wanted to discuss the comments of Zachary Parker, who is the council member in D.C. of Ward 5. This is actually one of the council members we have not had on the show yet. We're efforting to get him on. Maybe next week he'll stop through. But we've talked to about half of the city council at this point. Parker's one of the guys who has been very much TBD, like has not showed his cards as to whether or not he's for or against the stadium. But he video with audio of his thoughts on the stadium. He's certainly not a no, but the way I took this, Danny, is, they're going to do it on their own terms. He makes it clear, number one, he debunked the theory that the city council is trying to strip the stadium portion of the budget.
Right.
That they're not trying to take the stadium element away from the budget, which was reported by NBC4 at one point in the last few days. He said that that's not true. So that's good to know. But the other thing that I thought he made pretty clear was this deadline that's a month away doesn't mean a whole lot to the city council. They're not playing ball with that deadline. The mayor, remember, came out this week and said, hey, guys, you try to make a bunch of changes and you don't meet the deadline that the Commanders and I have set for mid-July, then they're going to bring Maryland back to the table and we lose our exclusive negotiating window and maybe this won't happen. And it doesn't sound like Zachary Parker, as he lays it out from the city council perspective and as he does his posturing here, cares a whole lot about that.
Right. And the who knows what's real there? I don't know if this is baked in. So in other words, if I tell you, Grant, you got a deadline of next Friday to pay me the $10 you owe me, I'd rather have the $10 than some sort of weird artificial deadline.
Yeah,
so
what if I come to you 4 days later with the $10? You're not going to take it?
I'm happy to take the $10. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't know how much is leverage. I don't know how much is posturing. I don't know how much is negotiating. I don't know how much is part and parcel with politics. I do know that it sounds like the council is not doing a run around hair on fire. We've got to get this done or else. This is part of a, again, we care about this one part, the stadium, yay or nay, whatever it is, we want to know. They're doing their normal council business, right? Where they need to go through the budget and take their time and this line item and that line item and do their normal, tug of war. They are not beholden, it sounds like, according to him, to that. And I'm not trying to be trite about it, this artificial deadline that I'm not sure how real it is. I understand that they would like it done soon.
Well, you'll hear the clip we're about to play, but he basically says, Danny, it's impossible for us to meet the deadline. I don't know if that's true or not.
If it's all you were doing, you could meet it.
Well, if it's not all you were doing, if you wanted to meet it, you could meet it. I think you don't want to meet it because you don't like the deal and you're going to try to change a bunch of things in the deal. But it wasn't that fun to stay up all night and cram for an exam either. But when the rubber met the road, you just kind of had to knock it out at George Mason University in the Johnson Center and show up at Robinson A the next day and take your exam. And so I think that if they wanted to meet the deadline, it's very possible they could make that happen if they agreed to the terms, but they don't right now. But let's listen to the audio here. We can stop it. It's a few minute long clip, so we can stop and start as we need to and react to different things he's saying. This is Zachary Parker of Ward 5. Now, I will just warn you, he says the word level set a lot. I think that means I'm trying to level with you. Someone else could explain what it means better. But I think it's just like a fancy way of him saying,
here's what's really going on.
Yeah, it's time for me to give you the real. But he says level set, which I've never heard as if it's like a thing that I should know. But anyway, Zachary Parker, Ward 5.
There's been discrepancies about the council's intentions, and I want to make clear that the council has every intention to vote on this deal, to protect this deal, and move it forward. In fact, this week, the council met, and our discussion was about saving or safeguarding the money in the budget for this project, the money that the mayor already put in the budget, while we negotiate the language and the policy around the project. Not to get too in the weeds here, but there is a difference between the Budget Support Act, or the BSA, and the Local Budget Act, the LBA.
So he's going to get into some, he does get into the weeds here, and I'll let you guys hear it because you're smart and you'll be able to follow probably better than I can. But very important quotes that he just said. We have every intention to vote on and protect this deal. That's good to know. The report this week was that maybe they weren't going to protect the deal. He said, we want to move it forward. I thought that was telling. He said, we are saving the money in the budget for this contract. I mean, that would make it sound like maybe he's not a yes right now, but he's certainly not a no.
Yeah, meaning even if it's tweaked slightly, in general, it's earmarked as yes. Like, in other words, if we take it out, there's no chance.
Not to get too in the weeds here, but there is a difference between the Budget Support Act, or the BSA, and the Local Budget Act, the LBA. The LBA is where the money is. The BSA is where the language is. We would, in effect, leave the money in the LBA while we negotiate and wrestle with the details with the Commanders, and so we can come up with a deal. That would also mean that at a later date, sometime this fall, a definitive date, not next year, not years from now, sometime this fall, after we've done our due diligence in vetting this process, negotiating with the Commanders in good faith, we would vote on this project. There's also been a discrepancy about many of the challenges confronting the district, from the federal government to locally. And I think it's worth noting that all of the decisions in the budget were not made because of federal pressures. The mayor made choices. We are on the brink of tens of thousands of Washingtonians potentially losing their housing benefits, their TANF benefits, their health care benefits. School budgets are slated to reduce in future years. The pay equity fund is slated to be eliminated in future years, including the child tax credit, and so much more. Why am I bringing this up? Because this deal, the largest in the district's history, informs both our capital budget and our operating budget. Yes, it is true. Our operating budget is how we pay for many of the programs that serve as lifelines for Washingtonians. Our capital budget is how we fix our roadways, modernize our schools, pay for construction projects like the one at RFK. How we dedicate revenue from that project informs future operating budgets. That is why it is important that we wrestle with the details here.
What are some right there, super quick? To me, that is basically saying, whether you agree with him or not, simply this is what I think he's talking about is, we spend now on a capital project with the idea that it would generate for us in the future. Right. So right now, the rent, it's not going to help our revenue. Our bottom line, when you spend a huge amount of money, you go, oh my God, there's less money for blankety blank. The point is, in the future, if it all goes well, this is the design, again, agree or disagree, up to you, is that we are then able to fill that one column that's taking an L right now, which is your local revenue operating normalcy budget. A capital project budget is usually separate, with the idea that it'll eventually pay dividend for you and build the revenue. Whether you think this will or not, up to you, but that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, so to me, it sounds like, and he didn't really comment on a yay, nay, right, publicly, and he hasn't done the interviews that some of the other folks that came in here that we were able to pin down have, who said, yeah, I'm for it or I'm not for it as it's currently constituted. I would say he's not for it, though, as it's currently constituted, based on just reading between the lines and what he did say. But I like the idea that he did push back against the possibility that they were trying to rip this out of the budget and basically vote and leave the stadium out.
Mm-hmm.
He's saying we're moving this forward and we're keeping the money set aside to do a deal here. So that tells me that even if you're a no in the moment, you are willing to still come to the table and get something done. I wish we were further along, and I wish there was more excitement and more yeses. We knew this the day that press conference was held, even the second press conference, the one with the commissioner and the president of the United States and the owner of the team and the mayor of D.C., and the Avengers getting together on this deal. The city council was going to have their say, and they are enjoying having their say at this point.
They're all saying.
800-636-1067 is the number if you want to hop in. If you took anything out of that. We'll spin you around the NFL with some minicamp headlines next. He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan at 6 o'clock, 12 minutes from now, right at the top of the hour, the Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag. We are soliciting questions now. Tweet us at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny. You can hit us up in the 1067 The Fan YouTube chat as well. We want to hear from you there. Or you can call us. Line them up right now. And through our 6 o'clock segment, it's the G&D's Tony's mailbag. It's our Ask Us Anything. Sports question, non-sports question. We get complaints sometimes about various things we didn't cover and talk enough about. This is our catch me all. This is how we get out of feeling bad about it. You get to call us. You get to ask us whatever you want. So we will discuss whatever you put on the agenda. Again, sports, non-sports. We'll do our best to answer the question. Coming up next segment, our Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag. Danny, let's go around the NFL with some of these storylines right now in football. Mini camp is ongoing, so it's been a busy week of NFL headlines. Starting with a pretty serious story out of Antonio Brown's neck of the woods. He has a warrant out issued for his arrest, the former NFL wide receiver who at one point, Danny, was on his way on the precipice of maybe Hall of Fame status.
Yeah,
is that
seriously.
good? A charge for attempted murder with a firearm has not stopped him from posting on social media. His social media posts him riding a bike today. Hasn't turned himself in, though. Brown has made a trio of Twitter posts just this afternoon while wanted. He's on the bike on the first one. Second, he posts a photo of an unnamed person and said, "This cracker did it. It wasn't me." And then finally, I'm reading from Pro Football Talk here. He posted 2 photos of him posing with boxing gloves. And he said, "What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Want to play? Then play hard." The downfall of Antonio Brown is pretty tragic. I do hate that everyone always immediately just blames it on CTE or the Vontaze Burfict hit or whatever. Like at some point, you got to be responsible for your actions. And that stopped being the case with him a long time ago. But this is one of the craziest, how good he was to how ridiculous a human being he is now in a really short period of time. It was like 7 years from the top of the mountain to the bottom for him.
Yeah, we've seen falls from grace before, and there are never things to celebrate, but that's exactly what's happening here. I kind of don't know. I never know what he's talking about when he cheers publicly like that. You know what I mean? I never kind of understand or know who he's yelling at or who he's upset with or what he considers himself, if he's the victim of something. Again, I don't know. I also don't like to do the armchair psychiatric evaluation that people seem comfortable doing based on it's because of this or that. You know, you haven't examined him. So I don't know either way. I just know that it's like jaw dropping every time you read something new.
Okay, other NFL headlines as far as what's actually going on the field. The Cincinnati Bengals and their rookie Shamar Stewart at an impasse still. Stewart has not signed his contract. The dispute is over offset language. According to Adam Schefter yesterday on ESPN, he said what the Bengals are trying to get Shamar Stewart to sign is different than what they have had previous rookies sign.
This is the key to me.
He was the 17th overall pick. It sounds like they're trying to protect themselves in the event that something goes sideways off the field. And Shamar Stewart is standing his ground with his agent to say, "I'm not going to sign that." Now, my feeling all along has been these deals are pretty uniform. There's not a whole lot of wiggle room here. How is this so complicated? But it does indeed sound like they're trying to change what is the norm. And if that is the case, it's hard to fault with the team, to side with the team rather, and fault the player. For me.
Yeah, looking at the again, it's above my pay grade, understanding advanced contract language, but here reading and seeing some smart people talk about it, there is language in there that's totally unusual, totally different than what anyone else would have signed in that spot. And Stewart and his agent are going, "Why me? Why am I the one subject to this?" And none of the other first-round picks are. It's usually reserved for what happens to the second and third rounders. Of the guys that haven't signed yet, it's like 90% of them are those dudes because of this thing called offset language. And it's, basically a team saying in case of injury, I want to be able to protect myself, not have to pay you, blah, blah, blah. And it's completely out of the ordinary for first-round picks. This really sounds like a Bengals own goal to me.
Why do the Dallas Cowboys always wait so long to pay their best players who they're going to pay eventually anyway? They cost themselves so much more money. They did this with Dak Prescott. They did this with CeeDee Lamb. And now they're doing it again with Micah Parsons.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad they do. I'm glad they screw this up constantly.
That's great.
I don't want them to be run well. He became eligible for a contract extension after the 2023 season. That was 2 off seasons now of being able to sign him, and it has not happened. He's still waiting on his deal. He told Clarence Hill of All City on Thursday, quote, "It's going to cost them more." Well, no kidding.
Yeah.
It's almost like they could have learned from the lessons that they were taught from Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb. Parsons last year, by the way, his sack totals dipped to 12, his lowest total in the NFL. And yet, because he still made 40-plus tackles, had the worst year of his career, was still a Pro Bowler, was still in the top 20 in DPOY voting, his value didn't change. It went up. Like, he got worse statistically, and how much you pay him went up because of all the guys that have been paid during the intermediary time.
Yeah, you put in enough deposit to the bank of excellence, and even if it's not statistically a dominant year, he's still such an impact player, still leads the team in everything possible, still is one of the more feared defenders in the league, still is the guy at the top of the call sheet for offensive coordinators to figure out where he is and what is he doing on any given play. We're not running anything until we know what number 11 is doing, right? Where he lines up, who he's lining up against, where do we need to reinforce and help. He is a dominant player. He's excellent. So, yeah, you let guys do more of that, and you owe them more.
We'll end with a quick note on the Commanders. Of course, Noah Brown carted off the field at practice going back a couple of days ago at minicamp. Terry McLaurin was not at the facility again this week as he awaits a new contract. He and the team at odds as they negotiate. I still say there's nothing to worry about here. I'm giving it a 2% chance this becomes a major problem. He'll be at training camp. I think in the end, Terry McLaurin signs for around $33 million a year.
That's my guess. Somewhere between 32 and 34. It may end up being, we look at the AAV, and depends on who you're asking. If it's the agent, it'll be maybe a little inflated. And when you look at from the team's perspective, they'll try to, hide some of those numbers or maybe give a big show, a song and dance. That's where it's going to boil down to in my mind. It's really about the guaranteed money and, what it looks like on the back end of the contract for me that I care about. I don't care about if I have to overpay Terry McLaurin, quote unquote, for a couple of years, while I'm still underpaying Jaden Daniels by 90%, right? When it gets down to that years 27, 28, what those cap numbers look like for my opportunity to go add to the football team, that's where I care a little bit more. So I think they're smart enough to realize that.
All right, next, Grant and Danny's, Tony's Mailbag, our Ask Us Anything, sports, non-sports, a team or a sport we don't talk a whole lot about. You want to hear us break down? It's your opportunity. 800-636-1067. It's how we end the week. Plus, we'll get you ready for Nats baseball on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. NBA Finals continue on tonight. Game 4 for the Thunder and the Pacers at 8:30. The Pacers lead the series 2-1. Baseball, the Nationals begin a 7-game homestand. First off with a 3-game series against the Marlins. 6:45 first pitch right here on The Fan. The Nationals looking to stop a 5-game losing streak. Mitchell Parker playing the stopper today. He's 4-6 on the year with a 4.44 ERA. He'll take on Edward Cabrera, who's 2-2 with a 3.99 ERA. Hockey last night, Game 4, the Stanley Cup Finals, another thriller. Third game going to overtime. The Oilers beat the Panthers 5-4 to tie the series at 2 games apiece. Leon Draisaitl with his 4th overtime game-winning goal this postseason, the most ever. Game 5 going to be tomorrow. An update at round 2 of the U.S. Open brought to you by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. Visit Golfdom in Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there. Just 5 players under par, 2 atop the leaderboard at 3 under par. Sam Burns and Thurston Lawrence. 2 players at 2 under, J.J. Spawn and Thomas Dietrich. Victor Hovland at 1 under par. This Father's Day at Meadows Farms, get free delivery June 12th through the 18th on orders over $500. And when you buy a $100 gift card, get $10 free. Bring the kids out on June 14th to make a craft for dad at any of our 16 locations. Meadows Farms, plant a little happiness. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Every single day, the show's brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. Grant and Danny on The Fan. Nellie's performing at Nats Park tonight. I'm going to go over there and see Nellie get after it a little bit. Hopefully the Nats score some runs, too.
That'd be a nice sort of prelude, right?
Nellie's going to bring it. I know that. I saw him in New Orleans just a couple of months ago, Super Bowl week. He killed, and he's going to kill again. Probably the same set list. I bet he's got the same rider and needs the same towels and the same 7 SUVs to drive him around. That was part of the rider, I believe. And probably going to do the same set list. So I wish I had jotted down the order of the songs. Could have made a buck or two tonight. But I'll be there. Let's score some runs. Let's win a baseball game. We'll get you the leadoff coming up in a few. Danny, it's time for the G&Ds. Tony's mailbag. This is our Ask Us Anything. You can hit up the phones on a sports question. You can get to us on Twitter for a non-sports question. You steer the show here, 800-636-1067. I just walked by Darius in the green room.
Mm-hmm.
He was warming up his voice and getting ready.
Me, like really good.
Indeed. So without further ado, Darius, it is time for the mailbag.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag. Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
All right, Danny, first question from Chris. He asks, for the G&Ds, Tony's mailbag, you can do one of these things just one time in a professional sports game. You could hit a home run, catch a long bomb for a touchdown in an NFL game. This one's pretty good. Dunk on the back end of an alley-oop, or you can score an NHL goal on a penalty shot. Which one thing would you want to do?
It's hit a home run. The others are close. But I will tell you, there is nothing like that feeling of best attempt to get you out, wood bat, sweet spot, ball jumps. It feels like bliss. It is a moment where your soul, your heart, your mind, your body all aligns in perfect excellence, and it sails over the fence. It's the greatest feeling you could have. Never did it in the show, obviously, but to do that in a major league ballpark in a major league game, nothing like it.
That's going to be my answer as well. I just think that's the easy number one. But catching a bomb for a touchdown, close second.
Because you can hear the crowd rising, thinking they see it. Yeah.
Well, it means you're fast. It means
Wouldn't
I've
that be
got
fun?
Blazing speed. I got behind everybody. It means I had ball tracking ability to get down the field and make a catch. I think that would be sick. And then you get to be in the end zone. Same as the home run where you're trotting around for 15 seconds all by yourself. You get to make it about you. In the end zone, I get to sell it. I get to dance. I get to do whatever I want. I come over to the sideline. I'm pointing at people. You're the belle of the ball. 70,000 people are watching you for that moment. That one's pretty good. The NHL penalty shot goal, that one's fine, but that's distantly fourth probably. The ability to leap and dunk would be pretty sick.
Catch an oop, like Chris Paul throws one up and you're DeAndre Paulson just knocking one down.
Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag. Darius, let me hear it.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
Let me dig into the bag for some mail here from our guy Resh. He says, question for you, Grant. He says, you get to be the play-by-play announcer for 2 single moments in sports history. One can be past, one is yet to come. Which are you choosing? For the purposes of this question, no one has the job currently, so you're not taking away from anyone.
Right, you're not like firing someone to take over and do it.
That's really good. Okay, I will say I would call past moment. I'd like to call, let's see, maybe I would want to call the final out of the Nats winning the World Series. I think that would have been pretty good with Huddy throwing his glove in the air like Charlie did it perfectly, and no reason to change anything he did, but that would be high on my list. Maybe I would have, you know what play I would have liked to have called, I think would have been awesome. Clinton Portis' first touch as a Redskin.
I legit thought of that against Tampa Bay.
64 yards, first snap of the season opening game against the Bucs after he was acquired via trade. That would be high on the list for me. Maybe the Cousins Redskins comeback against the Bucs in the Code Red game stands out as something that would be pretty cool. As far as a future, something I'd like to call. How about Ovechkin's 900th goal? Pretty amazing.
Oh, hello there.
And I don't think I'm, baseball and football, I've done a ton of play-by-play. Not a whole lot of hockey experience. Wouldn't call it well, but that moment I would like to give a shot at. Future play-by-play. How about the James Wood game-winning World Series home run to walk off the Texas Rangers?
How about that?
In 2028. I'd like to be on the call of that moment of James Wood circling the base paths after his 51 homer season where he hit the walk-off home run to win the World Series.
That'd be pretty sweet. First thing I thought of was the historical calls, right? Where they're going to replay my thing forever. Do you believe in miracles? Yes. Like 1980 USA hockey, right? Not that at the time, it's on tape delay. So a lot of people don't even know what happened. But the fact that that's been replayed 1 billion times over, that's the first one I thought of.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
This will be a quick one from Dan. Does the scene from Field of Dreams where the girl chokes on the hot dog and the younger player has to give up his dream to be a doctor to save her hit you guys in the feels?
Yes.
Yes, every time. And then when he asks his dad if he wants to have a catch, I cry every single time.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
Joey, Chesapeake Beach, you're on the Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
Good afternoon, fellas. How are you?
Great, buddy.
Very well.
All right. A couple weeks ago, I think Danny said he was not a fan of the Wizards logo or the Wizards apparel. Co-signed that. But what if they did like the old school Wizard from like Dungeons and Dragons, the airbrush, Wizards of the Coast type of wizard? Would you be a fan of it then? Shooting a basketball instead of a fireball.
Way bigger of a fan than whatever this thing is. Like if they actually used a wizard, you know what I mean? Like one of the referencing the the 5 that came to Middle Earth in some way. Like maybe it's Gandalf somehow. Like you do like a good rendering of it. I want like an actual wizard.
I think that'd be good. I would like my Wizards logo would be like a word. It'd be Bullets, like spelled out. And then the 2 L's are like hands reaching for a ball.
Oh, yeah.
That'll be my Wizards logo.
That's a good wizard.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
Quick one as well, Danny, from JMU Dukes 06. He says, mailbag. Kind of hard for Grant, my guy. Best milkshake. Anything goes, no holds barred. I mean, I'm not a milkshake guy. Never ordered a milkshake. Tasted a milkshake a couple times. Never really had one. But if I'm ever going to do a milkshake, it's going to be a chocolate milkshake plain.
Vanilla is your base. We're going to have caramel in there. We're going to have kind of those turtle candies. We're going.
What's a turtle candy?
It's like, I don't know how to describe them. The little chocolates, chocolate deals, but it's all ground up. We're going to have peanut butter cup in there. We're going to do some Butterfinger in there. We'll do some Heath Bar Crunch in there. And we'll do some cookie dough in there as well.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
Matt and Stafford, you're up.
All right. Last week we learned about Tony from Kings to Grant would get up in the front row in King's Dominion for the performances and dance.
That's right.
And danced with the performers, and he made friends with the dancer, Tony. Well, we all got together. We're wondering, what has he been up to? Grant, if you go over to the window, the question is, who do you see outside?
It's a good question. Is anybody out there, Darius? I don't know. Who's out there, Matt?
Tony's out there, and he's ready to dance.
Nice. He's ready to dance. Is great. For those of you that don't get the bit, King's Dominion, Tony was a dancer on one of the shows. I used to dance along to their routine. And then one time, inexplicably, I went and rode a bunch of rides with him and met back up with my parents later. It was just a different time, man.
Just a different time.
That's what it was.
He's going to take Grant around the park, and they went, okay.
My guy, Tony.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
John asks, Adam Peters walks into your favorite burger spot right after you. You get your food, and he sees you, sits down, and says, hey, Danny, can I get a fry? What do you say?
Great question.
That's a great question.
I know your answer.
What is it?
No, you're not giving him a fry.
Can I get you some of your own?
Right.
Can I get you some of your own, Mr. Peters? I'm happy to buy you fries.
It is time for the leadoff ahead of Nats baseball. 6:15 pregame coming in hot. The leadoff is brought to you by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom.
When we go pitch, Mitch Parker. Mitch Parker on the bump. Behind him, leading off playing shortstop. See, Jake Abram is batting second in left field. James Wood, he's batting third. He's playing first. Nathaniel Lowe, batting fourth, doing the second baseman in an inning today. Luis Garcia Jr. And batting fifth, your DH, Josh Bell. Batting sixth in right field, that's Alex Call. Batting seventh and third, it's Jose Tena. Batting eighth through the catching, K-Bar Ruiz. And hitting ninth in center field, that's Robert Hassel the third.
Attaboy, Robert Hassel. Let's get aboard tonight. What do you say?
Here we go.
Like that. Nats got to get it going. Have to bounce back. 5 straight losses, 8 under 500. The gift of the Marlins and the Rockies at home gets started tonight for the first of 7 on this homestand. For Toby, Ryan, and Darius, we're Grant and Danny saying so long. We're back Monday at 2 o'clock. Thank you for listening to The Fan.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.